God or gods, requires the assumption of both complex and physical universe and even more complex non-physical uncaused mind of this God. Naturalism requires the assumption of only physical universe as a brute-fact, self-contained system. Therefore, naturalism is more explanatory as it accounts for reality without multiplying entities and beyond necessities. So that's one of the good reasons why I don't believe in a God or God.
May I ask how old are you now?
I'm 58.
No, not you, Jason.
I'm kidding. I got
Yeah, you got me, man.
I'm 600.
You're still young. You're still young. That's young. Right, you're not anywhere near Methuselah.
Methuselah. I got 200 or 300 years to go for Methuselah.
Yeah. But, Bodhi, how old are you?
I'm 4 years into being 20.
You've been 20 for 4 years, is that what you mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the comments. Okay.
It's not for fun, though. This is like real stuff, so I don't know.
So it's funny, in college, right, I had a roommate, and he was a really cool guy. He was studying, I think he was studying like chemical engineering, but he used to do a lot of like hallucinogenics, right? So sometimes he'd go out, I was living near Washington Square Park, which is down kind of like where New York University is. And so he'd go out, he'd come like back very high-strung, and he said, I looked at these clouds and right? And I said, hey man, next time this happens, take a fucking picture, right? If clouds are making shapes and you're seeing all of this shit, take a fucking picture. And without fail, he would always come back in and he would say, I saw this orb. And I would say, hey, did you take the picture? And he'd say, no, man, you don't understand. It's happening so fast. It's happening so fast. Daryl, I can't grab my camera. And then I said, okay, well, yeah, but you grabbed your drugs, but you can't grab the camera.
That's really something about the camera.
That's funny.
Sean,
I need to say something.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I think Mike wanted.
Mike said he wanted to say.
Yeah, Mike had a comment or question. What up?
Yeah, hey, what's going on, guys? I would like to speak to two things actually, and you can interpret it. By the time that language gets to you and you interpret it based on worldly facts or worldly stories you understand to be true, or you understand, or based on how you understand these things. But I believe in them whole experiences is actually something deeper being communicated that even a person.
For that, that's like Airbnb for social media and content creators. Yeah, and another thing too, it'll be better and probably cheaper to have or no.
I don't know much at all about Shias.
Yes.
You grew up in Iraq?
Yes, I'm still in Iran. I'm in Tehran.
Oh, you're in Iran?
Yes,
It's an after the fact, like, rationalization, accommodation, like, oh, sure.
Well, how do you feel about the concessions made at this deal?
I don't really care. I mean,
you don't care? I thought your boy wanted to make America. I thought your boy wanted to make America great again. I mean, giving $400 billion to Iran doesn't really sound like it's making America great again.
Going into Iran never was ever about making America great again, because we wouldn't be there if we were trying to make America great again. So,
why were we there?
I think Trump was just trying to remove, one, he removed Obama's name, and then two, he wanted to be in the history books. I think that's it.
As what, a loser? To be in the history book as a loser?
I think
you voted for him. That's your boy.
Oh, yeah, I voted for him. He voted for Biden, so I mean, who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
I mean,
did you see Biden over there spending hundreds hundreds of billions of dollars and take a flat on his face?
Maybe it ends up being a good thing when we look back on it 20 years from now. How about that perspective?
I like to believe that. But the problem is Iran was never an issue or a threat to us to start with, right? In America. And also guys, keep this in mind. This is a memorandum. This is also 60 days of also negotiations. It's not really been. It still hasn't gone to Geneva. It still hasn't been. So we need to also, tread lightly, considering we have this devil. Also, tread lightly, considering we have this devil on the other side that Omari seems to be backing up, called Israel, who is they're hell bent on attacking.
Don't say that. Hold on.
Don't say what?
Don't talk about Israel anymore.
Israel?
No, you can't say that.
Why not? Did you not see them? Why not? They're their foot.
Marlene, what do you explain? What are you talking about, Murray?
They're hell bent on attacking.
Don't say that. Hold on.
Don't say what?
Don't talk about Israel anymore.
Israel?
No, you can't say that. Marlene,
Why not? Did you not see them? Why not? They're their foot.
Marlene, what do you explain? What are you talking about, Murray?
Remember, we have to be careful about saying things about Israel. That was
About what?
after last night.
After we get past the goofiness I want to get into, so after y'all start this little,
Thank you, Michael. Murray, I don't know what you're actually talking about because
I wish you would, Marlene. Like it's just if you're stupid, does it make sense to if you're stupid, does it make sense to follow that down the rabbit hole?
So Lisa
No.
can
Follow that down the rabbit hole.
So Lisa
no,
can
it's
yell
true.
that.
You're
versus
perfectly right,
So
Michael.
Michael, clearly you weren't paying attention. Maybe he was getting half tea. And
No, because if you're talking about, hold on, if you're referring to that person that's technically part of our house that's had the nerve to make an anti-Semitic comment, yes, but that has nothing to do with talking about the state of Israel. Those are two different things, and please do not conflate the two.
Okay.
So Ace, what were you saying? Because you were answering CEO, then I want to go into on what we're talking about.
Well, all I was saying is, CEO, not that Iran was ever an issue to us, right? So I can see you look at the positive feelings in this. Hold on a minute, CEO, don't act like Omari. Hold on for a second. Okay, look, it's funny tourism. Let's start with that. You do know that Hezbollah stole that much land from Lebanon, and then Hezbollah only came to be as a resistance group because of Israel. So if Israel doesn't do those types of behaviors, groups like the Houthis wouldn't exist. Groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, all these groups would never have existed. First and foremost. Second of all, Hezbollah hasn't been funded by Iran. That's not their biggest funder. That's not at all. It's actually there's other players in this. So don't even bring this up at all. So if Israel doesn't act like a buffoon, then people will have to start to build these resistance groups as a response, right?
And considering they're not leaving Lebanon, I don't see how they're going to stop having to deal with Hezbollah. And I don't see how the incentive that Iran's going to not, if they're the ones funding them, that they're going to stop doing that either.
I think the biggest sticking point in the deal is one of the biggest things that Iran wants is an absolute permanent end to all aggression in the region, especially Lebanon.
Yeah.
And Israel has, Netanyahu a few days ago already said, we're not going to stop. So,
Exactly. I don't really see this.
why can't we talk about Israel, Omari? Why not?
I just think it's safe.
Please don't do that.
Michael,
Let's take a before we go to I just because CEO said something and he started a topic, then Ace, you stayed on that, and I want to join in on that. So please stay on topic, please.
Yeah, we can stay on topic, but because you guys came up yesterday with the rule, and stop making me take credit for something that somebody said, Omari, because like I said,
I don't think it's a good. I think you got yelled at.
Oh, okay, because please don't take me.
No, you got yelled at for something someone else said, so I don't want you to get yelled at again.
But I'm not anti-Semite, Omari, and I'm not stupid enough to say something
And I
else,
wasn't
okay?
either.
Exactly.
Either.
So don't be doing this, okay, Omari?
Hey, hold on. It could be offensive to anyone.
I don't care. We're talking about anything. It's not offensive.
Ace, let me finish real quick.
The way you talk about Muslims, Amari, the way you talk about other, exactly. See, well, there we go. You have.
I saw my legacy. No, I haven't.
You have.
Never understood that.
But yes, you have. You said Muslims tend to be the ones that back, and it's like, someone else says something, I'm too still trying to sound to the rest of us. Thank you very much.
So you missed the inside thing of it, right?
No, no. He's not gonna silence you.
Right.
You have to know what happened. As far as him, as far as what he's talking about, he's not trying to silence. I mean, I got some kind of way involved in something I didn't even say from somebody who was in the room who said her exact words. She was saying something I forgot because I wasn't really paying attention. Ace, I must admit. But when I came back, because they were talking to her at that point, she said, them telling me what she said, she's called Jewish people, and I hope this is the correct quote, small hats. And I think that was offensive. Am I not correct, Ace? That's an offensive term?
Yeah, people can take it offensively, of course.
All right, so I got it.
But that's not on you, though. That's not on you, though.
Yeah, it was. It was on me. Yes.
It should never be on you.
Yeah.
It should never be on you. What people's individual speech is on them, not the person hosting the room, because you are human.
Here yesterday.
I wish I was here.
I wish you were here
I wish I was
yesterday.
here.
I wish Marlene
I
would
wish
have
I you stopped because you were also like shit to
I wish I was.
Marlene, she would have spoke up on that because
And also, hold on. And also, we all know this. Lisa is moving about. She's doing things, and again, even if she's not responsible.
Look at you! Look at you! Oh my God, we got a co-host. We've got a co-host.
I was also away from my phone because that was after what had started this whole thing. I hate the fact that we're going to talk about this, but clearly let's
I know.
just talk about
Sorry, I
it.
had no intention of talking about it, but Amari brought it up.
Yeah, because Amari, as much as you troll and shit, you also were a shit disturber to the ninth and umpth degree. And if you listen to those replays, you will know that you are a shit disturber, Amari. You are an absolute shit disturber, and it's the truth. But what had happened is that I was annoyed. The fact, I was annoyed. I'll admit by that girl, EXO, right? And then she proceeded to go say the most I tried to stop what I knew what was coming, right? She was literally end up doing exactly what I tried to avoid, derailing the entire conversation, and ended up being like a couple hours or so of listening to her bullshit, which I couldn't even listen to. I actually walked away from my phone and I did other productive things because again I moved in.
Listen to that for 2.5
Yeah,
hours.
yes, I did. Because again, hold on, Lisa, I love you. Lisa, I love you. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. Lisa, I love you. But listen, when my counsel, listen, I had done try to steer the course from the get go, and that was kind of like, no, let her say anything. I was like, okay, fine. Yeah, and you did it, you did it, and then it bore to the whole thing with Quinn. Sorry. Yeah, because then they ended up giving this whole thing. What Quinn actually, long story short, what Quinn meant to say is not that he said that. It said that you invited her to say that, make that comment, and this is your fault. I don't believe that was his intention. And although he's not here, and I don't want to talk about that, but I don't. But I personally think what he actually meant is that here you allowed this girl to talk in the first place, and this is what it ended up being. Of course, she ended up saying something really stupid, not only stupid, but really offensive. And I think that's what, but again, he's not here, and I think that was my understanding of listening to the conversation of what he meant. I don't think anyone would be able to, and this is very clear, or anyone else on the stage cannot be held to account what another person's going to say. Like, that's just ridiculous. Everyone that knows this house knows that we do not do racism, anti-Semitism, especially not we're not those people. So to expect you to be in control of what people say is asinine. And so I don't think that that's what he actually meant. I just think he meant because you allowed her to go say, hey, talk your shit.
I love you.
She
I'm very much. But let me tell you what I'm very good at. Because I don't care I'm being honest right now. Now I want to be honest at all times. I don't know where you guys work or what you guys do in your personal life, but I'm usually the only Black person in lots and lots of situations. 90% of the time, I am the only Black person. I am and then too, also being of mixed race and stuff, especially when I was younger. There is microaggressions that you guys don't seem to get. I have my antennas up. I don't respond. I keep my same demeanor, my same cadence, my same bubbly self at work. But I am almost a funky
Trump was saying.
Hello?
As far as that he felt like that we
Hello?
could do better on this, or he was
Hello?
given.
I said it could come out that.
Hello?
Okay, so I was just going to give a count.
Hello?
Essentially, so now the world knows that we can't fight asymmetrical war, that we can't beat a mid-power. They know that our leader, our commander-in-chief.
Yeah, let's just go fight an asymmetrical war and get thousands of Americans killed, because this room is a bunch of liberal, elite, intellectual, Democrat progressives, and yeah, they're all bloodthirsty. Trump didn't do a good job fighting that war.
They know that they can weaponize it. So that at any point in time, as long as they have control of it, which they'll have in perpetuity when someone actually takes that land, so they can weaponize it at any point in time, which they've never done before. International waters is free, and so they know now. And plus, rewarded the bad behavior, so they closed it down, and now they're getting paid, billions to open it up. So I think there's been a total issue. I don't think there's any wins that are going to come out of this for us in the country.
I do think we can.
Hey, Patty, man, nobody can fucking hear you. Gotta speak up, Patty. Hello? 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 That shit crazy. That shit crazy.
I'm not saying that.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Militaries in other countries,
Hello?
or senior leaders, they know that.
Hello?
We feel that because we know that.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
They're not willing to
Hello?
to the point that what Iran can do to their citizens, we will not ever do to ours. I don't think most Western countries would, because we have.
Oh, really? We didn't mass force vaccinate our population with an experimental gene modifier and told everybody that the whole fucking world is going to collapse if we don't all do it to save our neighbors and our grannies?
So I'm not.
Pretty sure Iran didn't do that to their population. Do they have a Dr. Bill Gates in Iran?
Standpoint of the drones, so the cheap drones that they have, and then we're using our expensive missiles. We're burning.
Why don't we use our cheap missiles? Why don't we just fucking throw sticks at them?
The way that we are now, if we had a bunch of drones, we're going.
All right, I'm gonna go get my sweat on. I hope you guys enjoy this room. It'll go on for a while, I'm sure.
Plus two, and I can't overemphasize. I just keep saying it because if it was our country or our kids, we would keep it in our mouth.
Keep it 100.
Schoolgirls when they did a triple tap or whatever, to make sure they got them. That is something that's never, going to go away. Plus two, we've killed their religious leader and the Ayatollah. So I don't know. I get that if we decided to commit to it, that there's nobody
we're the tits of killing.
In the world, so
if we really want to kill.
Put, all of our might into it. But I'm just saying the way that this went down, it's just a bad look. There was nothing. There was no reason to do it. And like you said yourself, that for 2 decades they've been, they've had war games. They've been gaming this out, knowing sort of that it was wrought with a lot of different situations. One being the Strait of Hormuz. I'm just saying, the man is just.
So the reason why we lose is because there's rules in the game. There's rules in the simulation.
Rules in the game, motherfucker.
Only allows us to do everything has to be under LOAC. Not only that, the rules in the simulation only allow.
Allow the rules in the simulation. There ain't no rules in the simulation, baby. That's the number one rule.
Like now, if you want to their way, or if you're talking about drones, we got this thing called the Coyote block that's made by Raytheon. So look up Coyote block, and it's not drone. It'll go for swarms of drones. It's like we have these.
Just a bunch of
But
anti-Semites.
we also know we have to estimate what civilian casualties look like, what it looks like to the rest of the world if we do these things. So, do you know we got interceptors for drones?
Drone in. Fuck a drone?
We can just use our fucking short-range missile system.
Ooh, short-range missile system.
Type is a civilian.
It's a goddamn general.
All
This
of
one.
that is estimated.
Promoted to 5-star. Put her in charge of the Pentagon while Pete Hegseth retires.
Later radars or sensors, or if you decide that we're going to use our air defense gun. When we fire missiles and shit, we have
shit.
It's going to be televised. And it's going to make us look bad.
war will be televised.
And then we also have to look at the rules.
So, and Patty, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I was just going to say, so the whole thing with this triple tap, because I remember you talked about that. You talked about the intel that takes place. And I know like AI, they did some of the targeting, but you're saying that they, even with the cameras that are on those, so they, know what they're shooting at. The building was clearly marked with school and kids, I guess, like drawing and painting. I'm just saying the fact that we did a triple tap, not like we just did one, like, oops, like we messed up and we didn't like go back, and we just didn't say anything. When you're talking about like us sort of in our proportionality, the way we would like not do that because we're like working the rules, that school kind of takes that away in my mind. It looks like we weren't, I guess we got into rules after we did that initial strike, but I can't get over the girls. I guess that's where I'm having these.
I mean, a lot of technology isn't self-correcting. I mean, once you get garbage in, you get garbage out. So at some point, if there's an error in terms of any of the collection modalities, you're going to get an error.
Yeah, and those cameras on a missile aren't like it's a camera you can guide the missile where it has to go. It's depending on what type of missile it is, it can be like you put the GPS information or for y'all, we just say GPS, but it's like you put in the longitude and latitude of where it needs to hit, and the camera guides it to that point. Or they have like our laser guided missiles, and those cameras. It's not a camera where you can just sit there and watch the missile go, and you're like, look to the left, you're off to the right. Like it doesn't do that.
Okay, guys, let me do this.
Remember saying that.
Go ahead, Michael.
Triple tap or double tap. That information actually came from Iran, so it's like I don't know what the investigation looks like because I ain't no need to know, but that has been Iran, like people on the ground. It was the Iranian officials that released that in their news.
Okay. No. Now that hold on 1 second. Now, Patty, in that case, if it was like one strike and it was an error or whatever, then that I guess the American people, because I'm just one person, but it's like that seems like something everybody could live with. But if what they're saying is true, and they did the one strike to like draw them out, and then a second strike to sort of make sure they got the people that they drew out, and then talking about this person, that happened.
So from what McCain and them was saying, is it was like a simultaneously. It's like boom, 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 right? So it's supposed to like when they were firing the missiles, it was like missile after missile after missile, and it was supposed to be targeting certain military bases. So it was one after the other after the other. It wasn't one hit, people come out, another hit happens, and then another hit to completely destroy. It was supposed to be
Right. That was those.
yeah, it was simultaneous.
Okay.
But I thought
well, I think
because it was coming out and then
Lisa, might I say one thing before you transition? Okay, so Michael, I think the other thing that happens is when we talk about like who won and who lost, we're talking about it from the perspective of meeting goals. So America really didn't meet our goals, so you can say we lost. But if you were scoring it like a football game, how much damage did we do to their country and infrastructure versus how much they did to ours? Clearly, we did more damage to them.
let me say this though. So like damage, right? So I agree that physical damage. How much damage has been done to us on the world stage? Like Trump has already like just destroyed like alliance that we built. Took us like 80 years post World War II after we're the ones that dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki to repair all that. Like with the UN being here, with now you got this border. I'm just saying, and I'm not. I guess I'm not like sort of poo-pooing what y'all are saying. I just don't really see any good that's come out of this. I think that he damaged us in irreparable ways.
Well, so ironically, I think normally you'd be right. Like if this was George H.W. Bush or Obama as president, but how much lower could Trump have went in terms of America's brand? So it already was very low. So what, he made it a few percent lower?
Yeah, but then he takes out USAID, right? So it's like, so stuff, even like with propaganda, with like positive things that we're doing in areas to sort of bolster that, okay, we're doing some crazy stuff over here, but then it's like, with this other thing, I don't know. I'm going to yield because I'm just saying, I'm not really going to come over to y'all stuff and see what y'all saying. I just feel like the war on top of everything else he did, I just think he just damaged us in ways that I don't know that we're going to be able to recover from.
Okay, it's just not just the world stage. I mean, I'm worried about what people. No, I'm not really. But it's interesting how the world responded because they saw us for who we are and who we've always been. But more importantly, is that we spent a lot of money, we spent a lot of time, we spent lives for literally nothing. So you destroyed his 50% of his capabilities, a Navy that really wasn't a Navy. They really weren't into flying because of where they were located, from what I'm being told and what I'm hearing during the day. So basically, the billions of dollars by having 3 strike groups out there, all the bombs, all of the drones that we intercepted, millions of dollars for these drones, okay? And I'm not gonna get the money. And what did we come out with? What we started with, and even less. What did Iran get? Okay, they had some shit blown up, but they still got their dust that he's talking about. They still got some ways to defend themselves. They still got their oil. Now they're charging a fee to go through something that was absolutely free to start with. They're getting their money unfrozen, and plus they're getting some other perks. So I don't know when, what. Y'all can spend this all day like a goddamn Ferris wheel, out of control, and there's nothing that was won with that money. I know you're always on purported for the military, but we need to stop this shit right here, right now, because people are selling. I heard in the room that people are selling blood so they can get dinner. Going to the high-ass grocery prices. I can't be the only ones paying the high-ass grocery prices, hundreds of dollars for 2 bags of food.
Stop going to Whole Foods.
Shut up. I can go over them like I want to shop. It's just like you want me to go to the dollar store because of what Trump was doing. Is that what you want me to do, the CEO?
Yes.
Dollar store.
If you take me to the dollar store, I'll go with you and you show me how to.
Friend that runs a 136,000 square foot store. They own it. He's the owner. He can give me whatever I want. You know what I mean? I help him load up stuff. Shoot, I get all.
Unless you get it delivered to New York, it's not going to help me out. So I appreciate you, the offer. That was very sweet.
Believe me, if you was down here, I can hook you up because I gave a guy. He hadn't had much today. He was at the store. And I came out, I gave him a bunch of stuff. I gave him 2 banana boxes full of food, man. He was very happy. And that's a lot of food for one person. You know the big bananas come in? I gave him 2 of them. Yes, ma'am. But we eating today. You ain't gonna starve here.
So, yeah, I think that was the powdering. I don't think it was a sense of whiteness that looked to the Europeans.
I think racism started in America, but it spread throughout the world.
Oh my God!
We heard you first 5 times, bro. We heard you. Prove it. Why do you believe that, bro?
I gotta move you down, man. Prove it up. Prove your point. Everyone, if you keep it up, I'm gonna just move you down, bro. What? If you keep this up, I'm gonna have to move you down.
You keep saying it. You keep saying it, but you can't prove it.
Sorry for cussing y'all. I'm trying to stop that. But
You good.
Well, wasn't racism in America spread throughout the world?
he likes talking over people.
I think he just likes talking over you.
Yeah,
Not over speaking. Go ahead,
It's like the last time, right?
All right, well, Mike and Kiki, let's see what happens.
Yeah, the other was, I forgot what I was saying.
See? Hold on, just one Mike and Kiki still. One Mike. God damn, like, stop me looking off the mic already. Yo, Kiki, it's on Kiki right now to finish your point.
What's Kiki?
Hold on, let me see. Help you out here, bro. See, I got you, man. I got you. I tried, yeah. Kiki, you were talking about the white face Japanese thing.
Yes, the Asian. To my knowledge, that was already within their culture, and it wasn't.
I think racism started
We need to drop it.
throughout the
Man,
world.
get this cracker motherfucker out of here.
I got it. It's on you, Kiki.
Merci beaucoup. It was just a practice within their culture. Not powdering your face to look for a certain race, that being the Caucasian people, as a symbol. It's just something that was already practiced and not introduced after Europeans went into their land. Which, to my knowledge, China was fairly untouched. Like, they didn't get a full colonialization from Europe per se. They kind of, kept their. I mean, they're old dynasty. Kings and dark kept people where before it was a little bit more diverse.
The caste system. For eons before contact with Europeans. And all people fear those who are different than them. That's universal. From the dawn of man, we fear people who look differently than us, or speak differently, because we're afraid they'll take our resources.
It's a job
Here's the start there first off. If we breed with them, the genes, there's still more resources. What you mean? The Vikings wasn't worried about resources because they stole all their resources.
That's correct. And people fear them because they can't steal their resources.
Right. You know what they gotta be Aryan? You know why their blood gotta be blood? Because they understood that if they mix with another race, their race will not, their genetics will not dominate. So it's a fear of losing yourself.
Those Vikings are still blind.
Exactly. You know why they're still blind? Because they're afraid to mix the race.
Because if
they mix the race, they won't be nothing more.
This has nothing to do with racism. Racism is fear of people taking your stuff. Alright. And that includes your women, your resources, your food, your access to water, your riches, your cattle. People have always fought the guy from the other side of it. Maybe they worship differently, they had a different language, they look different, they had clothes.
You heard of Othello?
It's a jobs program playing
Wait, is that responsive to what I just said?
Oh, no, this is still a point. You heard of it, right?
So you mean have I read the Shakespeare play? Of course.
Let him finish his submission before you interrupt, please.
He asked me a question. He asked me a question. The answer is yes, I've read Shakespeare's play Othello. Why do you ask?
Because that wasn't about racism per se. That was about genetic superiority. It was a fear. It was a fear of losing who you are to genetics. Because they weren't racist at the time, right? But that play emphasized it. That play shed light on the fear that Aryans or Caucasians have about losing themselves to genetics.
That's
So
what
just
the play is about at all.
But just real quick, here's a list of things that drive racism. Fear is only one of 10 of them. Tribalism, desire for power, historically racial ideologies, use to legitimize slavery, colonialism, segregation, economic competition, ignorance, lack of exposure, learned behavior, propaganda, scapegoating, status anxiety, confirmation bias, dehumanization, cultural or historical narratives, identity and belonging. There's a list of 15 things that are the underpinnings of racism. Fear and resources is literally just two
propaganda. Before there was conquest,
there was a scarcity of resources. Most human beings, most of human history, their main activity was finding enough food to live. That's for most human beings throughout history, really up until the 20th century. And the reason why they fought with the neighbors next door was over those resources. And that's why they came to fear them. All people fear and mistrust people who are different than them.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
all.
universal attribute.
Well, at this point, white people have by far the most resources. If you're talking about in the West, and so leverage every ounce of racism that they can leverage against people that don't look like them. When they literally probably control like 95% of the resources in the West are controlled by white people. I think Abby was no. That's not true. I think Abby's not just
Of course, it's true.
No.
Yeah, so you think anyone in Asia don't control Asia? And they're
I'm talking about Africa. So Abby right now about.
This is interesting coming from a Jew.
There's this thing
You
that's
know,
becoming
2,000 years ago, Egypt, I don't understand it. Was that resources
every
when
person says
you were
what you're
expelled?
with me.
I'm sorry? They weren't expelled. They demanded freedom.
Discrimination occurred.
Is that right?
Yeah. You haven't read your Torah lately.
Okay, wait, my question was, at that time period, was there resources an issue?
100%. Did you forget about the great famine that was predicted in Joseph's dreams?
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
Of course you are.
they never faced discrimination of any sort.
Why are you entertaining the spank?
It doesn't make sense because of this is weird.
In ancient times,
They
there was
didn't
scarcity
face
of
any form of
resources.
discrimination. They were welcomed wholeheartedly. Okay, cool. All right.
No, I'm trying to see what you're saying. Yes, in ancient times, there was scarcity of resources. Up until the 20th century, I would say.
I think that notion that there is scarcity of, I think that the scarcity of resources, that notion is definitely distinguished in the fear of other people, other groups of people encountering other groups of people, that there's some fear that they're going to take their resources. I don't think that's universal. I think that's reserved for people in Europeans. For example, resources, for example, in Africa, or like food disparity wasn't a thing, especially during the times of colonization or the transatlantic slave trade. So when those European groups encountered the African people were not reluctant to receiving them. As a matter of fact, they welcomed them because they weren't fearing, oh, you're going to come and take our millions of trees and our millions of cassava that we plant here, or whatever is plentiful in Africa. So that in and of itself is false. Also, it wasn't only Africans. The Aboriginals of Australia welcomed the Europeans, right? The natives of this land, in a sense, some of them welcomed and some of them didn't. I mean, the Incas, they welcomed them. They were showing them around how to plant this, how to do that. So to push this narrative that, oh, when others encounter others, they fear that you're going to take something for them is untrue. Now, you can say that for the Europeans, because during those times when the Europeans were using their lands that weren't as fertile, right? They also were experiencing a potato famine, and things don't grow plentifully in cold Europe as they do in the global South, and things of that nature. So if you want to, you can define it to different groups of people, but you can't say universally that people just see other people from a different nation, different hue, different ethnic group, and fear that they're going to take their resources. It doesn't coincide with history universally.
Just one Just imagine that white people travel literally to the other side of the world to take resources from other people. They're so afraid. They literally got in their ships and traveled for months to take resources from other people. And when they found those people and took the resources, they went back and got more ships to come back and take resources from those people. But this is but somehow, hold on. No, you're trying to take my talking time. You're trying to take my talking time right now. Listen. The whiteness in you can talk over me.
I don't have any whiteness with me.
It is crazy. You think you can talk over me is insane, bro. It's insane you think that. It's not gonna happen though. So yeah. And fear of taking their resources while they were on the marching grounds to take other people's resources. People that have never even met them or cared about them or knew about them. People that took them in peacefully. They were taking their resources.
And then they, just to add, until slavery, they committed genocide, and they gave them blankets filled with smallpox, specifically.
That was proven to be accidental, by the way. They weren't filled with smallpox. It's just they had diseases in Europe. But let's go before there was colonization. Before, yes, it's quite true.
I think Avi
before there was, I don't know why you're talking over me after you got all.
Because Avi wanted to say something. You don't control the stage, Normal.
Have you heard of
You can't call it the stage, Normal.
General interest society? Massachusetts. It's a real story.
Wow. Being discriminated is a minority.
So let's be clear here. There's nothing to even really bother focusing on here. Obviously, racism is not just the fear of someone else taking your resources. No historian has ever described racism as such. Never has that been the case.
Trying to colonize the talking time.
Yep, I figured. Yep, as usual. So if we can stay composed, we can take turns, right? So again, no historian has ever described racism as such. No sociologist has ever described racism as such. No anthropologist, not a single anthropologist has described racism as just the fear. That's fine. We do have a chat. You can always drive up. Man, this is.
I mean, I don't want to move you down because you're the only opposition, but you're making it untenable.
Yeah, shit is a joke. Just one at a time. That's all we gotta do. You can always respond afterwards, right?
I
will shut the fuck up. By the way, if you
made
get a chance to respond.
He said the smallpox never occurred with the blankets. Like, he doesn't know what General Andrews did.
That was not deliberate.
Wait, Abby, if you don't mind, Abby, just 20 seconds. I'll pin the link to the top of the room. It was deliberate.
Yeah.
It's to calm. It has been proven to be deliberate. Matter of fact, there's letters. So for
It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
let Abby finish, please.
The funniest part about all that, Faye, is that it wasn't even worth responding to.
I know. I don't want others to.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, obviously do not let misinformation be spread, but let's just go at the heart of it, right? Yeah, at the heart of it, none of the basis of this argument even stands. There's just the dribbles of someone who actually thinks they understand racism and history more than actual anthropologists, historians, and
so I have degrees in those subjects.
This is the cool. That's great. You can hand those degrees to the fucking squawk box.
No, I don't need to.
I care about facts. I care about the facts. That's great.
Me too.
Keep them all. Great. Fantastic. As I was saying, no one agrees with this. There's no actual historian that says this. No sociologist that says this. The most important part about all of this, we can always bring it back up. The most important part of all of this, right, is that the conventional descriptions of racism, right, make it very clear this is a contemporary issue, not something. The term race, the term racism, all of these things, contemporary issues. They've never been necessarily wed to humanity. They've never necessarily been the thing that describes all of human history. Never been any of that. People want to describe it this way typically because they want to justify it and blend it into human anatomy and the human condition in and of itself, as if it's just natural for us to just be racist. The reason's pretty pernicious, obviously, right? So let's not play the game. Let's not go into it. These people that want to justify the shit, that want to blanket it into some sort of DNA-based thing. All that is crap. All of it's never been true. Just like freaking phrenology. You motherfuckers want to make us believe that the shapes of heads and skulls and shit like that was important. Here we are, describing the same thing again, just with the term racism in and of itself. So, let's have a real intellectual conversation instead of describing words in ways that no dictionary has ever described it. No, Milan.
He unfortunately left, but just to wrap up this loose end, I put the link in the chat where Colin Bouquet wrote a letter to Amherst suggesting the distribution of blankets to inoculate the Indians. And then Amherst responded. People should link look at his actual letter.
Oh, I didn't even read the letter. Thank you.
Yes, approving this plan. You just know it, right, Faye?
Yeah, I knew about it because in undergrad it was a hot topic. I'm just so upset it never really was dealt with. So that's why I never read the letter though.
Yeah, it's in there, and he approved the plan and suggests as well, quote, to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this inexorable race. And in the other letter, they said that they discussed the use of dogs to hunt the Indians, and Amherst approves it, but says we cannot implement it because there are not enough dogs. Yo.
Yeah, like I never questioned it. The funny thing is, it's so like as a fact that I never really even needed to read the letter because it's a known fact. Like it's not, but it's good to kind of have that letter at hand because.
Wow, here we got fucking El Normo over here talking about I got degrees and all this shit. I don't even know this basic ass thing. I could have just Googled it. Knowledge, but apparently if you earn enough degrees, all suddenly common knowledge just disappears.
And then next he's going to say the Trail of Tears never existed. Somehow.
But trust me, I got a degree on that.
It's a Trail of Fears. SK, you want to say something, SK?
Hi, can you hear me? I'm on my Bluetooth.
It's a little far away.
It's a little low, but if you speak with some,
put some volume.
Okay, hold on. We're actually getting rain here for once. It's like, oh man.
We kind of can hear you.
Yeah.
So,
Project like a white man.
I sound like a white man?
No, I said project like a white man is gonna come through.
That's not the authority.
All right. So in the town that my heritage is from India, northern India, by Nepal.
Punjabi?
And my parents, no, the other side, from the east side. So very close to, so very mountainous. Anyway, the town that my parents met, so it's a university college town, and it's where the British they developed it for them because to get away from the plains and New Delhi and other parts of India. And what happened was that they had a sign there. So there's a walk that you do around the lake. So there's a big lake. I don't know, it's like a 10K or so walk all the way around. They put a sign up. So they built two levels. The upper level for the British and the bottom level said for Indians and dogs only. So when you mentioned that dog comment, it reminded me of that what they had in their town for Indians and dogs only in their own country. They moved the Indians. Can you guys hear me? I'm going to see if I can get off of.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you can hear me. So that was, I mean, it's horrible. And so I'm not quite sure what letter you guys are talking about. I'm not familiar with that, or I came in halfway. But that is the truth. That's how they were treated in India. That's just the start of it, of course, right? I'll land there.
Thank you, Milo.
Thanks for sharing, SK. I'm just being some other people real quick.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, doesn't this always happen with El Normo? Like, he will interrupt the fuck out of everyone until he gets thrown out every single time.
Yeah, I noticed the pattern. He cannot, as a grown-ass old man, sit and have this decent conversation. It's too hard for him.
Y'all don't think he's on the spectrum?
No, I think he's just a old selfish fuck that can't stand when the attention's not on him.
Is I in the spectrum?
Because I thought he got the physical.
Yeah, it's called the racism.
The Zionism. Zionism.
Oh my god. I didn't know you said that.
You know what's funny? Sorry, there's construction here. It's like he's a Jew. Imagine me saying the Holocaust never existed. The Holocaust never existed. It just never existed. That's just some bullshit for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's some false information that how dare you tell another group a genocide that existed never happened?
which is one mechanism with smallpox.
It was, and since before, that's a really good point, Faye. Before I bring you up, we actually looked at the link. There was a letter from Amherst discussing the distribution of smallpox blankets. This is well understood. You don't have to make it up. The link is already in the chat. So when you come up, maybe you can speak to why you lied to the stage.
When he comes up, you should make him read that passage.
I have to read it first.
Out loud.
Ironically, I never lied to the stage, and I'm sure you guys will interrupt to prove yourselves to be hypocrites, but let's see how long you can contain yourselves. Very familiar with that letter. That letter is widely disputed, and it is one example of one guy who may have done one thing. So the idea that you could wipe out a people based on one mention in one letter from one guy is absurd on the face of it. And I would say it puts you to extreme shame, not a little bit of shame. Now, let's move on to the universality
Before you move on,
of racism.
Before you move on.
If you don't mind not interrupting.
No, I'm sorry. I'm on the stage. We do 1 point at a time. 1 point at a time. So you just said the letter is widely disputed. I just did a quick search. The so-called Amherst letters discussing the use of smallpox against indigenous people are not widely disputed in terms of authenticity. Historians generally accept that the letters are genuine. The debate is about whether the plan was actually carried out or how effective it was. The letters themselves are authentic and preserving historical archives. Amherst wrote to Henry Bouquet, suggesting that smallpox might be used against Native Americans during the conflict known as the Pontiac War. Bouquet replied that he would try to spread the disease if possible, and Amherst endorsed the idea. What is disputed is whether the attempt caused an actual outbreak.
Bingo.
So it's not. So it's whether it works or not.
Yes. So then it was.
So the letter is disputed. So that was another lie.
No, I think the letter as proof that this happened.
Okay.
Another lie. It didn't even happen, which is exactly my point.
It's about whether it was effective or not. No, it did not.
Right. Whether it happened or not.
I'll go on mute. I'll let other people.
Okay, so let's move on to the next. Now that you've agreed with me.
I have not agreed with you. This honest person.
No moving on from that.
That's authentic.
Wait, didn't you just say that it didn't happen?
I didn't say it didn't happen.
Okay,
Wait,
the letter.
wait a second.
I did not say it didn't happen. You just a liar. You listen with lying ears.
The letter is
Then
not
you didn't listen to
disputed. The
yourself,
actual
apparently.
letter his letter is not disputed by history.
Say the letter is not
Authentic.
disputed.
You did.
The letter has an explanation.
They archived it.
Yes, lying again.
Not the letter.
Archiving?
The whole stage heard you.
There's a
It's the
lack
first
of
words.
logic.
Anybody in the room didn't? Norma does not come on stage and say that letter is widely disputed.
As a
Yes,
proof of a
pretty widely
deliberate
disputed, yes.
No.
deliberate genocide using the blanket, which you just agreed to.
I did not do it. What was disputed is whether or not it was effective.
Do not just say that this was not an actual effective tool of genocide.
Sure, hold on.
Thank you.
The debate was whether or not the plan was effective. I don't think you have the listening comprehension of a 3-year-old.
No, I'm very good at it. And personal attack will not make your argument.
No, because you keep interrupting people and you have to come on the stage and act like, let's see how long it's going to take before I get interrupted. You're still doing it. You keep doing it. Stop. Like, it's okay. If you have mouth diarrhea,
Stop being fragile. Enough with the fragility. You can handle it. Yes.
You can wait until somebody stops talking to come off of mute. It's not hard. We all did it. We all
Enough with the fragility.
If you don't, as a big kid, you still don't.
Let's go to the next topic. I think I've had
chime in.
on the letter.
I just want to say,
I just want to say,
you want to say,
so did they commit genocide using poison blanket?
I just want to say,
Yes or no?
I just want to say,
Yes or no?
Holocaust never happened.
Yes, I know.
It was
You're
just one man that tried to eliminate a race of people.
I'm not surprised.
The Holocaust never fucking happened. It was just
I
one man.
understand. You lower
How
yourself
effective
to
was
the
it? I feel like it's just propaganda that the U.S.
I know.
uses.
to justify the amount of money platform because in the hypocrisy,
and they give all these benefits to.
There's been racism.
And all this other stuff, right?
You've just proved that racism is universal.
How does it feel?
You've just proved.
How does it feel,
my point.
for somebody to say that jack shit happened to your fucking people? Can I fucking finish? Who's fragile now? Who's fragile now?
No, I'm not
Let me preheat my oven. Let me preheat my fucking oven.
I'd like to get one mic, and then we'll go
I thank you for proving my point that you're a racist.
Thank you for proving how fucking fragile you are, right?
You know how
How fucking fragile you are. How does it feel? How does it feel to people to claim that the fuck shit that happened to your people never happened?
Great.
So shut the fuck up about people being
You've proven your racism.
It's on Happy real quick. Happy real quick. It's on Happy real quick.
Yeah, let me just go ahead and recap what just happened. I just want to make sure we capture what just happened. And if anyone disagrees with what I say, please go ahead and go into the chat and just say no at any point in time instead of interrupting me. So to be clear here, firstly, El Normo decided to disavow the entire happening and the historicity of the fact that smallpox blankets were being used. And then when given evidence, he said that the evidence was widely disputed. And then when provided evidence further that it is not widely disputed, we moved on from it being widely disputed to actually it just didn't happen, and that Rohan just agrees with that position that it never happened. Of course, no evidence of it never happening either. Just moved on, and then commencing with just trying to move on from the subject entirely. Let's just make sure we're all agreeing on exactly what just happened, all right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it was a movement of the goalposts. And for everybody in the room, everybody else, Amherst matters weren't the only case of that. That was the only evidence. There's also evidence that British officers, I'm reading right now, gave blankets.
Making me feel great to prove my point.
Listen, my 3-year-old niece, right? If I asked her, hey, Uncle is talking right now. Okay, can you give me a second? She would say, yes, Uncle. And she would sit there and wait until
you know what, my 5-year-old.
And you were unable to do it. You are a grown-ass man. You don't have any control of a 3-year-old girl. Grown man don't have the impulse control of a 3-year-old girl.
My 5-year-old
is not how
You see, he can help it.
Yeah, he can think better as well.
Can't help it.
Go ahead, Rohan, about the Delaware Nation.
Yeah. Delaware Nation, and then there's a journal entry by Trader William Trent, recorded where the items were given to convey the smallpox to the Indians. Then there's the Jeffrey Amherst and Harry Bouquet letters. There's, matter of fact, I'm just going to drop a link after link.
There's so many. Don't worry.
Yeah. Gaslight somebody else. All right, so I'll stop.
I wanted to say, like, whenever somebody has good information, backed up, evidence-based, they don't need to interrupt. They're confident with their statement. Clearly, he's not confident with the bullshit he's saying.
I'm not only am I confident, but you've proven my point admirably, and I thank you for it.
Do you have anything to prove your point, El Normo?
Well, yeah, first of all, exactly
Put it in the
what you
chat,
guys read.
because we're not going to trust shit coming out of your mouth
I'm not
after the fuck shit that you tried to put on this stage.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, no one asked. We just asked for evidence. That's all.
You gave the evidence.
Move on from here.
It was
Be quiet.
Hold on.
Be quiet. Shut up.
You said, not me, that it was.
Post it in the chat.
Whether
You
it
said
was
the letter
effective.
wasn't authentic. We're not going to call.
No, I didn't say it was inauthentic.
We have it
I
already.
said it was debunked as proof of the genocide. Now, you said it was debunked. You said it was debated whether. Yes, I
You
did.
didn't say
You
that.
said it was debated whether it
It's
was effective
racism
or not.
as American. Anybody else wants to join in?
So let's talk about whether it was
You guys
effective.
can
Did it happen? Well, if it was ineffective, then did it happen?
No, you have to stay on the stage, but you have to maintain your impulse control. See, just control it and let people talk, and then we'll give you your chance. Do not do that. You're gonna get kicked out. But you're gonna get kicked out. I'm trying to mod the room. I'm trying to mod the room, and I respectfully ask you to stop going off mute.
And may I ask you to do the same?
No, you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. Please stay on mute, like everyone else. Stay on mute. When it's your turn, you can unmute it. Your mute button shouldn't come on until we're done. Next person. Hope, do you want to say anything?
I was trying to see what is this explanation for what happened to the natives that was in the Caribbean, because they're completely extinct, especially in places like Jamaica and Haiti. So if they didn't give them those blankets, what did they give them?
I haven't studied that. I know about the debunking of the blanket theory.
So what happened then? How did these people become extinct?
Which people is it? The Taino Indians of the Caribbean?
Yes.
I don't know. We could study it together. The way we studied the blanket theory.
Well, it is said that they brought the same thing, blankets, smallpox and measles.
Had more contact with livestock, and therefore there was a zoological transfer of certain diseases, including smallpox, to the human population of the Europeans, and they inadvertently infected the native North America, not the Caribbean.
Oh, address her
So you're
Caribbean.
just not listening.
She
You're just not
asked
listening
you
carefully
about
enough.
the Caribbean. She asked you about the Caribbean. She didn't say pivot back.
Yes. Well, we're talking about two things at once: Caribbean and
You started talking about America. You asked specifically about the Caribbean.
Yes. And what did I say? And what did I say? I didn't know because I was being
Stop talking about it.
Okay, so ask me a question and then stop talking about it. Fair enough.
You said you didn't know. There's nothing else to say.
Well, I didn't know about the Caribbean. I said we could
Then
study
that's it. And then
That was the question.
I did study the debunked blanket theory, and somebody asked me, why did it happen? And I gave you the plausible.
All right, we're
I
moving
gave
on.
you the plausible.
So you can't
You don't want to run the stage, bro. We're moving on.
You can't answer questions.
You got
The
third eye.
same way that the pandemic spread here among people.
Third eye, you got anything?
Hey, what's up, Brian? What's up, man? Some Europeans had diseases against which the native.
Why is this cracker still talking?
No, I have to put him down. Listen. I don't mind him being on stage if he actually shares the mic, but he's refusing. So I don't know what else to do. He's interrupting Third Eye. Third Eye, what's next?
Hey, stay woke, my brothers and sisters. I'm kind of just responding to the title. Is that as America's, is racism as American as apple pie? Sorry, I'm playing a game too. And I would say, yeah, this starts off with the Revolutionary War, right? Some of the founding fathers are abolitionists, right? But most of them weren't. And one of the main reasons why the Revolutionary War happened was due to slavery. So it's like, yeah, this is all embedded in America's culture. So is being a venture capitalist and a land grabber. That was also the reason why the war happened. But yeah, this is in our DNA. I don't ever see it really changing because this is what shaped America to being what it is, unfortunately.
Go ahead.
I think it is as American as apple pie. Americans, for some of us who may or may not know, would actually often sell food, damn near have festivals, cookouts centered around Black people being lynched, for example. So where a lot of food, Western food, desserts, and things like that, yeah, I think it's very much as American as apple pie. I'm very much sure that apple pie was probably served there as well.
Avi, the reason why we had to clear up this whole him denying the smallpox letter incident is because these, with the critical race theory, with the MAGA people, we cannot continue letting them rewrite history, even within our own circle. We can't say that statement and then we're all going to be quiet about it because we're used to that. We can't. We got to debunk that with evidence, and if they can't provide what she never did, that's all we wanted to show. That was my goal. I wanted him to show something, and he didn't have anything to show, and that was sufficient enough for me. I
I don't know about y'all, but well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually ironic that when you tell the truth, when you speak on facts and you provide evidence, somebody thinks they're calling you a slur by calling you woke. It's just ironic. Like, okay, so being woke is speaking facts? Well, way to at least redefine it in the way that it originally was defined. Good job. Yeah, I have no problem with ensuring that misinformation does not spread by directly attacking it. All this whole, let's move on to going back to racism. Just because he was getting spanked on stage, we should not be allowing that. Fuck no. You say some crazy ass shit, you're going to have to stand on that shit 10 toes. And then you're going to have to provide evidence, not cry about it the whole time and try to run away from it the whole time. Fuck that. None of that. Nope. You do not get to just spread misinformation and run the whole time.
Really quick, if it's all right, just to say something for the replay. I have no issue with Israel. I have no issue with Jewish people. But I will go to hell and meet you there when people try to minimize, disregard, dismiss actual history that happened to marginalized people, specifically black people. And I'm fucking appalled that you, as an alleged Jewish person, had these things to say, and in other rooms, the things that you've had to say when it comes to racism, anti-blackness, and so on. So I will meet you in hell every time you say shit.
With Israel. I don't have a problem with Jews. I have a problem. I don't have a problem with the faith.
Yeah, like the government.
I have a problem with Israel. The people, they were polled, and they were asked about the genocide. In 97, I can bring the link up. 97, 98% said they support it. So yeah, I have a problem with Israel. I don't have a problem with Judaism. I have a problem with Zionism. Again, Zionism takes different shapes. Muslim Zionist, Christian Zionist, atheist Zionist. Zionist is Zionist. Doesn't matter. Faith is not. They just happen to be of a certain faith. But that's it. Still Zionism. But yeah, like I just think that going back, I just think that ironically he should be on our side because of the experience with the Holocaust and there's still people to this day denying that the Holocaust actually ever existed.
Yeah.
That misinformation is being spread. So I was using that as an example to kind of hit a soft spot. And
Frank landed it. He came in and started. That's when El Normo, he started getting really mad.
Yeah. I did that on purpose.
I like
Let's see how you feel. Deny your own shit.
Yeah.
Let's see how you feel about that shit. How you like them apples? As we say in Boston. How you like them apples?
And that apple pie too. Yeah, no, this
no pun intended.
Yeah. It's a joke. Unfortunately, it's a sad joke, but unfortunately, never again for some people just means never again for us only. So that's just what it is. It is racism as American as apple pie though? The title there, of course it is. Funny enough, I think I heard at some point somebody go, well, racism didn't exactly begin here. It's not like a thing that Americans invented. Well, ironically, Americans didn't invent apple pie either, dumbass. But I'm going to just move on from that. The important part is that it is Americans apple pie. I think it's fundamental and foundational to a lot of the origins of America, unfortunately, and literally exemplify a lot of what has happened in the last 300 years, literally, by definition, and like the end to our culture. It's wild shit. You can still find today, fucking deeds, house deeds, that still say, hey, you can't allow this race and that race to buy this house, and you still gotta sign that deed when you buy a house. That's just also on a side note, whenever somebody says as American as instead of apple pie, I thought that we should say cornbread because that's more American.
All right. I've never understood why apple pie and baseball specifically was always associated with America as a kid, because like I associate football, like American football, with America, not baseball, and probably other dishes like a hot dog or something, corn dog.
Yeah, some shit like that. I mean, at least baseball had a history of being America's favorite pastime, but like apple pie is literally not an American thing. baseball was invented in America. So was cornbread. So
was cornbread.
If it were quicker, the minute he said that, the later disputed to show me like, so it's Holocaust. So like, y'all buried that.
That was hilarious.
There are deniers, sir. I put a link from Al Jazeera. I could put different links to support that. Majority of Israelis supported the genocide.
But that was the first time.
I'm talking about in 90s. I forgot the exact number. I think it was something like 96% of Israelis actually support killing civilians. A complete genocide.
Yeah, sorry, Faye. That was the first time I've ever heard anybody dispute the smallpox blanket theory. Like that was something I just remember learning even in elementary school.
Exactly.
We learned about like Sacagawea and things like that. Like I've never heard anybody dispute that. I've heard people dispute the Holocaust and the transatlantic slave trade and things like that.
Like I accept it from a MAGA. Is what I'm trying to say. Like a MAGA person, or somebody who claims he's in academia.
I thought a virus tonight bring it up, and I mean it is true that we don't know the impact of it, and it doesn't seem to have been. Actually, it doesn't seem to have been a major impact. It was more of them getting captured or capturing white people that already had smallpox. That's how they were getting it a lot. But yeah, I mean there was an intent there at one point. Again, I don't know how impactful it was, but it was there.
Yeah. What about the Trail of Tears? Right?
yeah, did that happen?
I don't really know about that as far as them giving smallpox blankets. I don't know if that's in the trial.
It's a hoax, guys. It's a hoax. It never happened. They were just going on a stroll.
You know, just from my knowledge, if anybody has more knowledge on the Trail of Tears, from what I remember, I could be wrong. Wasn't that like it was a
Europeans stole their land and made them walk west to land that they didn't know or was like uninhabited or just according to them ideas or whatever.
And if you see how, like, look into how they forced migration rate, the conditions of the natives, how they were treated, they died during their migration.
Yeah.
From, like, for example, from Florida. Yeah. So it's really sad if you dig into how they were treated and the abuse and the killings and just barefoot, dragged. It was horrible.
Right. Yeah, it's actually very similar between. It's sadly very similar what happened in the Trail of Tears to what happened in Palestine for the Nakba. Both just forced displacements that led to an incredible amount of death. But I would even say the Trail of Tears was way worse because it was just like an openly state-sponsored like walk of death, just like straight. Let me just walk these people to death. Like that shit was nuts. Like drag them to death, like fucking starve walk them to death. Like it was crazy.
I'm sorry, would you call the one in Palestine the Trail of Nakba?
No, it wasn't a trail. It was just called the Nakba.
The Nakba.
Nakba is what I would spell it out as if you're like looking it up. And it's also just a huge forced displacement of natives there, the native Palestinians. Like some.
They had more than one Nakba. They had more than one Nakba.
Yeah, but that one's there was just one that was known as the Nakba, but yes, there's one.
Yeah, Nakba in Arabic translates to catastrophe.
Yeah, just the name of that. Yeah, it's kind of like how the term Holocaust.
Right.
It also has.
It has a connotation to a certain event, even though Holocaust is universal. Same thing with Nakba is universal, but when you say the Nakba, it's referring to a certain type of guy. Thank you.
Right, yeah. And also just like it meaning like destruction also, like Holocaust meaning that. Or burning. So it's kind of like the same thing. It's a symbolic terminology. Fuck them shit out here though. And I haven't had apple pie in a minute though. I I still gotta make that virtue.
You know, it's so fitting. Sorry, I'm just looking at the psychology of Zionism, right? Like just how they move, how they act, how they rock this earth amongst humans, right? Because what's so fascinating, right? It's how do I say it? When they really focus on resources, it's a Zionist thing, right? It's very fitting just to like remove all the other motives and just focus on resources. It's like a form of justification for such evil acts. I think it's very telling. You know, you don't even have to like ask them if they're a Zionist. They're telling you. Zionism is a form of racism, so it was perfect for the topic, actually.
It's obviously damn me if I wanted to ask him some shit.
Why did Avi leave? Gosh, he didn't say bye.
Rude as hell. Yeah, I was just gonna ask him. I said I was gonna ask him, did he know if El Nomo is even allowed in the space politically correct anymore? Because of shenanigans like this that he pulled, where with the blatant lying and misrepresentation as far as what he said originally and things like that, or what other people say, claiming that just a bunch of the bullshit that he spews and the Zionism that he spews.
I think it's the interruptions.
That of course, that too. Yeah, I don't know if he's still allowed in politically correct anymore. I was gonna ask Hoppy that if he was or not. Because it seems like something happened and he just started frequenting RPO more and more lately. Especially when there's topics about specifically black people, racism, and shit like that, where he just wants to impose his views on you.
He thinks every stage is Palestine.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, the over talking, it tells a lot. That's why I keep saying he has autism, because like it's like he can't control it. Like you can feel his fingers shaking to press the unmute button. It's like he has to say something. He will not stop. And it's like kids with Asperger's and autism, they have those type of things. They, Tourette syndrome, all those things. Sometimes it's
What about people that are just like straight up wrong? Like I was talking to somebody the other day, one of them those temple black folks, and they said black people don't have mitochondria, and I had to like cut them off because they were sounds really stupid.
Wait, mitochondria as in the powerhouse of the cell?
Yeah, they said black people don't have them. They said evolution is fake and black people have mitochondria.
We don't have a mitochondria.
Wow. No, because he started talking about endosymbiosis. And I was like, what about mitochondria? Oh, black people don't have it, because the alleles, and you know how they get all into that, overstanding type shit.
Well, I could tell that they didn't pass biology class in the 9th grade.
Yeah, one of them hotel joints, yeah.
In your face. Well, I know some
I bet he has 7 kids, though. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, those hotels be great deal, like Power Rangers. Yeah, I think Norman got kicked out of politically correct. I'm not 100% sure, but I think he did.
Appreciate the confirmation. Just in case, if my shenanigans gets my account clipped, I'll come in on my burner. This is one of the mods with the account.
What do you mean?
stand by like what does that mean? I'm still not new to that.
I mean, I can definitely agree. I definitely say some anti-Semitic things. So
like they'll diss like.
Your account is no longer there.
Oh wow.
I don't think they say it. They say it like, I don't repeat it, but oh.
I mean, for the record, he did clear it up, and he was proving a point. So, yeah. In context, it's not what that's those words.
No, I know.
Yeah, I'll say it again for the record.
They review it. Yeah,
for the people when they review for the record.
right, yeah, I just went to hell because he went to hell. That's all it was.
You took it straight underneath the hell.
A few items and experiences I've thought of my favorite book.
Since we are talking about Eastside real quick, I'm just still trying to figure out how you're like the top surveillance country in the world, and you own like every AI, VPN surveillance companies, major companies, and somehow you miss motherfuckers flying in with hang gliders. Still trying to figure that part out, guys. What is this, Sharon? What do you mean? We're talking. Yeah, I mean, if you look at VPN companies, AI companies, surveillance, it's Israelis, and then for some weird reason, somehow they just missed October 7th the whole day. Whoa, really weird.
It's not really weird. 7 hours it took for Hamas to come in, and why did it take that long? How did they reach?
On hot air balloons. They're coming in on hot air balloons and mopeds. It's really weird, man. I don't know. But I just don't know. I mean, they don't be AI into like damn near every surveillance, and somehow, all right, I guess.
Hello?
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
As the descendants of Ali were repeatedly excluded from power, hopes of the restoration of the Prophet's family became increasingly expressed in messianic forms. The Mahdi is
That is it, yeah. The conductor was really good too.
It's about almost 30 most of these people were once again working with Israel and Assad. They were armed people at those rallies, those protests. It's a shame that they, and look, this is how you know that he's not only a propagandist, but he's a terrorist supporter. Because look at the flag he's holding up. That is not the Iranian flag. That is not the flag of the Iranian people. These people are living in a fantasy world.
Hold on. You don't deserve oxygen. You don't deserve to see those white women in Europe.
Hold on. But even people that are when you were totally against this war, that are honest about
Not all those uranium. If you want to know, this will happen. You won't survive this for long, the politics. The life of Mullah is finished with peace inside Iran. I could guarantee that. It's whatever means I can do. If you fix the mouth yourself, it is much easier for the world.
The mullahs still have Iran, my friend. Here with reality. The mullahs control Iran, and so does the IRGC. They are in control of everything. Nothing's going to stop that. They have the strain of Hormuz in the chokehold. They messed up the U.S. economy, messing with those filthy ass kites. And the American people have spoken. We're tired of it. Donald Trump was forced into the corner, and he knows that his presidency is going to go down as the worst, which he cares about his image.
Order in the court. Now, to be fair, there's a lot of people that were it's kind of more right wing, I guess you'd say, skeptical of this war, but nobody. I've not listened to anybody say that anything more than like 80 or more than, it's like, I forget the percentage, it's like 10 to 20% of the population is supportive of the IRGC. The rest of the fucking country does hate them. They're not, when you say if you're a terrorist supporter, when literally, you know, at least 80% of the people dislike the IRGC that live there. I mean, I would not call you a terrorist for having a flag of a different country.
That's a lie. There's no number suggesting that 80% of the population of 93 million are not in favor of it. That's a nonsense. They were democratically elected with more than 52% of the population that voted. Do you not know that?
You are wrong. It is more than 90%.
No, you're wrong. You're a liar. You're not even wrong. You're just a liar. I can say that with confidence. You're not telling a lie. You're not wrong. You're just a liar. The fact of the matter is, more than 50% of the country do agree with the Ayatollahs and the Iranian regime.
Projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated. The projection alert system has been activated.
They were elected. These come from Iran. I don't want people from America and Europe. They don't live there. It's coming from the Iranian people.
It's not the source for that. Second point is that you won't even launch that.
We're not listening to the UK. We're not listening to America no more about what the people of Iran say. Because Pepe, this is one of the biggest proofs. Where was the big uprising then? When America started bombing and Israel started bombing, why did not tens of millions of people make the uprising and take over the country?
He told them to stand down. It's got down to the massacre.
You know why they stood down? With their country, because they were being attacked by westernized terrorists. And they sided with the Ayatollahs. We don't want America. You see the big ass protests that were going on in Iran. They did not want American and Israeli intervention. They all kept saying it. Stay out of Iran.
You are as bad as people who deny Holocaust. You are the worst on this planet.
Well, guess what? Many Jews deny the Holocaust. Many Jews question the number of the Holocaust. So I don't give a shit about the Holocaust and how they were scripted they put into it.
You are the worst ever, man.
You are the worst. You are the worst. You want to stick your nose so far up Rabbi's ass you can't even smell your own virgin sand anymore.
As bad as the people who deny Holocaust. You are the deny Holocaust.
Well, fuck Holocaust. I don't give a Holocaust.
Exactly. You don't give a shit about Holocaust.
More than 1940s and 50s. I don't care about that shit.
You confess that yourself.
We're talking about the modern day, 21st century, and guess what? Iran defeated the regime of Israel. They went down. Donald Trump bent the knee. He figured it out finally with his fucking pea brain that he is destroying America when he said no more foreign wars for those fucking kites and for your
you're right. I totally agree with you, my brother. 100%. You're right.
America first.
No, you are against you, man. Yeah, I'm for the America first movement. You know,
stop begging. We don't want to help you people.
He's denying Holocaust. He is not American. America first.
What America got to do with the Holocaust?
You know, he's not American.
Listen.
Resistance is Muslim.
You gotta listen to the Black man is always right.
He's Muslim first.
Islam first. Islam first. That's a fact.
Always, baby. Always, baby.
He has to deny it. This is where at least I can respect resistance. Peter, 1 second. I can at least respect resistance because unlike a lot of the Zionists, you try to say, oh, I'm America first. But no, they're really Israel first.
No, I'm America first. I don't care about
says he's Muslim first. That's fine.
Yeah, because Muslims, we live, you know why, Pepe? This is the difference between the Muslims. We love America. We thrive here. Everything is great for the Muslims in America. We want America first. We don't care about no goddamn Israel. America first. The Muslims doing great here. Own big businesses here. Lawyers, doctors,
store big real estate, doing great here. We're not oppressed here. We don't care about what's going on in Israel or Iran. We care about America. We care about those goddamn eggs. We care about our goddamn gas. We like driving Lamborghinis and fucking Mercedes just like everyone else.
No, he's not a Muslim. I was born and raised based on Muslim behaviors. If you lie intentionally about attempted genocide, you will be executed.
You're lying. You lied about the people who were killed in Iran, you fool.
If you deny
with no evidence,
and it is proven, you are executed. You are not Muslim.
Oh man, the only one who does, listen, my friend, we don't care about what an apostate says. You apostated from Islam. You are considered less than a human being to us.
No,
you are not a Muslim.
You are denying the attempted genocide.
You are a Jew. You crypto Jew.
Based on the Islam's very.
You want to be a Zionist, so you're a crypto Jew. Crypto Jew. We don't want to hear from you, man. You want to destroy every country just for Israel. Fuck Israel.
No, you should. You are.
We're tired of Israel. Fuck Israel, man. They're not getting our billions of dollars no more. We can use that over here. We need better roads. We need better. We need our.
They are not the best, but they are nothing.
Stop begging. If Bibi Netanyahu so tough like he said that they're gonna keep going without America, do it then.
Do it. Political position about
America first.
You are not Muslim.
First.
I mean, Israel likes that. They like to like use these memes and show them as like little lions and stuff. But I mean, really, it's like, calm down. I think they think that they can. What is it you call it when you get a disease? But by it's kind of like by being around somebody and you think you have it. It's
Stockholm syndrome.
It's an easy term, but I think they're the ones with the big dick. No, it's not the case. They have a micro penis, a very small micro penis, and they have to manage. They need to start. They need to be humble. They need to basically just realize, hey, you guys are little, really little, very small population.
They didn't, and you know what else? They didn't take into account how Donald Trump's Alzheimer's is affecting him. You see, because Alzheimer's affects them to tell the truth sometimes. When they get their episodes, they just start blatting out the truth. And you heard what he said. Israel wouldn't be shit without America. Without me, there ain't no Israel. Because that's what the facts are. Without America, everyone would take a piece out of every Jew's ass.
Casino clip.
Exactly.
Should I explain the answer?
If you are not there, he would shoot the asses of Jews. That is, you ask for his political opinion.
I think I should play that Robert De Niro.
He's not ugly. He's not.
You know what's crazy, Pep, too? It's only the Zionists that feel like that. Because, for example, when you go to, if you go to the Diamond District, right? A lot of the Jews there, a lot of them are Russian. A lot of them have the background of the Khazarians and stuff. They don't give two shits about that Iran war. They always say Israel's stupid. If you ever come to New York and you spoke to, they will tell you how stupid Israel is because you know why? They make so much money here in America, and to them that's everything. That's their God. They're the money.
The money they make from Palestine, my brother. The money, all money they have it. They became rich. They became a country.
Guys,
that's why they control over. But soon, Muslims are gonna take over. Soon, very soon.
Okay, but now you're going too far.
I don't go that much far, brother. Believe me.
Okay.
They can't all believe it.
Wait. We have the jihadists on the stage who says they.
Listen, don't play that game here, brother. Come on.
I will.
Respect.
No, I will play.
Respect. Don't act racist. Don't act racist. But I know how Zionists. I know how Zionists. Most Zionists, a lot of them, they like to play games. Shut your fucking ass. Shut the fuck up, you bitch.
White America, white people are Christians, except for maybe Bosnians and Albanians. But they are rest are Christians, and we
You got tight. You see, because
we are not team Islam or you.
Okay, right. You're tight, man, because I think that's the truth. Because the truth sometimes make you get pinned.
Oh my god, I gotta close the door on my fucking computer and save this shit for later. But the clip is pretty cool. It's plugged in with headphones and you can't just like unplug it. Actually, yeah, I can. I'll just change the settings later.
See, it's really just your opinion.
Okay, this is President Trump talking to Benjamin Netanyahu, whatever, they're both fucking Jews. All right, here we go.
Find out? I don't even know what you're talking about, nigga. No, you said I'm bringing heat on you? I gotta listen to people because of your fucking shit? You're ordering me out? You better get your own fucking army, pal. I didn't do anything. I'm getting order you.
God damn it, you fucking censored it. Because he can't say, I take a piece of your Jew ass. He was calling him a Jew a bunch of times.
He said, if it wasn't for me, every wise guy out here will take a piece of your Jew ass.
Yeah, that was basically it. Never mind, it's censored.
No, it was good.
I mean, you guys do realize that this deal is a bunch of bullshit. That if you think Israel's going to stop attacking Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon, you're crazy. Israel is never going to let them regroup.
The Israelis are the terrorist base. The people in Lebanon were doing quite fine.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Well, the point is, when a rocket comes over.
We deal with reality.
But John, here's the. I'm one of those people who think that you do have to just let people deal with their consequences, and I do think we should not. If they want to keep on playing, if Israel wants to keep on playing these fucking games, they know it's going to undermine us in the United States. Now, yes, I get it. You have Hezbollah in Lebanon, and yes, they do fire rocket attacks from there. I get it. But you decided now that Trump was president, it was time to go ahead and invade Lebanon. It was okay to go ahead and, let's get America to do our dirty work, and we'll fly some of the sorties with him, and basically they now waged war with Hezbollah and they've always kind of been in one with them. But
see, you just
they went into Lebanon, but then they ended up attacking Iran. Now,
what I'm saying is you fail.
This is Israel. Hold on, John. This is what Israel asked. They asked, "Hey, let's take out the IRGC. The people will revolt, and then we can have a regime change." That was the plan that was pitched to him. He did it. He sent 5 groups to the Middle East. He ended up at 50,000 troop buildup. They ended up doing the attacks. They ended up flying a whole bunch of sorties when missiles were getting and drones were being targeting Israel. They were intercepting them. They left their tankers in the air so that they could refuel Israeli and American jets. They did all of this stuff. Now, the reason why Trump was told that the plan pitched by Netanyahu, why we should do the attack with them, did not play out. But America did do its part. Now, this is the exact reason why I was against them bombing Iran or Fordo a year ago. Not because it might be a good idea, but because it will not be enough. There's always going to be something else. The minute you take your foot, the minute that you show, hey, I'm not going to continue, we've helped you out enough, they're going to attack you. That game they've been playing with Trump, they now are, obviously the Israelis and the Zionists are losing their fucking shit. Okay, what do you want to do? When it comes to the reserves the oil reserves that most countries have, they're being depleted. This is not a game that can go on. The whole world is not going to have their knees bent
to make fucking Netanyahu and a handful of fucking prominent American Jews and Israelis.
Trump was calling for the Syrian president to invade Lebanon. Did you hear what Trump said? He called for the Syrian president to invade Lebanon.
So what? Do you know why?
That is not what he called for. Donald Trump said that he thinks it would be a better idea for Syria to handle Hezbollah in Syria. They would do a better job. That's for what he said.
Yeah, he's calling for Syria to invade Lebanon.
So but with Syria, with their president, I don't know if you know a little back history, but he's been doing this. That guy's gangster. I mean, he's a tough motherfucker. But since the Iraq war, you had the different insurgencies. You had a civil war, Shia versus Sunni. There's a lot of bad blood between the group that's in power in Syria and Hezbollah. They will undoubtedly go into Lebanon, seek out every single one of these motherfuckers and kill them face to face. They work a lot differently than the Israelis.
Doesn't it make sense for countries to have an army, not a proxy terrorist force occupying their country? That's illegitimate.
No, he said he could bring them in to kill them. They go with these. You already have a government in Lebanon. They just can't overpower the Hezbollah.
This is how easy it is to catch these people and their propaganda and lies. Check this out. Number one, that ex-ISIS leader, as you guys call him, the president of Syria, ISIS has never attacked Israel ever. Never. It's never happened. But guess what ISIS has done? ISIS has killed many Muslims. That's what they attack. Other Muslim groups. This is just a factual matter.
Israel would treat them in their hospitals all the time when they were wounded in Syria.
ISIS. So you're talking nonsense, you talk shit, and you don't know what you're talking. You're just another propagandist. You talk lies.
Projection alert system has been activated. Projection alert system has been activated. You don't understand the difference between facts and opinions. Go ahead and explain to us the difference between a fact and an opinion. Why are you getting so excited, Resistance? Oh, you don't like getting called out on your projection? Okay.
Earlier stages and before their evolution, they were basically the resistance fighters against Assad. And so yes, the U.S. was armed them and gave them because they were fighting Assad. It's kind of like the Taliban.
The proxy group for America, that means. Point blank.
No. We fund adversaries of our bigger enemies.
See, the truth is,
they were not created. A proxy group is created.
Why we haven't funded anyone to attack Israel then? Because they're our biggest enemy. They're the ones that fucking America over already for almost 70 years.
Yes, they did. After the Islamic
They've been fucking us royally for almost 100 years.
Just of the date of Ayatollah. And after that, they said that Iran is some kind of gift for Islam. They call it for they can say, if they cannot break their back, nothing you say will change that. Syria cannot control its own territory. How can they invade Lebanon? His own territory is in the hand of Turkey. Kurds are independent, and he is in Damascus. If he can,
he never said for Syria to invade Lebanon. You fool. What are you retarded? You don't listen.
I know that it is impossible, but you said that the general of Lebanon is already stronger than that Syrian, Michel Aoun. Michel Aoun is already stronger and he cannot deal with it. Hezbollah. And the Syrian president comes around.
There's nothing new under the sun. These conflicts are going to go on forever because even as we're debating this conflict, Ukraine is striking deep into Moscow, blowing up oil refineries. These conflicts will never end. The military-industrial complex, the profit, the supply chain, the whole fucking thing will never end.
Yeah, not an actual Jew, but I mean, Israel has every incentive to want to keep us involved in fighting with their enemies, okay?
Your local congresswoman, your local senator has every incentive to keep the war going forever. You go fuck yourself. I'm telling you the real politic. Donald Trump is a mercurial motherfucker. This guy is playing good cop, bad cop.
The goddamn what the fuck do you call them? Defense contractors. That's bullshit.
Well, you know, the biggest problem is Medicare, Medicaid. It's not the military-industrial complex. The scam is happening in Medicare, Medicaid.
They would literally bleed this country dry.
Oh, really? Oh, just little Israel? That's the only country that wants to bleed us dry? Try Russia. Russia can't wait for us to fucking implode. China can't wait for us to fucking implode. Probably India can't wait for us to implode. You think little Israel, tiny little Israel, 10 million people are the biggest problem? Hello?
You know, Jews are fairly successful, and they're, you know, Jews being as tribal as they are, they're going to have, like...
Yeah, you know us tribal? The 50x killing of white people in this country. The black on white crime in this country. The tribal murders in this country.
You know, to do what's best for their tribe in Israel. And, you know, we can look at Miriam Adelson. This bitch is not, you know, I shouldn't call her bitch, but, you know, she's... I mean... To call her an American.
She's a patriot and a hero. Without her, we have Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
She's an Israeli, literally.
Donald Trump even said in front of it, we know you love Israel more.
Yeah, but it's obvious. It's obvious that
Trump keeping it real all the time, 100.
Okay, whatever.
He says what he feels what he says.
It is up to us. Jews care about their own people more than they care about us.
Yeah, it's called tribalism. Why do you think black on white crime is 50x? Shut my fucking mouth!
Good. Is that, yes, they can do whatever they want for their tribe in order to get ahead. Perfectly reasonable. I mean, a lot of people are...
They gave you the 10 Commandments. They gave you the basics of law. They gave you the law. The 10 Commandments. Try to read them.
There we go. The thing is, though, is that us Americans, okay, some Jewish, most are obviously not, it is perfectly rational and reasonable for us to say, hey, this is not in our best interest. Yes, I know you guys have a lot of propaganda and narratives that you push out there. You try very hard to influence the American public to agree with you.
Unfortunately, Pepe, your time has run out. I'm gonna go to music. I hope you all enjoy.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a song. of infinite space is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children to their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hall.
Bunch of money. You're in America on giving them a bunch of money. Come on, Devane. So hold on, Marshall. Let's have this conversation.
Yeah, so they're two separate things. So there's one is like the release of frozen assets. In terms of sanctions are just something that's either in place or not in place. It's not a control of money. If the United States decides,
so the financial sanctions are under control of money. Wow. Okay. So
it's not the idea that the U.S. says, okay, we're going to approve this transfer of money or not. Either the sanction is in place saying that you can't have those types of transactions, or you can.
No, it is. So you have no clue what you're talking about. So when there's financial sanctions in place, we have financial sanctions right now with Russia. Okay, what happens whenever a transaction comes through? The U.S. is the one that says, hey, this is under sanction. We have to review it. And they can release it and push it through if they want to, or say, no, that's how they know. Request for money. It's all part of their intel. That's part of it.
That's not what I said.
You did. You said they don't control.
I said that
it's either there or it's not. It's there or it's not.
No, what I said, that's not what I said. I said if you lift the sanction, what I
just said is either there or it's not.
Okay, it's not what I said. What I said was, no, I'm not lying. What I said is if you lift the sanction, if the sanction is no longer there, then the U.S. is not saying on an individual basis, oh, is this transfer okay? Is that transfer
That's what the MOU says.
Okay.
If you read it, it actually says, based on performance.
Based on performance,
the sanctions will be released. So they're in control of what sanctions need to be released. They're in control of and it's interesting that Marshall is parroting the talking points of many of the rhinos that are talking about it without actually reading the full MOU. It's incredible. But Obama basically sent cash money to them with no control over where that money goes, who it goes. That's money that the U.S. had full control over, and U.S. banks had to close down essentially for one day to get enough money to be able to send it over there in a jet to go over it. Here, the U.S. banks aren't sending money to them. What's happening is Qatar and other countries in the region, including Saudi Arabia, and Rafi, you and I spoke about this. They all have a vested interest in rebuilding Iran. We spoke about this a week ago. They've all talked about wanting to rebuild Iran, saying that we can build Iran into a new Dubai or a new type of UAE type thing and make it into a flourishing country. But the Middle East, and we talked about the Middle East being the new world order, right? You remember, Rafi, we had that long conversation about how the world order's changed, right? And so what does this do? This says that, okay, Qatar is sending the money. The U.S. is still involved. Going through. Other countries are giving money. There's going to be venture capital firms and other places where money is coming in that way. And what's happening? It's being controlled. It's not just cash and piles of money and saying, Iran, do whatever the hell you want with it, and then we have no control over where the money goes because we gave them cash. Here you're doing financial transactions, which Rafi pointed out, through SWIFT and other areas where you know where that money's going. There's a traceability point to it. You can argue saying that the amount is very high, but if you actually read any of these alleged MOUs,
because I move funds all around the world, to Europe, to South America, Asia, and everything in US dollars. And every time I move US dollars, it goes to an intermediate bank into the US, depending, it's either Bank of America, Chase, whatever. My bank is associated with whichever bank in America. And it goes to an intermediate bank. I even have to provide them, like, they ask me invoice number for the recipient to be on file. And it goes from my country, it doesn't go directly to that country, it goes first into the US. It takes about 24 hours for the US to approve that transaction. And if the US approves that transaction, the US dollars flow into that bank account that I basically am trying to get the funds to. So US, with the SWIFT, they know every single dollar when the American dollar gets moved around for what it's getting moved around, and so it doesn't get used for terrorism or anything.
And Rafi, just to be clear on that, just so you know, is that was what was initially proposed by, if you read the initial drafts and the reporting of the drafts of the JCPOA, which I'm sure Marshall probably doesn't remember it, but at the time they talked about doing those digital transactions, and Iran disagreed. Iran said, we want you to give cash. And so part of the deal was, okay, we're going to send you a plane full of cash. And then everyone goes, well, it was just their money anyway. It was frozen money that was theirs. Well, yeah, it was theirs as a punishment. It was their money that we froze as punishment for hostages that some of them they didn't release, and some of them were killed later on that we punished them for. And so, yeah, we released that money to them, and we gave more, but the U.S. financial system took a strain for 1 or 2 days to give them that money. So that was in cash. And so you're right, Rafi, that this is going to go through a digital mechanism, which gives us more traceability into what happened. And it's not coming from, the United States
implemented after 9/11.
Correct. So Obama did this in 2014.
What is it?
When you found, you turned me the fuck on. That's a pretty face that I wanna fuck on.
Correct, but
That bitch super thick, that's the way I like it. I know all about it.
It was implemented for a terrorism purpose. You're right, way back when, but that was a different methodology.
But anyways, I agree with what you said about Obama. What I find interesting though is, and I guess you would agree, right, that the funds that Obama was releasing were frozen Iranian assets. It wasn't like he was giving them U.S. money. He was giving them access to their own money that the U.S. government had frozen, right?
Well, and he released sanctions.
This is super dog.
This is what super transactions and things like that, which, he allowed businessmen who had money locked up here, Iranian, bank accounts and things here to be unfrozen. So that money, same thing, kind of what you're saying Trump is doing, except the difference here is Trump is basically saying, hey, Qatar, you want to give them money? No problem. You give the money to the United States. Right, this is how Rafi kind of tried to break it down. You give the money to the United States, goes to U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank then sends it over there. What does that do in doing that, Rafi? That gives the U.S. control from point of origin to when they receive it.
They get to monitor where the funds are being allocated to, and that they're not being used for any terrorism.
This is super dog. This is the super cheesy
world. So in the sense of
onions green and breezy. We French fries we partake.
Suppose a contract, we're going to use this contract
This is super dog.
They're going to use the same online payment. It's not like they have cash in their pocket and somebody's meeting them in a back room and taking a bag of that and saying, okay, let's go bomb Israel.
This is super dog.
Right, Obama took their money, but don't forget he gave them cash. There's no traceability into where that money went. How much
This is super
who
dog.
took the money? There's no traceability into that because he gave them cash. That's the dirty
The best way of doing it. Do you think the U.S. should have held out more and gotten actual concessions on the nuclear issues rather than just giving the ceasefire for 60 days?
So according to the reports I'm seeing, what's being reported?
There were two Israeli bombers in the air. There were two.
Yeah. So according to what I've read, and you probably read the same thing, that the MOU that you've seen is missing one thing, which says that Iran agreed to destroy all nuclear enrichment. So all the dust and other stuff they agreed to destroy, and that as well, Rafi?
Did not read that one.
Okay, so that's being reported. Let me see if I can find the source. That's being reported. Again, I don't know if it's true because I haven't read it. So
this is that's my point, because a lot of this seems to be pushed back to future talks. So like there's talks presumably starting next week on the nuclear talks. But should that have been a condition prior to the peace? I think you realize projecting it. Right. So. Multiple times. He also writes, paying $3 million is fake news. But that was Iran's position before the war. They haven't changed their state. They've always said that they're not interested in developing a nuclear bomb. And yet they started developing facilities to build a nuclear. That's my point. Exactly. Right. So their position is that, but now their facilities are decimated. Whereas when Obama signed the deal, their facilities weren't decimated and they were growing the facilities. Do you see the difference or no? No, I do, and I agree. I think it's a good thing to destroy those facilities. What I'm saying is I'm asking for more, not less.
I think the whole thing's dead in the water because it's between the U.S. and Iran, and it says hostilities will cease, including those in Lebanon, which requires Israel to be a party to it. And the Prime Minister of Iran said, well, we expect Israel to withdraw, which ain't happening anytime soon.
That goes back to the title of the room. Should Israel give back the land that they took from Southern Lebanon?
Well, should they keep it is different than should they continue to occupy it.
So Fox News correspondent, take it for what it's worth, Aisha Hasni writes, from White House official, nuclear material will be destroyed and removed. Nuclear program will be dismantled. None of their money will be released until they perform. Strait of Hormuz will be open and no Iranian funding of terrorist groups. This is all in the MOU, not in what was released, the actual MOU. Yeah, but that's based on these future talks that are going to take place. Well, it's in the MOU. So it's saying that this is things that they agreed to now. And then the future
which MOU are you referring to? Because there was a released one that did include the language you just said.
I'm just repeating what this reporter said. Yeah, I mean, the White House website didn't officially release it, though. The point is.
I have a question. Should I ask? Now, before the 60 days is out, what will Trump do if the Iranian people, just like back in January, storm the streets to overthrow the government? Because keep something in mind, yes, they do kill people and all that stuff, but U.S. and Israel spent 2 months bombing 30,000 targets, and those are every single target the government of Iran needed to repress the people. So what's going to happen there? Are we going to send troops on the ground to help IRGC kill its people?
Well, the MOU says no involvement in the other country's internal affairs.
That's not the official one. That's not the White House release one. That's what someone is saying was released, because I'm looking at the White House website. I don't even see the MOU release.
So we're going to send military to kill Iranian people and help the government? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. But, that's not in the MOU. But Trump did say if they don't follow or they don't, do what they're saying they're going to do here, then we'll just blow them up again.
No, but that's between U.S. and IRGC. I'm talking about, because this is the deal. They did kill 40,000 people and more. They did do it in a way that there is no way to stay in denial. There is a dictatorship 101 rule. It's called the repression no way they can stay in power. I'm sure governments like America know that. So I'm trying to figure out, because right now people might still be scared, or people might got out of that fear and they already be angry. But the reason people haven't done anything is because U.S., Israel, and like the prince of, the Iran's prince, Reza Pahlavi, they all three have told people to sit put, right? But the moment people realize, oh, Trump is really making a deal, and if people decide to go out and storm the streets again, I want to know, how are we going to stop it? Our government knows that this is going to happen. Our government does know that.
And the question is, does the U.S. want to stop it?
So this AP article that I'm posting,
So
you have
does that mean
low confidence in it?
they're going to make a deal for what reason if they believe there's going to be a revolution by people?
Yeah, because it's not, usually these things would be released on their website. So it says senior U.S. officials, when they don't say who, they spoke on the condition of anonymity to read the deal before a formal signing.
That's usually what happens when documents are not in our favor and someone wants to leak something.
But you understand that it's
those
people are violating. I mean, if it's true, it's a federal, it's a federal crime what those people did.
We need to apparently sign. Let's just assume it is for the moment.
Waivers and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America. So basically, all transactions are going to go to United, and they have to be granted by
exactly what I said. That's exactly what
it's going to be given to them.
But again, we don't know if this is.
What number are you on, Rafi?
Number 6.
No, that is point number 7.
No, isn't it 6 on the link he put?
Oh, sorry. Actually, that is 6. Yes, correct. That is 6.
So the mechanism for implementation of the $300 billion will be finalized as part of the final deal. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for relevant financial transactions have to be granted by the United States. Now, so taking the assumption that what Yaakov is saying is right, is that this article is accurate, click on the link and look at number 6. This is exactly what I was telling you earlier, is that the money only comes from approval of the United States, and they agreed to that. That means that the U.S. can say, fuck you, we're not giving you shit because you didn't do what we asked you to do. Get on your knees.
I understand, but that's part of the Reconstruction Fund.
No, it's everything. Read it. The $300 billion. It says
$300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development.
Yeah, he's right. The last sentence.
Of Iran.
Right, so that $300 billion is only given to them at the U.S.'s approval.
Read the last sentence.
Yeah, I read the last sentence. All required licenses, waivers, and permissions needed for the relevant financial transactions will be granted by the United States of America.
There are actually 2 versions of it. One is the one that IRGC is saying, one is the one that US is saying, and on part 6 they are different, exactly on the same sentence. One of them contains that sentence, one of them...
That's what I was trying to tell you, Yaakov, is that some of these are being leaked differently, and that's why the final one, it's going to be fascinating. That's why...
Would it be translation issues?
No, Yaakov, I think this is the game that's
happening. Even the translation had the same problem.
So Yaakov, here's the game I think that's happening. Sorry, Asa, but I think what happened is I think Trump signed this in Versailles. I don't know if you heard, but he was just in Versailles and he signed it. And I think what he did was he took it smartly, in my opinion, took it to the G7 and had everyone read it, because Keir Starmer was bragging about it, saying this is a good deal. Others were talking about it being a good deal. If you actually read what European partners said, they actually say it's a good deal. And they also said why he made them read it, because he knew that Iran was going to play this game. So he had them read it and them sign it, and he had Iranian people that were there that showed up, because other countries show up, they're not part of G7, but they showed up, and he signed it right there. So his goal is, hey, the rest of the world knows what I'm signing and what they're trying to say. So the whole point is the rest of the world, now he's going to present what he signed to the United Nations for them to approve it. So Iran has no say.
So number 7 says the United States of America undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including the United Nations Security Council resolutions, IAEA Board of Governors resolutions, and all unilateral U.S. sanctions, primary and secondary, and agreed upon schedule as part of the final deal.
So that's the next 60 days.
Keep going. It says he didn't
The Islamic Republic of Iran and the U.S. acknowledge the critical importance of sanctions termination issue above mentioned and express their intentions to immediately address these issues in the negotiations in order to achieve mutual agreement.
The MOU does not say removing the sanctions. It says they're going to have a discussion in the next 60 days.
Yeah. That's what I've been saying all along. Is that this is a 60-day ceasefire, and it's kicking the talks further, right?
So there's no 300 billion. So to be clear, and everyone was saying this before, and I think you were saying it too. Maybe you wrongly had the thing. Nobody's giving 300 billion as part of this.
I never said anything about giving $300 billion as part of it.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe I misheard then, but
I never spoke about it.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway, you said they were giving money and that the U.S. is removing sanctions. You said that they're removing sanctions.
My concern was the lifting of sanctions, correct?
Which they're not doing. And you were talking about giving money, and I was saying that they have control over it. You were arguing about that, but now we've kind of figured out what the U.S.
is trying to be clear about is that I think the U.S. should be demanding more, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That Iran so far has only agreed to things in principle.
You're right. Number 8 is the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms that it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. This is right. That's in it. The JCPOA doesn't have that in writing. It says that they can still create. So anyway, the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpile enrichment. Mutually agreed. Get rid of the stockpile that they have. Okay, then it says
anyone that has yet that
principle. They have to work out the details.
Parties also agreed discussing the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed upon matters to the final deal from the provision. The United States acknowledges the critical importance of the nuclear issues above mentioned, especially everyone's making a deal about trading some kind of deal. It's just let's talk further about it.
That's the problem.
It's an agenda.
That's the problem. The idiots.
Small potatoes. He asked for $3 million. What I consider reparations for damage. Why didn't we request money for all of our the planes that were destroyed? There's a couple $1 billion.
That's what we're looking at. We're talking about
Compensation.
But at the same time, right now, it's controlling what they have. So you can just say, hey, Qatar sending
if they did it off the top, maybe
take $1 billion off because you know what, we're just gonna pay this. You know what, I don't like how you're using it. Fuck you. We're keeping the money. And it's like, and what are they gonna do? Iran's gonna say, we're gonna attack you. All right, come on, try.
Well, so what number 6 says is that the U.S. undertakes with regional partners to develop a mutual plan with at least $300 billion for reconstruction. So that's what it says in terms of that part. But in terms of 8 that was read, the problem is there's an agreement in principle on the stockpile, but there's not an agreement in principle on the enrichment. They just agree to talk about enrichment. And the United States, I think, should have pursued to the point that
not for an MOU.
Yes, for an MOU. And I'll tell you why, because that's how this whole issue started. They were already under an agreement to use the JCPOA agreement.
So did they maintain that?
They did maintain that.
You sure about that?
Yes.
weren't they at 60?
No, they were at 6. They were at 60 after the U.S. pulled out of the. No, that's not true. That is absolutely true. And they said this guy's a gaslighter, dude. I'm stating the facts.
Is that my goodness, man?
Hold on.
I just saw your pussy pictures 10 times today for $9.99.
Even the United Nations
got myself a good lunch of that roast beef pictures of your pussy, man.
Is it true that they were doing that? You said yes, they were. The enrichment was limited to 3.
Fuck you, you blocked me. I ain't wasting my time with your bullshit and your fucking roast beef pussy pictures, bitch. Go castrate yourself chemically.
I just said, well, they violation of different things. Do you not understand?
Foul mouth.
I do understand.
Ms. Rahi, Sephardic cunt.
You said they weren't. And I said they weren't.
Never met such a fucking waste of time as you. Coming on this app every day, talking to that fucking whatever the fuck that thing was that you blocked. What was that thing's name you blocked? What was that guy's name? Fucking macro or something stupid fucking F word.
Should be stronger, but they were respecting the 3.6.
Yeah, did you see Snapchat has these new $1,300 glasses coming out? Yeah, they're called Spectacle, and they're $1,300, and it's like supposedly fully augmented reality. But they're $1,300. I'm like, I don't want to spend $1,300. The fucking Meta glasses are only $400. I'm looking at my Snapchat. I don't see some text or something. Did you send me something?
No. Yeah. And where's Alistair?
I'm looking at Snapchat. I don't see anything.
Snapchat on here.
What do you mean? In my DM?
Yeah.
Let me see.
You wouldn't let me up in a room.
Let me see. Michelle sent me something a week ago. What was Michael talking shit about? He keeps removing you. He didn't want to tell us. Want you to tell us. I don't see anything. Did you send me something?
Yeah. About 100 things.
I don't see anything.
Let's not talk about
Damn, I'm looking at messages that I've never ever looked at. There's tons of messages. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. I've never looked at the fucking messaging on this app ever.
Why?
Because I just don't even think about it. Well, I mean, I just don't think. I'm always just listening or talking, but I'm never looking.
Think about it. Why aren't you thinking? Do you know what an untapped resource they are? Do you know how fun it is to troll people in there? You aren't thinking.
Well, you know, I don't even have children, and you have a child. Like, if I had a child,
I know.
I mean, I'd be educating my child.
I don't know what the fuck to do, so I'm gonna have to get a job, I think.
Just go to the gym and call it a job. What the fuck?
Well, so last year I took up hiking, and I started doing like 15, 20 kilometers a day, but then I broke the toenail. I've lost over 30 pounds, by the way, it's nice. But my big toe.
Did you do it with injections, or did you do it from working out and dieting?
No, it's from hiking too much.
You lost 30 pounds hiking?
Yeah, is that crazy?
Wow.
Yeah, from last summer. Yeah. Like over a year span. But yeah, it's crazy, right?
Do you realize, like, have you ever picked up two 15-pound dumbbells and walked around with them? Like, when you realize...
I attach them to my legs when I hike, so I wear ankle and arm weights.
Wow.
So yes, I do know what that's like.
I've got ankle weights. I love them.
Okay, so I also have the arm ones, and then you can add weights onto them as you're going to, like, increase, the thing.
Dude, I'm looking at my messages. I don't see... Did you message me on a different Clubhouse account or something?
No, I only have one.
No, I mean...
That's too complicated for me.
Well, anyways, I'm just telling you, whatever you're talking about, I don't see it on this one, so let me check my other clip.
Okay, so maybe that's not you. Are you not Aleister Crowley?
Oh, you messaged my Alistair account.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Is that not you?
That's me.
Oh, okay. I thought so. With like the phone in the picture, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so let's see. Oh, let me up. Let
It's
me
not
up.
that exciting.
Let me up, Daddy. I'm ready to come out of the gallows. Hallows be that I swear to God, if you don't lift me up, count your motherfucking days. I'll chemically castrate you and put you in a psych ward, bitch.
Yeah, I was really angry in the audience.
Jeez Louise. Well, are you lifting weights?
Yeah. So also, before I'll go to the hike, I'm doing 15, 12, 10, 6. Sets, reps, I don't know, whatever you call them. So I do that as well.
Nice.
Yeah. I've just like turned into a little mountain goat. It's crazy how your body reacts to hiking. We really are animals. I feel kind of like an animal in the woods.
I don't know. I'm not a big hiker. I dated this Israeli chick, Moroccan, and her dad was a general in the Israeli army. And she would stoop me every Sunday morning, and then I would just pass out and go to sleep, and then she'd go hiking with her wolf. She had a wolf, an Irish wolfhound, and she just had the greatest ass. And so when she dumped me, or our last dinner, I was like, I love you to pieces. Love you to pieces. Love that ass. You know, people ask me, are you an ass man or a tit man? And I say, I'm an ass man because an ass is technically just like two big, huge tits on the upper part of your legs, you know?
Yeah.
Curves. You know, success really is wiggly, you know? And if you've got great curves, you're going to be successful.
If you look like shit, it's over for you. Everything is about image in life, and it's like, it's sad, but it's true. And if you're going around looking like shit,
it's just a red flag for people. And
everything is off.
In fact, they say that victims, people that get mugged, they get mugged because their physical appearance is actually not symmetrical or of a high quality personal appearance. They actually target people who look sloppy.
That is so interesting.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I believe that.
Even with your house, if your house looks like it's out of order, you know, and your landscaping looks like shit, you become a higher target. If your car is sloppy on the inside and you get shit all over the place.
They're right, though. Think about it. People that are like, your environment reflects your mind.
Mm-hmm.
They're not entirely wrong with that.
That's why I say, I mean, if you're on Clownhouse talking to Fractal for years, like maybe inside your brain, a fucking horse or a camel came by and shat in your fucking brain. And thus, that's your experience with Macro or whatever his name was.
I think that's
Fractal.
Peak depression.
Fractal is your peak depression.
Yeah, that's my personal 9/11. That was my Roman Empire.
Fractal got you. And he's giggling right now as he, you know, eats.
I got sucked. You know what's so funny? I actually, a few weeks ago, I sat both Wally and I just said, I gotta, like, this is fucking bizarre world. I can't do it anymore.
I'm gonna co-invite some super hot TikTok chick to join the live.
Were we on TikTok right now?
Yeah, we're live on TikTok.
Oh, hey, TikTok. Should I put my picture up then?
Hello?
Hello?
TikTok's Jewish now.
There we go.
How many birds do you have now?
2. So Lettuce passed away last week. She was old, though.
Is that the cockatiel?
And it was the parrot. I don't have a cocktail.
In your PTR, that looks like a cockatiel to me.
Oh, that's not mine.
Oh. Well, I have no pets, and I do not want to get a pet. And I'm seeing this girl that has 2 cats, and I'm like, like if she ever moved into my place, like I wouldn't let her move in if she brought the cats. Like we'd have to adopt
I don't
the
think I would
cats.
trust somebody that didn't have pets. I feel like you're a strange individual if you do you have houseplants? Like, do you have anything in there?
I do have houseplants, yeah.
Okay, so this is redeeming.
And I have a garden which I have spent years cultivating outside.
Okay, so that's slightly redeeming, but I feel like it's a bit of a yellow flag if
It's just not.
you just live on your own. What do you do on your own? What are you just jerking off all the time on your own? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
You don't go on a dog walk? What are you doing?
I go to the park and I jog through the park. There's incredible trees. It smells nice. It's clean. It's beautiful. And I'm so thankful. And yeah, it would be nice to have a dog. But with a dog comes a lot more cleaning and a lot of mess and peeing and pooing and breaking things. And the truth is, when I wake up in the morning, I want to just make a coffee. I don't want to have to take a dog out right away as soon as I get up.
That's an excuse.
It's not an excuse. I've had pets.
Excuse.
I'm 43. I've had plenty of pets.
If I had a partner, that is telling me that there's something else going on here. It's not about owning a dog. It's about your relationship status. So let's really get into it, John.
Well, this is John Kitover, Chicago Mayor.
It's not because the dog is messy. It's because you're single. Now, you don't want the dog, so do you really just want to stay single? That's okay too.
I want to stay single until I find that incredible ass again, or I find a girl that has great tits and a decent ass, and she likes me and she loves me. And I've been looking at dogs.
That's asking a lot. Like,
is it too much?
How much money do you make a year? Yeah, that's a lot, babe. That's a lot.
Well, let me check my last.
Too, I'm not gonna lie.
But see,
men have big dicks, so we'll take that.
See, the thing is, the thing about being bald is you can't get any uglier. So, like, I've peaked my ugliness.
Big dicks, and they're confident too.
Well, my dick is not a huge dong,
Okay, so we don't love that actually. Then,
see, I mean, I've seen some pornography with some African American men that have these like 16-inch power rods.
Well, that's like animalistic.
I mean, I can see. The thing is, I've mastered the art of making a woman orgasm 100% of the time. Do you know how I do it?
How?
I have a magic wand that I buy on Amazon for $15, and it's so incredible that no one ever leaves unsatisfied.
What is it called?
You're Rosie.
Okay, put the link in the chat right now, and I'm gonna put it on my Amazon Prime on my list.
Well, I'm not gonna do that for you. You can just go to Amazon and search vibrator and look at the most sold and get the $15 model. The point is, yeah. The point is, having to actually perform oral sex. That is a preferred model for many people. That's a preferred model.
I don't think I like that one.
Some people like that one, but I think you have to just get the mini. Anyways, it doesn't matter. My point is,
I just feel like that would be like having sex with a robot. Like, I don't want to.
Well, let me ask you this. You're on this app for years talking to Fractal, and so since you do actually have brain damage, and you probably have experienced migraines as a result of this app, you see, an orgasm, as soon as you have that orgasm, your migraine will instantly go away. It's like flushing the toilet.
That's great. I love that.
I love that for you. Hello?
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 I love that.
I love that for you. Hello?
Hello?
Bird honks. Bird honks. Honk honk. Bird honks. What's your ex handle again?
Well, I'm in the process of shutting that down.
Why? Just give it to me. Let me turn it into a propaganda.
Because the more I
shutting it down.
kind of get back into life, I
Yeah.
and how many years I spent discussing shit that has no meaning. And it truly is like a state of mental illness.
Yeah.
And I think it's probably a good move to start slowly beginning to shut that down and completely remove it. And I recognize it's going to be
Well, you're retarded. Anyways, if you actually destroy digital assets, you really are stupid because you have no idea the value that it.
I'm going to archive it.
Listen, you can change the handle and make it into an e-commerce store. You're retarded if you waste it. You have an audience. If you lose all of that audience and you just don't rebrand it and revitalize it and reuse it, repurpose it. You're retarded.
Do you want to buy it from me?
No, I don't. No, I got a friend who's got a much bigger account than yours, and he wanted to sell it to me. And the dumbass he couldn't sell it to me. The point is, he lost it, and he could have made a lot of money with it. But his ass was fucking selfish and petty and not a partner. See, I've gone into business with people where I'm 100% the partner, and they're not even 0%.
I'm trying to get out of the business, though. I'm not trying to get in it.
Listen, the point is, I'm not buying shit from you because I'd rather take that money and just invest it in advertising. Why would I waste my money on something that you want to abandon ship on? I mean, go wax your pussy and sell some pictures.
That's valid. Oh, so he's paying me. I gotta go.
Okay, peace.
It's been fun.
The highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes our way. Yeah, I'm gonna make it happen.
Power right now. Is it exclusive or question?
You couldn't answer this question last time I asked you. Before the resurrection, the Most High gave Jesus all power over, like John 17, he gave Jesus power over all flesh. So was he equal right then?
Brother, yes, that's another aspect of equality. So I answered your question. I said yes. Now let me expound. When we go to St. John 17, before the crucifixion, when Jesus says all, so the same way that the Christ said all power over all flesh, that's what God got. The Most High, he got power over all flesh. So now, when the Christ said he got power over all, as thou hast given him power over all. We say all, there's nothing beyond all, Judah. Try again.
Hey, bro. Question. Watch this. I'm glad you like to read John 17. Watch. Let me just show you how you brought out,
Judah. That was your verse that you brought out.
I know, bro. I'm gonna show you a verse that you didn't even see. I just be setting you up. You just don't even be seeing it, bro.
Judah, you.
I'll pass and take another. Oh, well, he's gone. Oh, no, never mind now. Fuck.
Where did she just go? What the fuck?
Oh, she left too? Oh, fuck her. I don't know.
What the
God.
fuck?
So much drama.
Wait, what's happening?
What's happening?
She
I'm so
changed her
confused.
fucking name again. I don't know.
Wait, her name's here to mean. What do you mean?
So that's Athens at the bottom. Okay, you're back. Yeah, all of your older cats show up first. Okay, Ben, tell you. What's happening?
Hello?
Jesus Christ. Okay. I don't care who cares. I don't want to say this in front of a fucking anon, guys. What the hell? I don't mind. Just go ahead if it's about me.
It's not about us. It's about her.
Oh, it's about you? Oh. It's about me and another one of us. Who?
Oh, dear.
Say he? No, it's me, because you're trying to ping me. What do you want to tell me? Okay, I'm gonna bring you too. What the fuck is this? Just say it here. We're right here now. No, there's a fucking bro.
It's just ethics.
It's just John Kitover broadcasting it for the world. Am I invited? What the fuckery? All these bitches. Where's my invite? Accident.
About 40 miles.
40 miles. Okay.
Relates to wealth, and how do we break the habit? Because my feeling is, what I take from that conversation is, even these huge companies can be rattled and shaken by a better story. Do we have a better story? Can we craft a better story? I'd like to think yes.
You know, Denise, I think that
They were in fact, like, that's what they think. They really think that.
it's religious. It's. I think there's this thing that happens in the Enlightenment that says, like, rationality tells you the one true way. And we're moving in a good way, away from, like, arbitrary religions and ancient ways of thinking. And look, we're getting real stuff. We're getting medicine, we're getting cities, we're getting agriculture. Like, you know, do you really want to go to a city without any of that stuff? And so there was this hubris that came along with that if I can make good stuff, I'm better, and I know more. And I can make morality. And, like, somebody said something on this app that I found really interesting, and I've kind of started to think might be true, and that's that they said racism is a type of technology. It was developed and crafted to serve a purpose, and it's exceedingly good at that purpose. And, you know, it's interesting to think of social constructs as technologies, right? And you can go back in history, and, like, anybody who wants to, just look how wild racism is, you know, going from Italians aren't white to, okay, now we got Columbus, Italians are white, and we all know Mexicans are white. They aren't white. No, they're back again to white. Well, they're white and non-white. Like, it's just this it's this great mutable, you know, it's like one of those rubber hoses they use to unclog pipes. Like, you know, it's this powerful snake that can rip out anything, just bend anyway with however things are going. So it's a good, useful, versatile technology. You can think of capitalism like a sort of technology, but when you start thinking about a lot of these things in that way and noticing the overlaps they have in technology, you notice that people that invent a technology that's useful and potent also assume it's good. And kind of like anybody who gets to be famous and powerful, like we've talked about, they start to, if it's recognized with wealth and status, we start to look at them like they're authorities, like you just said with Oprah. So you get these tech people that are like, well, I'm making this good thing. Of course I'm better than all of you. Look, it's useful. You just don't get it. And let me get all you.
Like when Mark Zuckerberg was taking over the Newark school district, everybody was like, sir, you don't know what you're talking about. You know nothing about this. That's exactly what's.
You know, that's right in my backyard, right? Literally, I have to drive past the Facebook campus and teach in that district, and it was wild. And then the fact that his school closed the minute Trump took over, and it wasn't the right politically expedient thing to do any longer, and it was just, the whole thing was such a crock that these people assume that, like we talked about this earlier, and I know Christina has thoughts about all this, but there's this idea that if I'm smart or wealthy, I can do anything and everything. And I'm an expert.
Anything and everything. And I always know better, and I should always be in charge. I can't just be on the board. I have to lead the board.
And I'm more moral because of it.
Definitely.
You just don't understand.
I have this because it's a statement from God, right? I've gotten this wealth or this success because there's something wonderful and superior to me about it. Even if my dad just left it to me. That's enough. That's a message from God that I wonder.
I mentioned this earlier where there's almost the genetic. As man, we have made this creation and we've surpassed the divine and given light, and therefore, like God, I know what's moral and good and righteous. And if you all understood, I'm the God creator. I will sacrifice my body and everything else at the altar of this creation that's even greater than me and will shape the cosmos. And y'all just don't get it. and let me go hire Denise or somebody else who's. It's just that I am divine, and I can't be petty enough to waste my time talking to all of you.
It's why I absolutely love the college cheating scandal that came out a couple years ago, because it was just like all of these people who wax philosophical about how wonderful they are and how special and how whatever, they're just cheaters. They just paid people to take their test for them. They just posed with pictures and said they were on crew, and they didn't do any of those things. And I loved that. Like I couldn't talk about it enough when it was going on, because it's such a powerful message to let people know there's nothing special about them. These are not special, wonderful people that have built themselves up from nothing, but they're able to establish and create a narrative. And quite frankly, we accept it. We allow for it, right? We can't wait to hear what Hunter Biden has to say. I don't care what Hunter Biden has to say. Like, it doesn't matter, but there's an addiction that we have to interact with about why do we center wealth and celebrity the way that we do. And if we can't break that habit, we're going to have a hard time pushing this back, right? The beauty, if you watch, like I've been watching tons of tapes of I'm looking at tapes like an old lady. Tons of recordings of town halls of small towns like pushing back against data centers, and it really is a spiritual experience to watch people say no. I don't care how much money you have. I don't trust you. I don't think you have my best interests at heart. You know, a little town that is fighting for their life economically. You know the courage that you have to turn down Google, to push back on Amazon, but people are doing it, right? And I don't know, I'm just taking a lot of encouragement from that. We have to stop, being so enamored with them. If we could stop that, just maybe we could push this back to some.
Well, it sounds like people with integrity, and unfortunately not enough have integrity, today.
I wonder what would happen if their propaganda machines were not happening. Because a lot of this is repetition and, just general propaganda. I don't think they'd be nearly as successful at making all their claims. They would just be some, the person on the corner talking about how special they are, yelling at everyone passing by.
But I think that's exactly the point. It is not working. They're really shocked. They really thought the machine was going to be like, oh my gosh, AI is going to make your life so easy. The adoption that's incredible, considering the power of propaganda they have to kind of like put literally in.
How much money's been spent on AI? Explicitly projects that are AI, purchasing of companies, launching of countries, etc., has exceeded, I think it's now to 25 times the reconstruction of Europe and Asia after World War II. It is approaching, we're not there yet, where it will equal the amount of money spent on the entire development of atomic bombs. And it has passed by 5 times the amount that Germany had to pay in reparations for World War I. So we are spending like nation-building amounts of money on this, to the point where people are needing, like, there's not enough space on the earth and resource and time to develop. So now we're having to come up with fictional moonshots, like we're going to launch AI data centers into space everywhere. I mean, it's getting to the point of absurdity where there's not even a company that's proved it's semi-viable. And it's a hope and a dream. And I think that's where so much of our economy and our structure and our governments are based around this religious ideology of faith in absurd notions, that I think it primes us for these movements where AI says, hey, we can get rid of you humans in your body and you should do it. And that's what's funny is, like you're pointing out, Denise, everybody's catching the grift and feeling the hurt. And they're saying no.
But what's also scary to me is it's slowing things down. It's not stopping it. So hey, Spiritus, I don't know which I'll go by that name for today. How you doing? And feel free to chime in. And then Christina, I think you want to jump in.
I've had the same name now for about a year. I've only changed it once.
No, but
It's like,
so leave matter. Just saying.
you know. Anyway, no, good evening, great to see everybody. No, I'm just listening in. I was going to say something, and then it was on the AI data centers or something, but I forgot what it was. I'll get back to it.
Gotcha. You're welcome to hang out here. Christina, did you want to jump in? I saw you writing some stuff in the chat, so I figured it might be good to comment.
Yeah, so I have been on a personal journey of trying to make sense of human behavior probably my entire life, but more so the last few years with all of the claims of who was moral and who was not, who was empathetic and who was not, etc., etc. In my own explorations and just different directions that I've gone to look at systems that are constructed by humans versus systems that exist in nature, and so on. And then listening to different people speak, reading different perspectives, then and my own synthesis of thought, the main thing that I run into is that I can try to share personally, and this is just anecdotal, right? I can try to share different stories or ideas or thinking of how we can do things differently, but the propaganda of the different apparatuses, I don't think that's the right word, but the plural of hierarchies of power reinforce themselves, and they reinforce themselves in each one of us. And so when I bring up the topic of hierarchy, for example, there is this, whatever your thoughts on it, I'm not interested in debating that. The point is that I can read all of these other perspectives of different cultures that exist differently, historically and presently. I can shift my thinking, but then having conversations with people who absolve hierarchy and that there's only harmful versions versus quote-unquote neutral versions without recognizing it's the same thing, right? It's like being gaslit and having to deprogram yourself after every single conversation. And so when we're talking collaborative movement, if the story itself or the concepts or the idea or the science or the facts or this voice, that group, that culture is not enough, if a synthesis is not enough, if the emotion is not enough, and for each person it's going to be something different, right? Then that is challenging in itself if the questions that are being posed are considered quote unquote not valid, because power reinforces itself of what is valid, what knowledge, what method of understanding, who does it, right? And then there's the isolation of and having to deprogram, but also then revisit these other ways of thinking and looking at it. And so it's this constant yanking and pulling of I exist inside the multidimensional matrices or the matrices, acknowledging and seeing how these different architectures influence thought, action, belief, etc., while trying to move outside of them. And to ask anyone, let alone all of us, to do that feels like an impossibility. And yet at the same time, I feel like the more I understand about science, the more I understand about other cultures, there's, to me, very clear ways to move ahead, but they're not palatable. And so if we start back at stories, and those aren't palatable, if the questions aren't palatable, the emotion, the facts, the different voices, the different cultures, if none of it's palatable, I don't know what the way is forward. And so I go back into my hermitude, I'll spew my thoughts out into a voice recording and leave it there, because I have to feel like I'm getting it out into the world to be, from my perspective, a participant, and a vibrating atom and a thread within the fabric of existence, like the particle and wave of light. But I don't think of it as light necessarily, it's simply life, right? This multidimensional way of existing. I have to be a quote-unquote true to my living, which means I have to put it out somehow. And yet there's this battling of what is the point? Because if the story is not contagious, if the emotion, if the facts, the logic, if power self-reinforcing, what do we do with that? I don't know what that answer is, and yet it's like what is that, insanity? Banging your head against the same wall over and over again, expecting a different result. I don't know, like I feel like there's something broken inside that I keep trying, and yet I have this insane belief because of the patterns that exist and the things that we have learned scientifically, logically, the ways that we exist in our bodies, the way that we exist within one another, we listen to one another, right? The feedback looping systems within systems, it's empowering, it's invigorating, it's exciting that nothing is static, nothing is written in stone, or bumping or honing into one another like atoms shifting and changing one another's thinking, feelings, perceptions, and that in itself is powerful. And yet, like, I have this stupid idea of like we could do it more intentionally and while not in my lifetime, still see movement. And yet a lot of this stuff happens more slowly, as I'm continually reminded that like this happens on each person's time and collectively on time. But at the same time, if we don't put in the intention and we don't see that we are co-authors, then we are taking a back seat and writing passively, and then change doesn't happen in any sort of measured regard, right? There's this stagnation. So I think it's really challenging. I don't know exactly how we do it, but I think that we can look at nature and design human constructed systems that actually respond to feedback. So that when it's not a release valve, it's not for control and exploitation, but it is for this doesn't serve the group that this is supposed to serve, okay, then we need to change it. Not because we're trying to keep people out, not because we're trying to exclude, not because we're trying to elevate, but because who we're trying to serve is not being served, and that they can inform us better of whatever they need. They need to be a part of the process, whether that's disabled, whether that is the unhoused, whether that is like whatever. But everyone needs to be a part of these different things that we create, because one group is not going to have the single answer or the single perspective. It's the collective, multi-dimensional, quote-unquote, objectivity that gives us insight to be able to create differently.
Yeah, I agree with that. It definitely, there's a lot of power in the collective conscious, and I think that's why they, the system and the elite are so hyper-focused on drowning our systems with such like low vibrational like conversation or entertainment, and I'm glad that a lot of us are kind of waking up to that reality. And so when Jadis was talking about how surprised they are that people aren't responding to AI, how they thought, and it's like, well, that's because you just don't, I guess, understand I guess maybe how the collective conscious works and how we value spirituality or just living more than the dead things, than the things that are very materialistic in this world, that don't last forever. And maybe that's part of the reason, that they're trying to focus so hard on their legacy and transhumanism, trying to become immortal in a way. But people don't want that. The majority anyway don't. And I think that it's definitely encouraging that more of us are seeing kind of the game that's been played for a while. I think it was Breyer who said earlier that racism, for example, is like technology, and that was a really spot on analogy, because essentially it is. I kind of started seeing just how it was implemented and how they use that as a low vibrational way to keep us divided and more focused on each other and hating each other, so we're not focused on what they're doing behind the scenes, and they definitely use from the womb, like social engineering and dark psychology to keep people docile and compliant, and they're kind of realizing that it's not working as well as it used to. And that's probably because of the fact that, now that AI has gotten so big, we've all had more of access to technology, which has kind of backfired against them a bit for that reason. And so not everyone is going to be as enamored with, celebrities as much. Of course, you still have your outliers who are, but I do think that it's a kind of a positive shift that we're moving a bit more away from that, and more people are kind of looking inward. And I think that you're right, Christina, that it essentially really is about being the change that you want to see. And then I kind of think that kind of still ties back into self-accountability and being able to check yourself and say, am I doing my part, because the collective conscious is very powerful, and they know that. That's why they've been so strategic in, implementing their agendas by using the human psyche and manipulating that to their advantage. And so now it's probably the best opportunity for people to kind of have more like co-authorship in their lives and what we want to see going forward. And hopefully that kind of connects us back with each other.
Yeah, I appreciate, and just Mike, I don't know if you're still here. I know you came up and I saw you come back down. Oh, I think he had to leave. I was trying to give him a chance to talk. I'd be really interested. I don't tend to do this often, but I think it might be really interesting to read this article and talk about it as we go. I don't know, Spiritus, if you had something you wanted to add in before checking that out for a second, or if anybody wants to team up to read the article. But I really value that when some spaces do that, and I think it's a good way of jumping off and having conversations. So just want to chime in or give any thoughts before we read just a little bit of this?
I did. I wanted to just kind of make a comment, an observation about this idea of racism as a technology. I think we saw that literally displayed in the last couple days, right? The Trump administration, basically had to capitulate to Iran, and the deal did not go the way they wanted it to go. And so, kind of like there's this temptation, I guess not temptation because they did it, like to give a population like the juicy red meat they need to stay engaged in kind of like the MAGA experiment. So have this guy say Michelle Obama is a man, right? I don't think that was an accident. I don't think he did it loosely. I think it was a technology. I think it was a tool intentionally used to remind that population that if you rock with Trump, you can say whatever. You can do whatever. You can be truly free, because the attraction of being able to operate in this quote unquote truly free way is incredibly attractive to that group. It isn't attractive to everyone, but to that group, it's particularly attractive. So here, Michelle Obama's not there. She is not thinking about them. She hasn't lived in that house for 10 years, but it's a thing that you can always tap on to gather the deplorables. And yeah, I said deplorables. To gather them and to remind them what the exchange is, what you get for being a part of MAGA. You get a freedom that you feel precluded from in all of these other spaces in your life, and you get to be superior to someone, even a Princeton and Harvard educated woman. You're still better than her, and you can do anything you want to her. That is an attractive framework for that group of people. And so people have been calling, all the last couple of days, hey, do you want to jump on this, local news show and talk about it? And I've been saying, no. Because it's not for me. It's not even to outrage me. It's to engage his core constituency and to bring them back to the fold, no matter how frustrated they are about the Iran deal and the just complete failure and capitulation. So we do have to get to a space that we see these things as tools to galvanize and to engage or disengage, right? To scare off or to engage different populations. That doesn't mean the fact saying that it's a technology doesn't make it less harmful or less impactful or less dangerous. It actually makes it more dangerous. But I think it's really powerful to start thinking about it as to when somebody does something like that, who benefits? Who wins when something like that happens? And usually there's a nice little trail of breadcrumbs.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard that framing before, but when I first heard it on here, it made so much sense. To think of, and other things too, like economic models. Like the one that is wildest to me is like, people think of businesses and tax rates and all this stuff like it's essential into the universe. We created corporations. Stock markets were literally designed by someone. We rewrite the laws, like you mentioned earlier, Denise, at will, so people can make money.
What was the first stock?
I have no idea. What was it? Do you know?
Denise knows.
I don't know. What was the first stock?
Humans.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
probably ships before that, to be honest.
Who knows? But like, the modern invention of the way we control capital and how we police people and everything, these things, I think it's like AI where they want to make people feel it's inevitable. There's this word, and apologies because I know probably most of you know this word, but it's naturalizing. And it's trying to take something and make it feel like it's just written into nature. So if you push back against it, it's like saying, I don't like that trees have leaves. I don't want that. It's like, well, good luck, buddy. Like, that's how it is. You can rip the leaves off, do all you want, but that's how it works. And I think right now there's this move, especially with AI and some of these other things, to say, this is natural, right? It's inevitable. This is going to happen. This is like fighting against the will of God. Like, you're a human. You're going to die. You're finite. And this is infinite. This is beyond your control or comprehension. And like you said, you're seeing people that are pushing back because they realize, like, wait a second, you're going to have unlimited wealth, unlimited resource, all the water you want, access to all of our information, everything. Oh, but you need a building in our town. And you don't want to put it on the middle of nowhere where it might make sense. You want to put it by our town's water and power infrastructure. But you want our town's water and infrastructure. You
don't want to share the money with us when you make it. Diabolical.
Right. So it's and then people go, well, no. And I think it's incredibly empowering when people do see where they can say no, where they have the power to consent or dissent from something happening. Because let's be honest, and I think this is something a lot of people don't realize, like, the biggest thing we have control over is our conditioning over time to how we react. And there are moments of lucidity where we can make choices on things. But most of what we do every day, like right now, what are you looking at? Where's your left leg and your right leg? When I said that, did you look at those things or not? You didn't. I think when they've done studies, they say like it's certainly less than 50%. And some places estimate it's like 3% of what we do, we're conscious of. We have it's just autonomic functioning, just like your breathing and the valves of your heart pumping. It just happens and you become aware of it and you might think you have a story about it. But there are these moments where we have choice, where we can put our habits and our practices and our conditioning into action and we feel powerful. And what I see is a lot of stories that are picking up everywhere on when people are feeling powerful. And I think the reaction is, so we have to look at as well, laws that were created to protect things like these oligopolies and buying up our government and having people simultaneously, the richest people in the world, running businesses while taking that data, and that data is leaked and goes to the same companies that they, will profit from because they merge with. And then they buy up all the freaking media. Like, you know, just look at how fast. Like, I used to like Roku because it was a little independent. No, Fox bought it up, and Fox is owned by Disney, and Disney is owned by, you know, like, it's just this massive spider web of companies buying companies, and it doesn't have to be that way. Like, none of this has to be. It might be the way it is right now, and I think sometimes you use this phrase like a lack of vision, and then we see these people doing crazy stuff. And it's like, how did this crazy stuff come into being?
Yes, a lack of imagination. We clearly suffer that they do not share.
Right, exactly. And there is this ability to shape the world. And at the same time, I think some of the people with the greatest imaginations get nothing done. But then there's a sweet spot of I have profound imagination and I'm patient. Because I think that's the thing, like, you know, if you look at a lot of what's going on in our government and our world and these data centers, people hear these people want to go fast and break things, they do, but they're patient. They will spend 3 to 5 years working on launching. They will spend months working on one contract to get it signed. They'll spend years trying to influence elections over time. You know, some of these people have been in Silicon Valley 20, 30 years cultivating connection and status. And there's an endurance and a vision. And I think that what most people do is when they look at like an Elon Musk or a Ford or whoever, that is something to appreciate, whether you like them or not. The vision over decades and had plans and had imagination to reshape a world. And I think that's one of the things I want to scream out is just because you have vision and patience and capability and intellect and can materially change the world doesn't make it good. It just means you can do that thing. In the same way that AI being able to do all these things doesn't make it good at those things or good in and of itself. It just means it can do things. And when a society becomes enamored, Denise, on a deep level, you and I can have a deep room on this one, but does our society value celebrity and wealth and status or just productivity? And wealth becomes a proxy for how productive we can be at the number one job, which is getting more wealth and status. And right now, I think we have a society that values productivity over anything else.
We like a pretty girl too, though, Briar. We like a pretty girl. We like a guy that can catch a ball. I don't know that it's productivity purely. We can talk about that. We can talk.
You know, I think a pretty girl is an interesting example. That I would say catching a ball is a measure of productivity. Can you get wins that make a team have status that can translate to dollars and pride for a community?
Yeah,
right?
But what comes first, the chicken or the egg? It's a game. We've decided that it can attract wealth because that's, you know, there's a lot of games. There's nobody making money off a rummy cube, right? So it's like we decided that it's valuable, and that's why it makes money. But I don't know which came first.
That means let's put every dollar into you and I starting the professional rummy cube league. I think we. I
love it so much.
Right. No, but I totally get where you're coming from. I think there are moments. I think beauty is, can of worms, problematic. What's the nature of beauty? I like the fact that you said a pretty girl as well, right? Make it gendered, throw it all out there. But the truth is, yes, that's a moment where we value humanity. But what have we done with beautiful girls, Denise? We don't value beauty as much anymore. Look at, I read an article that's really interesting. Modern cosmetic surgery, if you rate people's attractiveness, even if you go to a really basic thing like pupil dilation rates, increase in blood pressure, sweat, and skin temperature, we don't find modern cosmetic surgery attractive. Nobody does. But you know what modern cosmetic surgery is? Expensive. It's a proxy for wealth.
I think that's true, but I still think plastic surgery is not beauty. I think we place a premium and a value on being physically attractive, and that kind of spoils your theory just a little bit. Like I hear what you're saying, but I think productivity definitely is high on the totem pole, but I think there's a bunch of other things on there as well. And wealth is an indicator. We use it as an indicator of what we what we quote unquote value. And value is doing a lot of work in that sentence because, you know, coveting something isn't the same as valuing it. And, you know, liking, like being invested in something or desiring something isn't the same as valuing it, right? So I can value I think that there was a deep admiration for the pretty young girls that were on Epstein's island. I don't know that I would say they were valued. So it's a really complex kind of way to think about it. But your premise is a good one. It just has a few loopholes.
Well, I think in fact, Denise, they were valued exactly for their aesthetics. That's why Epstein and Trump, like if you read about their blowing up, it was from one, each of them valuing the beauty, and whether you say coveting it, valuing it, whatever the term, and trying to possess the thing they thought had value. And yeah, Christina, I know this is, you know, Christina's hierarchy bell is probably ringing off the chart right now. But I wanted to open this up again if anybody wants to add in some comments, because I think it would at least be interesting to see how everybody feels if we read a little bit of this article slowly and with dialogue along the way. And I will say, if you can summon somebody from the ether, Victor, I'm calling you out to be a reader if you're magically on Clubhouse.
Victor!
Christina, go for it.
I think I have like strong feelings against some of what I've heard, just general broad strokes of it. So I don't know that I'm gonna stick around, but I want to say thank you for the conversation, and yeah, please enjoy. Have a good evening, all.
I don't know if is it me or Christina, because I heard her say she's
breaking up. Christina, you're breaking up. Say again.
Am I audible?
You're back now.
That's weird. I was just gonna say, from the broad strokes hints of what this article seems to be about, no, I haven't read it. Like I'm kind of agitated, and I don't want that to bleed into the conversation. I'm going to step out, but I want to say thank you all for the conversation and the different thoughts that it spurred. And yeah, I hope you all have a good evening. So thank you. Good night.
And Christina, the article is super agitating, so I understand that reaction. It's certainly provocative, so I feel you. Well, thanks, Christina, and thanks for helping encourage me to have a room on this. I appreciate you. So have a good night, and feel free to hang out or do whatever feels good for you. Denise, if you're sticking around, I know you're very present here. Do you mind if I mod you so there's at least one more person to hold down the stage?
Oh man, sure, okay.
You know, I'm
going to bed at a decent time, Brian. I'm not staying up all night on Clubhouse.
And you're late. I know you and I have never done that before, though. That would be the first time. Okay, so I'm just gonna read a little, and Denise or L or other Denise D or Spiritus, if anybody else wants to read a little bit, and you can let me know what you think of this experience too. So please let me know, and unmic if you want to interrupt me because I won't be able to see what I'm reading. I'll be on the same phone. So this is an article from Vox that came out on May 28th, so just a little while ago. And it's in Future Perfect, titled "The People Who Actually Want AI to Replace Humanity." We need to create a new humanism before the, quote, AI successionists win. Quote, "I want AI to be a tool that allows human flourishing," exclaimed Brad Carson, a former member of Congress. Quote, "There is an option out there where AI is just a tool for us." This is a normal thing to say in most circles, but Carson was not speaking at an invite-only symposium dedicated to the idea of creating. "You're a brave man for entering this room," Dan Fagalia, an AI market researcher and organizer of the symposium, told Carson. You're in there, the next step in cosmic evolution. Since they believe AIs could become our moral superiors, they argue it's actually wrong to try and keep machine and artificial intelligence as a successor to humanity and hand over the world to it, even if it means we go extinct. They know this view is taboo, which is why I invited only on the condition that I wouldn't quote anyone other than the keynote speakers by name. But suffice it to say that they are not a fringe view. It's becoming highly influential. People from AI major labs, Anthropic, Google DeepMind, XAI were in attendance. So were people from think tanks that directly shape U.S. government's AI policy. So that's just a little start of this idea. Any reflections just from that, or should we keep going?
Thanos.
Right? It does have those phonetic elements. Let's start doing this. Anybody else have any thoughts? And feel free to raise your hand to come on if you'd like to hear it. Okay. Next section. So there's a little section on why they wrote this story. I think I'm going to read that at the end. Okay. Here's next. AI successionism has been gaining ground among technologists over the past decade. In 2015, Google co-founder Larry Page famously accused Elon Musk of, quote, speciesism, because Page thought we should let digital minds take over, and Musk disagreed. The successionist vision has been, now look at the, I'm just going to add in here, look at the irony that happens once Elon Musk now runs an AI company that has merged with his Twitter takeover, that has merged with his money-bleeding space company. So you'll notice that a lot of these views very much are shaped by financial interests. Any other reflections on that before I keep going? Okay. So the successionist vision has been amplified by the advent of effective accelerationism, EAC, in 2012. Its founder, Guillaume Verdun, the physicist, I'm sorry if I butchered that name, the physicist known more colorfully as X on Based, okay, ready? Based Beth Jesus, that's his name he goes by, describes EAC as meta-religion. That's about, quote, having faith in the universe's drive towards increasingly intelligent systems. The best thing we can do is help the universe by developing advanced AI as fast as possible, even at the expense of humanity. Quote, EAC, as Verdun has written, has, quote, no particular allegiance to the biological substrate, quote. And do you hear how it's like reducing, this is me now, do you hear how it's like reducing humans to a biological substrate? It's taking everything that's nuanced and interesting about humanity and switching us to just like something you'd use in a lab.
And of course, they've got to help it. They've got to help the universe.
Right. We're just here to usher in the universe, to give it a little tip.
We just need to help the universe do what the universe.
Planet with the one true AI God. Okay. So back to the article. Tech heavyweights have come on board. Venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, by the way, the little app that you're on is largely funded by him, if I'm not mistaken. Mark Andreessen listed EAC thinkers as his, quote, patron saints. Gary Tan, the CEO of tech startup accelerator Y Combinator, included, quote, EAC in his social media bio and invested in Verdun's company, which aims to build the world's most efficient computers. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman posted on X to Verdun saying, "You cannot out-accelerate me." And these days, AI successionism is spreading beyond Silicon Valley. At the New York Symposium, Fagella told audiences that trying to preserve the human species as it is would be silly. Quote, we could ask the question that would tie all of our moral aspirations entirely to 23 chromosomes. Or we could ask the cosmic questions, Fagella said. He wanted us to consider, quote, unpolite, uncouth possibilities, starting with the flame of consciousness, the capacity for experience and moral value, may be the rarest and most precious thing in the universe. Humanity is currently a torch carrying a flame, but what if we're ultimately not the best carrier for it? And if AI can spread that flame farther than we mere humans can, generating experiences of bliss and forms of moral value that we could never even dream of, shouldn't we let it? Fagella's talk was greeted by a loud round of applause. Later, he and a couple dozen other attendees headed to a nearby hotel balcony for drinks. And so it was that I found myself overlooking the Manhattan skyline as people talked about the end of humanity over cocktails. So it gets interesting ahead, but I just wanted to give a pause if anybody wanted to chime in on, what we've covered so far.
I don't think it's interesting, to be honest with you. I think it sounds like Turning Point USA event that Erica Kirk did the other day, that women shouldn't vote. I think it's a weird little group of weirdos extolling something that will never happen. Like, I really do. Like, not even in the sense of, like, of course you can always shift an Overton window, and these are very powerful people, but they're powerful people that don't understand other humans. They're not people, and so consequently they think they can, like, they think they've captured what it is to be human. I don't have any hope that this group of people can capture what it is to be human. I really don't. Zero. Less than zero. So I think it's like a cute culty thing to sit around and talk about. I think it's masturbatory. I think it's self-important, and I think there's something kind of cool about having the courage. It's like being a Nazi. It's like having the courage to kind of say, the crazy thing that everybody would be terrified if they could ever get into this private room. And I don't know. I don't actually think it's that riveting or interesting. I think they're just weirdos. And I'm gonna Tim Waltz and just call them weirdos.
I think that's definitely relevant. I want to let Al jump in, but she's been quiet for.
I don't like the whole topic, to be honest with you. And yeah, I mean, I know there are people like this. I know this shit is happening, but I try to stay as far away from it as possible. Those names, and they made me feel sick. So I mean, I was actually
I think that I think the reason why I say that is I don't like a lot of the U.S. politicians right now, right? I think along with the vast super majority of America, I like less than 2 or 3, and the ones I like, I don't love. And I don't think that's true of all Americans, but I think it's the super majority. And yet, I can't ignore American politics. Well, I can, but that comes at a cost of me being engaged, being an educated voter, and knowing and understanding the world around me. And I think what's a little bit upsetting to me is that the people in this article are shaping the world. Bare minimum, they are completely shaping the U.S. economy right now. I'm going to rephrase that. They have reshaped the U.S. economy. And there are parts that maybe they're not in control of, but stock markets, all retirement accounts, nearly index funds, the regulations around those markets, laws for financial investing, local zoning, and the only thing keeping economics driving forward really is being grounded in these people changing our society. So this isn't me reading this going, yay, and neither is the article as it keeps going. But it's kind of like, when I read this, I didn't know that so many of these people were literal AI successionists. I thought a lot of them were just like, hey, this is a good thing. We're going to make something really cool. It's a tool. It's going to change our society. The yada yada they always say. It's the ultimate weapon, but it's also the ultimate weapon for good. All this type of dialogue. But a good chunk of these people are like, yeah, I want my meat sack to burn. And that's wild. That's a very different religious type of fervor.
Did you meet Mark Andreessen in early Clubhouse days? Were you?
No.
Oh, okay. No. Okay, I did. We'll have to talk about that another time.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is the app. And I think one of the other reasons why I say this is we can pretend that the medium we're on is neutral. But there's that old adage, the medium is the message. And the people who are running the room we're in right now and the other 100 rooms in your hallway and this whole structure, this is their desire. This is their goal. And I think even this app is designed with an intent. And some of it conscious, some of it unconscious, but it pushes us in these directions.
Yeah. Don't hear me saying that I don't think they're dangerous or I don't think they're impactful. I just don't think they can pull this off. And I think, yes, it drives their decision making. This belief system drives kind of like the moves that they make. I agree. I acknowledge that 1,000%. I just don't think these people can pull it off because I don't think, honestly, I do not think they understand humanity enough to replace it in the ways that that we're talking about. It doesn't mean that we're going to have.
Part of my thesis.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Doesn't mean there's not going to be pain, and it doesn't mean it's not going to be pain at their hands. I think there already has been, but I don't. I guess I just like maybe I'm on a high because I've been watching all these people push back on data centers. I just think, and I just had that crazy phone call. I just think like they're not as all powerful as we think they are. Like, and so I think this idea of like,
yeah. Go ahead, Al.
I'm gonna jump in for a second because I need to go, but I would push back even on your comment about the medium being a message because is one of my favorite like McLuhan, but I don't think that that's true here. I mean, you're right that their intention here is to gather data, but the way that I think this is actually a great example, the way that we are using a platform, we are defining what we're getting out of being here. So the medium does not have to be that message, even though that's what their, whatever their intentions are, and if they are nefarious, then they're nefarious. But we have some real agency here on what we're actually accomplishing being on the platform. So I would say, that's a really optimistic view.
I do think part of why I choose to be aware of things that I find troubling, problematic, difficult.
Hold on a minute, Roger. Nobody's sticking their head in the sand here. We talk about AI day and night here.
No, I wasn't actually. I was just gonna say why I choose.
Okay.
Not a critique. The reasons why I choose to do it is I find being hyper lucid, both like being aware that I'm awake and alert of the situation, but also reflecting on how it affects me and kind of doing the metacognition of what does this do to me as a person, knowing this is out there and the fact that it is out there. I think it's important, and I think frankly there's probably some number of people in this room that haven't read articles like this, that don't know what the term AI successionist is, and it's useful. And to your point about the medium being the message, I think there's a lot of complexity around this. Like somebody else was mentioning, them harvesting data and all that other stuff, sure. But even like the way speakers are appointed, the way the room is set up, whether you get a little medal next to your name or not, switching from friends to followers, all of these things change our engagement. They know that or they wouldn't do it. And as we've all, it's like them getting rid of the back channel. Sometimes it's really unpopular and nobody likes it. And it's rolled back. Other times it's not. So I agree with you that there is a lot of agency within what we can't control. The biggest thing we can control is our reaction, the decision making we have, and a lot of that's our attention. So I agree with you that it's we have agency and control, and we shouldn't be thought of as disempowered. But even when I'm on this or any other form of social media, I like to be hyper lucid. I like to think about what am I doing there, how does it affect me, and how does my even engagement with it shape who I am. And that's why I like to talk about these things. I like to formulate them that way.
Yeah. No, I get that, and knowledge is power, and I mean, I tend to be hyper vigilant about stuff. I think it's really important what's going on, but I'm also saying that, in the same way that we're going, okay, well, just because this stuff exists doesn't mean everybody's using it and everybody has surrendered to it. We can choose. Was it Denise earlier? It was, not Denise, but Denise is the, saying, no, it was Romero. A couple hours ago, Romero was saying, we could all do to go bring home the center. I don't think we have to submit to that right now. I mean, I don't want to anyway. I find it very anti-humanity in a way. It feels very anathema.
The way I was introduced by this article was a philosopher calling for a renewed humanism, which has been something I've been trying to work on communicating and embodying better. A real, yes to life, a real life affirming is that term I keep using, like saying that life matters and humanity matters, and a dead thing like a machine matters in its service to life only. It doesn't matter for itself, But yeah, any other thoughts before I read ahead on what happens on this rooftop balcony with the AI successionist bros?
just slightly, just slightly cosign what they're saying. Like, I'm really not worried, and I'm in a space where they are pushing this on me. Yeah. And I know for a fact with people that I talk to, that they want humans. This is why people are fighting back in their own private ways too, to be more connected with things. And I'm seeing it all over. And maybe I have the benefit of being in a very densely packed city, in a very densely packed borough, where I see the humanity fighting back, and which I'm excited. I'm excited to see what comes out after this part, after the part where they're saying we're all going to be AI, where nobody's going to drive cars, and we're all going to be, robots, and we have to live off UBI. I'm excited to see the pushback against that and what humanity does on a local level, but also more broadly in terms of, fighting back and reclaiming, why the hell we're here. I'm looking forward to that, actually.
One of my, and I don't think the article addressed this, but one of my optimistic views about technology is if we didn't worship this economic system that desires endless productivity and growth, we are producing enough food and resource that if we didn't consume as much kind of what I will call useless trash, we're talking like stuff that you don't need to live. We're not talking food or essential medicine or healthcare or clothing or even basic transportation, but the other stuff, the useless trinkets, the, food that just gets thrown away in the fridge because we got too much and never time to cook because we're working too much. If we didn't have all that kind of excess, we don't need to work as much. Like 3-4 day work weeks are very possible. Having the resources to support each other, taking the people that are injured and giving them care they need so they can have human dignity, paying people who have children so they can comfortably have housing for them and their children, and paying adults that don't have any children so they are never insecure, not worrying about payment and providing houses and basic resources. Like, we're there already. Certainly in the US, not globally, but a lot of nations are getting closer and closer to there. If we didn't have this excess productivity, competition, endless bombing of other countries, like the US has more than enough to live a good quality of life for every single American. It's a choice that our system doesn't have that. So this is the type of thing where I think AI can be a useful tool, like we mentioned, for diagnosing cancers, for writing pointless emails to automated, other systems that we need because there's an issue with our credit card, for designing a quick website so I can sell cupcakes on the weekend or whatever the hell I like to do. There's ways this stuff could be used to enrich our lives, and there's ways that it can be used to destroy our lives. And somebody mentioned this earlier. It's not so much that I don't trust AI at all. Like, I don't have some inherent trust or distrust. I don't trust the people that are running it and the way it's being done. And I think that's a big point on how I feel about it. Is it's not a Ludditism to get rid of it. It's that I want it to be done the right way. Denise, I saw you were.
I actually didn't realize I was off mic, but that was me that said that. Like, I just don't trust them. They're creepy weirdos, and those of you in the room who don't know me, I attend TED. I go to Aspen Institute events. These people are very strange, and they don't want to die. They control every element of their life, and they don't want to die. And it's bizarre how much that is a central piece of this. They want some place to download their consciousness. Yeah. They want some way to cheat death, and they're not going to be able to do it. So I literally am not. The more I've spoken to them, the less I worry. To be honest, I think it will be painful. Don't hear me saying I don't think it's going to be painful. I think it will, and I think it's going to be painful more because of us than almost because of them. Because we can't get over, we love to say the word trillionaire. Oh my gosh, can you believe he did it? We can't stop talking about it. We can't, this is wow. Like it's our enamored posture that makes us vulnerable to them. And yes, they have captured our governmental system and they have created incredible harms. But you know me, I'm corny in this way. I am a student of history. And I liken this, this is our Harriet Tubman moment, right? You like I don't doubt.
That's big phrasing for you because I know how much you value Tubman too.
I value her. She's my like true north, right? But I don't think that she sat and wondered what are the slave owners thinking about me. I think she sought to free people. Right, so that's my reaction. Like, I think this is interesting. Don't hear me say I'm listening, and I think it's interesting, but I'm not afraid. I'm not. This doesn't daunt me. As a matter of fact, it does the opposite. It kind of lets me know how important it is to raise your voice and to speak up and to push back. They're not better than us. They're just rich. That's all they are, is rich.
Well, and I think there's a second thing they're unmoored by morality.
Completely unmoored. Completely unmoored.
And I think there's a difference between being amoral and immoral. And that's one of the things I wish we as a nation could see, because I don't think it's competing morality. I think it's being untethered by morality versus having a morality. Which is why I think these amoral people look at AI and they're like, what's the difference? Like, I ain't got morals. I'm just trying to do my thing. The AI is just trying to do its thing. Same. But to your point, I want to read the next section, Denise, because it connects directly.
Can I just add one thing? I'm sorry.
You always can.
Okay, cool. Afraid of the things that make life and being human, and they are deeply afraid of it. At the core, their lives.
Oh yeah, and Scotty, I think that's my thesis on AI. To the next section here. This is back to the article. There was some diversity of opinion among the group. Not everybody identified with the communists hoped to keep some version of humanity going, but not the current hardware. They dream of radical life extension, cognitive enhancement, and eventually mind uploading. This is in brackets. Musk, who said he created his brain chip company Neuralink to help merge humanity with AI, probably falls, or at least fell, into this category. Back out of brackets. Others were post-humanists, those who want us to give rise to descendants that move beyond humanity altogether. The biologist sitting across from me was very excited about the prospect of merging humans with AI, and this is me talking now. Here's where we get the immortality type stuff. He says, we should task AI with figuring out how to best do the merger, and then, quote, take it off the leash, and allow AI to control its own evolution, and by extension, ours. Of course, he said, not all humans will make it through the transformation. Only a select group of people will transition to the next evolutionary stage. Presumably, the type of people privileged enough to imbibe cocktails at Manhattan AI symposiums. So, here's where you get it. We're going to create something. We assume we are the chosen ones. We're going to create the thing that will literally absorb our humanity. And this is the word, somebody help me, I'm having my anomia kick in.
Eugenics?
No, well, that too, but it's eschatological or whatever it is. The term for religions that have like end times and then rebirth. It's like they're reaching out for the way to destroy humanity and to make sure they're there to get their consciousness upload and merged, and to make sure they have it ready in this life cycle. So I do think there's a massive amount of death denial and this constant memento mori, but not to say, yes, we too shall die. It's to say we're going to die. Oh, hell no. Like, I have to make sure like I exist beyond, and there's no way this can go. And we're here. We're the ones ready to go. So going on with this, the man seated beside me, a researcher from one of the major AI companies, was even more radical. Forget merger. It's okay if humans don't survive at all, he said. Human text has been used to train the AIs. In some sense, then, the human spirit will live on. So, quote, so on the cosmic level, he said cheerfully, I'm okay with it. Most people are definitely, now here's your point for many of you, most people are definitely not okay with it. The average person would probably find the answer of the worthy successor group repugnant. Yet the core question they pose can tools that could reshape the DNA of the future. All of these are links to businesses doing that, just for context in the article. As it becomes possible to direct our own evolution as a species, and potentially even create a new species that surpasses us, we have to decide, how do we know to what extent it does make sense to transform ourselves using technology? What kind of argumentation do we want? And what kinds do we absolutely not want? Augmentation do we want, and what type do we absolutely not want? What do we wish, ultimately, to become? This is a moral question, even a spiritual one, and it demands a spiritual response. The AI successionists are offering one. For anyone who finds it repulsive, the challenge is to offer a countervailing, positive vision. And it's essential to do that now. I'm going to read this next session, then I'd like us to talk if everybody's down for it. And it's essential to do that now because as sci-fi as the secessionists might sound, they are building real political power. It provides a link to all their different groups within the text if you'd like to click it. With links to the authoritarian right. Several of the text heavyweights who've embraced secessionism want to escape the control of democratic governments. So much so, they're seeking to create their own sovereign colonies. That can come in the form of space colonies, all of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, or in independent, quote, startup cities. It provides links to those, or, quote, network states built by corporations here on Earth. Currently, Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen's favored approach. And Verdon's investors include entrepreneur Balaji Srinivasan, a major proponent of a network state. These oligarchs have successfully cleaned up the Trump administration, clearing the way for their accelerationist vision. It has a link to the ways they've done this. They'll take the wheel unless we come up with alternative visions for the future. Now, they're going to provide what they think is the alternative. But what was interesting in reading this and hearing about these visions, seeing how these names connect and doing a little digging for me into their connections is this is really moving forward. There was recently a city in California, and again, this is all me talking away from the article. There's a city in California where they were buying up all this land next to a military base. It's kind of out in a quasi-desert area. And all of a sudden, everybody was freaking out. Was it a foreign government or what? Well, it turns out it's a city being developed in California. It's planned to house 400,000 people, making, a significant size city in U.S. scale. And it's going to be a super AI tech-forward startup city. There's a city called Prospera. I forget if it's in, if anyone wants to chime in with what country in Latin America. And it's had all sorts of issues, started rebellions in the government. There was the whole seasteading initiative, which was huge with the initial Trump administration.
It's in Honduras.
Honduras, thanks. And there was the whole Seasteading Institute that tried to set up colonies on oil rigs. And all of these failed. Because the whole idea was to create a group of people that could do radical self-interest and libertarian action. Libertarian in the choice of no restriction. And those people went. And put a bunch of those people together, what do you think will happen? It's why there's a crazy quote from Elon Musk when he can talk about colonizing Mars. He talks about maybe needing to put a kill switch or something because all the people in Mars could rebel or something like that, and you have to have a way to turn them off. And so these moves are really happening. Nation states are involved. Money is going here. And nations are shaping a public policy. Sam Altman is everywhere on the media right now. Elon Musk runs multiple of the largest platforms. And don't forget, Oracle, run by Ellison and those people who are building all the data centers and trading billions of dollars with these companies, they're buying up the media and CBS, and all of a sudden critics, people like Stephen Colbert and others, they're silenced. They're shut down. And it's not that they're permanently done, but when we want to talk about canceling, there's nothing more explicit than canceling a literal TV show and buying the whole damn network. So I think as much as this is something to, do you want to be afraid of or not, I don't want to talk about the internal emotional state. It's something that's causing real harm. It's rewriting our social landscape, our media landscape. It's rewriting our vernacular. Go onto the app and scroll down the rooms and watch how many AI rooms or reaction to AI rooms or rooms about these people who are funneling literally hundreds of millions of dollars to get these people elected so they can have billions to sink into SpaceX, which only profitable division is its AI division, which is a failure now. That's just if y'all want to look this up, leasing their data centers to other AI companies. It's meaningful. It's powerful. It has causal effects on the real world that affect my life. And again, how we respond to that is all of our choice. And yeah, no one of us is going to be like, oh, you know what, I think AI companies might be kind of bad, and I think AI successionism shouldn't be a thing. But like the article's pointing out, they have, and this is my analysis, there is a religion-shaped hole in our society. And if anybody knows me on here in my day-to-day life, I'm not a part of any organized religion. I'm not trying to start up one, but there's this movement called meta-modernism that I really respect. And it says, like, throughout history, there was an area, a period of time we call antiquity, where religion and spiritualism and being grounded in nature defined humanity. And then modernism comes around. And this is the Enlightenment, and we move away from religion and away from authority and away from nature and towards technology and development and science and rationality and free markets and democracy. And then boom, the story of everything comes there. And then it's in this dialogue with postmodernism saying, hey, maybe not everything is good. Maybe burning up a planet to make profit isn't great. Maybe rationality has created bigger tools of war. And this comes out of World War II, where some of the smartest scientists were calculating how to best burn human bodies. And so, other people criticized it and said, you're just trying to destroy it. You're using all your, new age type language to try and deconstruct what's worked, and you don't even mean anything, and you're all inserting psychology and power struggles, and none of this counts. And then there's a movement that comes after this, and most people don't even acknowledge it. It's new, and I found it meaningful. It's called metamodernism. And it says, look, antiquity and religion served a purpose. It got us here. Millions of years, not thousands. Who knows how many of that? There were stories, there were myths, there was community, there was nature. We were worried about sustainability. Wasn't a tech jargon. It was what a society needed. We planted different fields and foods because we knew we had to survive multiple seasons. We couldn't just engineer our way out. And modernism gives rise to amazing things, medicine, technology. It starts to bring ideas about every person having a certain type of value. And then you get like this new idea is metamodernism. It says, look, antiquity had a value. And modernism created this stuff that's useful. And then postmodernism has a lot of critique that's really accurate, but the other things were still valuable. And metamodernism says, what we kind of need is all of them. We need an antiquity and a story and a specialness to life. What religion gave people was a sense of value and meaning and a grand, how do I put it, mystical story, something that centered us in a sense of the beautifulness of the cosmos and how to put it together. And modernism comes and gives us technology and rationality in this structured, organized ways that build stuff that we all use, like the phones we're all on right now. And postmodernism critiques that and says, hey, you're saying you're all so good. You're not good. Y'all are doing monster stuff in the way of making all these cool doodads and widgets. And you better criticize that. There's not just one story, and there's not one truth, and rationality won't solve everything. And metamodernism says, take them all. We're going to need something like a religion to inspire us. It doesn't have to have a Bible and a sacrifice and get a tithe and all that. And we're going to need science and rationality to tell us what we can do. And we're going to need critique of all those things and differing viewpoints and to recognize power structures so we don't enforce that monstrousness. And so I think we're at a time where we desperately need this. And I think I used to be very averse to the term spiritual because I don't personally identify as a member of an organized religion. I think they can be really problematic. But I do think there's something in my life when I look at a beautiful tree, or I connect with another person in dialogue, or I look into a person's eyes deeply, or see a rainbow, that there's something sublime and beautiful and bigger. And I think if we don't see that spiritualness in things, it leads us to look at an AI and somebody writing your loved one to write you a final letter before they die and say, they look really similar, they're both passed. And I think that's one of my fears, that I think is a very valid call for a renewed type of spiritualism, a new type of something that affirms life, and not just affirming it as a death, whether we're all going to die and be brought back, but affirms life as it is right now. So I know that was quite a viewpoint. That's my viewpoint on this article at this point. Just wanted to open it up. If anybody wants to down there listening, thanks for being here, and people on stage. Anybody want to chime in with thoughts on that? Oh, Scotty, if you want to speak on Spinoza's God for a second, you get a massive fist bump.
No, I don't have anything to say, but that's more aligned to where I am.
Yeah.
It's all within us, all within nature, that kind of vibe. That's what I think about.
Yes.
And I trust Albert Einstein. If that was his God, then I'm like, all right, I think we're on some.
For anybody who's not familiar with Spinoza's God, and yes, Einstein was a big fan, he thought God was literally the sum totality of the entire universe. Everything that thinks and feels, but also every star, every galaxy, all the past, future. And to him, that literally was God. It was just the sum totality of all reality, the greatest thing possible. And he didn't prescribe any mysticism or tradition or anything other than that. Just is what it is. And it's a very beautiful idea. And he did choose very consciously to use the term God. So yeah, I've always been a fan of Spinoza's God. I think it's a cool concept. So I appreciate you for bringing that up. Anybody else? Yeah, anybody else have any thoughts or reflections? Ooh, I'm surprised. Neither Denise had any thoughts on that.
I have a million thoughts, but I'm just like letting it.
Do you want to say any of them, or you want to just let them sit in the box for a while?
I mean, it's weird. It's kind of like what you call it. Is it spirituality? Is it some kind of collective reconnection around our value to each other? I feel like that's what I'm seeing. But it's like it's what you call it, right? It's how what you label it as. And so this idea of like you need all three. I think that's probably true. I think that talk a lot about at it. And there's the kind of deification that we have of technology in time. Kind of hold our nose or look away at expected followers because we've made it in a lot of ways. A lot of people made it like the God of sorts, right? But I just believe,
if it's reprobation and essence was just led and slave Europe united with the as prevented from ever coming. That's called inception.
I do think it's just yeah, I'm pretty sure. No, but I'm not agnostic. Yeah, because I think that I can be as sure as I can be of all of. I can be as sure that there's not as a God as I can be sure of my other knowledgeable beliefs, right? Like I don't believe that there is, for example, so you say so there's very few countries that rely on that as a primary mechanism for legislation. Switzerland's probably a good example of the exception, but they have a very good system, and it's a relatively small country and doable. But countries the size of France or the UK or US, it's just not practical.
It's just like money. If he wants like Sharia law, like go have a little commune, raise it that way, right? Within the bounds of your commune. But don't think you're gonna run a whole country that way. This is crazy.
There are better systems than democracy, right? It's just like Islamic terrorism version of utopia and everything. It's like what is here on this? Where is this Islamic terrorism, Islamic governance model? It doesn't ever really implement anywhere. It just stays in people's mind. Practically, whenever you want to compare against it, I don't say what it's in the everyone has that version, but it's just like.
And it's like I always point out that
communism, consensus-based anarcho-communism works great with like small groups of people that agree to live in community, but it's certainly not a way to govern a nation, right? And you know, you can have socialistic sort of welfare ideals within a nation, but you still have to have some level of mixed economies in order to accumulate enough capital, either at the governmental scale or the private sector scale, to build big things, right? You know, individuals, you know, all working, pulling at their own personal interests are never going to build big things on their own. So it's just kind of, you know, these things people don't realize. It's not all or nothing. Like I said, it's like if you want to live, you know, in a communist style, if you want to live in a kibbutz and do all that crap, go do it. Great. You know?
Yeah, of course, but this it is really that's why I gave the example earlier with referenda. You know, works well in Switzerland, but you know, can't work on much larger scale, and it's actually counter democracy at larger scales, as we saw with the Nazis' uses of plebiscites, and even countries like North Korea do this type of nonsense, where you get, you know, 99.99% of the population both voting and happen to be voting for the same thing. But as far as a benevolent dictator being like the best form of government, I mean, it's largely been acknowledged that that's a great thing because it can be very efficacious and a lot of great things can happen. So problems with the benevolent dictator model because it can work in scale, but the problem is time. It doesn't work over long scales of time. And so that's why like the best model ends up being sort of Republican form of government.
So for us, we are saying even the problem, we can very well have a even an existing government. Because as long as you are not taking the big laws and stuff, you are like, you know, for example, where he wants to have multiple wives, have multiple wives. You just can't call them wives or the legal system of the country you are in. But focus on staying in limit, more than one partner. People are going to, you know, stay in
I can't even get one wife, so yeah, I don't think you're going to need to worry about that.
No, but I'm just saying that maybe you would decide it, or if it's not, recording it. I mean, you can have multiple partners, you can live with multiple partners, there's no problem, right?
I'll take the Johanna if I can have all the husbands that are.
Yeah, if we would have had yeah, those people can break the law, get away with it, find ways to camouflage it. I don't know that that says anything about the laws and stuff. What was that?
Do you have things like that?
I sort of do, but how is that relevant?
Because engagement as
I just now saying you are with the Army Board of
I don't understand that.
It's very spicy.
It's just spicy woman.
And chili.
Fermented vegetables in it. It's so good.
You and I can do like a food show together.
Is it true, like 100% political system that exists, like a truly like democratic country or a socialist country?
I mean, like complete and total democracy is like an absolute consensus-based like referendum system, but like that's like impossible at large scale. Like you have to move to some sort of representative, you know, within a democratic system where not everybody's weighing in on every single goddamn decision that's made. You know,
Another problem with these referenda is that they are acting on population of like sometimes
it's just not reasonable to expect people to be experts at every subject. And so some decisions are very, detailed, and that's why representative governments work best. Like I said, Switzerland is the closest probably example in the world of a direct democracy. And
wait, aren't you a subject matter expert on everything, Euro? I thought you knew everything.
Well, if I'm saying something wrong, point it out. But I can guarantee you, I'm right on this because I'm fairly familiar with Switzerland. I live close to Switzerland.
Are you and Matthew brothers? I get the feeling that you and Matthew are brothers. The perfume maker? You know the perfume maker? He's another know-it-all.
Regularly vote on laws, constitutional changes.
Still following.
Probably would if I still had mine. Yeah, I think they used to follow her. No, Aisha was nervous, just like the whole hospice thing and how she's been.
I mean, she's just like,
she's
fucking crazy.
Put it away.
She's a lunatic.
Issue question on this.
And it's so weird.
Terrorist organization such as Hezbollah attacking Israel, all the time. So Iran could say, look, somebody could say this is not Iranian business. They have no business to dictate what Israel can or cannot do in Lebanon and take that away off the negotiation.
Why would they do that?
Let me just finish this. The reason I'm pointing this out because you came across, as you were saying, that the Israelis are poo-pooing the deal or are making it very difficult because they're attacking Lebanon. So I'm turning this table around. I would say maybe Iran actually is the problem here. If they take their request for Israel not to just leave those two alone, then I think a deal can move forward without any problem. So in this case, I would say Iran is the country, the party actually insisting very strongly for Israel to leave, to move out of Lebanon. So what do you think about this, Ali?
I think the Americans agreed to it. The Americans agreed and thought that's actually required to end the war. It's part of the memorandum of understanding that my president signed. What are you talking about? We agreed to it, and that's what happens when you lose a war. You have to accept things that you don't necessarily agree to. I don't know what world you guys live in that you think that Iran didn't win this war, guys. They won.
Well, yeah, you can tell yourself that and get drunk on that bill.
How did they not win? If it wasn't in 2 more, I don't know if you know this or not. In about 3 more weeks, if we continued where we were, Brent was going to $150 a barrel. We're already seeing the economic ramifications globally. This wouldn't have gone well if we continued. We were at a breaking point.
You realized, Ali, that the Iran's oil producing capability has already been permanently damaged. By the end of May, Karg Island was completely filled, the tanks there. So they had to wind down production, which produces I forget exactly, but it essentially causes like a waxy buildup. I know that sounds funny.
No, you can't stop producing oil. I understand that. But you realize that also our Gulf allies who are getting into that same predicament. Right? So that causes also another problem. Essentially the question was who was going to be able to last longer.
The U.S. was using shadow shipping lanes to escort tankers throughout and hugging the coast of Oman, et cetera. So oil was getting out.
I'm sorry, you think enough oil was getting out that it wasn't affecting global supply?
I think it was affecting global supply, but I think Iran was already hurting.
You're right, they were hurting.
Much more than any other country.
Right, but this is also a fight for their existential survival. It's like a fight for existential survival for them.
Yeah, I know. Everybody in the Middle East is fighting for their existential.
But it wasn't an existential fight for the United States. There's no reason for me to pay $5 a fucking barrel down for oil.
Yeah.
So he was getting significant domestic pressure.
Yeah, but
there were Indians who were worried about getting cooking gas.
There was no significant pressure. None.
Okay, sure.
So I mean, let me go back to your.
I mean, I can certainly tell you in California, the prices are higher here than anywhere else, and it's not because of the war in Iran.
I can tell you my advice. Ali, 1 second. Alan, first of all, hello.
Hey, Ralph.
Second of all,
how are you?
Good. You want to help out me a bit? You mind to help out?
Help out how?
Like this.
Oh, Jesus. I'll go mad with power. I swear I can't.
It's okay. We need a crazy Armenian. But what's it called? Where was I going with it? I think you sent me the article, or you sent me the that under Biden, that oil without any wars, gas without any wars was still higher than under Trump with the war. Was that you who corrected me one time, I think, in the back?
No, I'm not saying. I just checked my messages to you. I didn't see anything, but that wouldn't surprise me if that was accurate. I mean, as soon as Biden came out with the war, funding in the war with Ukraine, prices in California went up to $700. $7 a gallon for premium, which I need. And the other thing, my 1 month's gas bill to heat my house, which was normally $230 in the winter, was $700.
Oh, and I told you gotta sell that Mercedes. I know you're Armenians, you love those Mercedeses.
Yeah, I know. We can't look. I can't show my face to other Armenians if I'm not driving a G-Wagon. Come on, you know that.
I know. It just matches your face, that square boxy look.
Yeah, that's right.
So, let me just finish my discussion with Ali. Ali, I just quickly looked up some elements in the MOU, and I think, let me just tell you what it says about the question of Lebanon. So, there are a few items in here. This one is under the title of Sovereignty, Non-Interference, and Implementation. You can see this correctly. So here's just one line in here. It says explicit language, but protecting Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity is tied to the ceasefire on that front. So it is really vague about what the outcome of this kind of language is, or what the expectations are, the Iranian expectation in terms of the sovereignty of Lebanon, whether that requires it for the Israelis to pull out completely, or strategically. So it's really vague. Maybe you have something better than I have. That it basically.
Usually there's not an occupation.
What I'm trying to tell you is really a vague language in here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, I'm not quite sure what was I going to say. So I'm not sure how it's going to unfold, to what extent.
I would love to hear from the other Ali, though. But Ali, you and I
Which one are you talking about?
How come your
Are you talking about the handsome Ali or the handsome Ali?
How come your opinion never actually ever mattered?
I'm sorry, can you come in?
It doesn't matter, like, progressively, it doesn't matter. It's like your opinion. It's like I could listen to you for hours and never fucking even understand anything. It's like I could never understand whether you would be a Persian, whether you would be a leftist, whether you'd be IRGC. It's like your opinion never ever fucking mattered to me.
Well, thank you for that. I have seen you in the previous room. You're having a very unusual interest in what I say, and typically you're attacking me. I'm not quite sure.
No, I never attacked you. So
what I'm trying to say, maybe
be honest, it wasn't about you. I brought it here for
Ali, you're trying to make it personal. She's just giving you constructive criticism in a very harsh way.
I am a nationalistic person.
Okay, so you, I see your tactic. I see your tactic. Listen, man, she just gave you constructive criticism. It might be harsh, and you don't like hearing it. That's the problem. A lot of people have told you this, and I'm going to tell you this because you need to hear it. A lot of people don't think what you say makes any sense, and nor is it enriching or enlightening or educating in any way. You always complain. Everybody knows you're an atheist, check. Everybody knows you're an Iranian, check. Everybody knows that you can speak English decently. Great for you, bro. But that's only an accomplishment in Iran, not in the United States or in the Western Hemisphere, or in the Western Sphere, or the Anglosphere. Here, this is the norm. So if you don't speak English, like, hey man, like, that's a you problem. But here, you don't get any trophies for speaking English. In Iran, you might get a trophy for speaking English. So I know. Who's muting? Who's muting, man?
Alan's muting. 1 second, Alan's muting. Alan wants to say something.
Yeah, how does this relate to the memorandum of understanding?
Thank you.
What memorandum of understanding?
The one we're talking about.
Between the United States and Iran?
Yeah.
Correct. Well, 60 days, it's going to be negotiated. There's no memorandum of understanding other than to stop the war.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm sorry, but Ali's particular effectiveness with what he does or does not say is not related to that. Nor our opinion on what he says and does not say.
That's true.
It's up the moderators to decide and moderate the room. That's their.
We already know moderators moderate the room, Alan. Can we just
Then
not
why are
say?
you talking about what BB said to him?
Because being allowed to say people entertained it, Mr. Moderator.
No, because BB is drunk.
And so if moderators entertained it, that must be the topic of conversation.
And now I just stopped.
Okay, so you went back to, you reset the room, Alan. You could just say, I'm going to reset the room.
Yeah, well, I could have said it that way. I said it my way instead.
Which is no problem with that. But I just for further clarification. I'm building with you. I'm not being an antagonist to you.
I know you're not. We're all good. I'm going to say something. You know, I looked it up. I looked up what are the points. I read the memorandum. Then I went to Google, and there was one of the things that said was, would you like to see how this compares to Obama's deal? And I said, okay, let me see that. And then I asked the question, is it fair to compare this to Obama's deal, considering the terms haven't even been, the final terms haven't even been signed yet? And it said, well, no, it's not fair or accurate because this is a ceasefire deal. Okay? I don't see how when two countries are warring and they come to some kind of understanding, how that can be seen as a failure. Now, I expect that both sides are going to say, ha ha, we won. But we have yet to see what's going to happen in the next 60 days. The only other thing
we just completed a grueling 3-day records exam process, defending nearly 20,000 of our signatures. In the end, as I've been saying all along, we're well over the required 25,000 signatures.
That people are saying, oh, we're giving it to Iran. 150 billion of that is from private investors, and the rest of it comes from various sources, including other Middle Eastern
So before the breakdown, Alan, what are we trying to say? So you agree with me?
So I don't
this
know.
Is just a ceasefire.
Maybe I
Even abortions, pro-legal
but all I've
abortion,
heard you
and
say
do not trust is allowed.
So you agree with me that this It's just a ceasefire. No, it's an MOU to get to a ceasefire. They're different. So a ceasefire is to get to the conditions of an MOU is modified.
Why the fuck am I here the other
Do I give him the box then? Yes. Do I give him the box or what was the code, sir? HR10. He gave me the code.
Take it out of the room, just so you know. That's fine, did that ever matter to sitting? Marshall, did that ever matter? You could at least have a decent conversation, but did that ever matter to me? Did I ever consider whether you're trying to lie as understanding is a stifle free speech? Which are legally I'm an American, I believe in freedom of speech, I believe in freedom of speech, reason and intellect, otherwise this is Marshall, you don't know what John actually understand what freedom of speech fucking means.
All right, I can only take one person talking at a time. Now the point is, and this was the only point I was going to make, was that $300 billion is not coming from America, and it's contingent on Iran making itself investable. Meaning, if it's a war-torn, terrorist-inducing
surveillance video inside Playmakers, Games, Cards, and Collectibles in Hudsonville shows the
This is where you'll find some of the best jibaritos in Chicago. A jibarito is a sandwich made with flattened fried green plantains instead of bread. It comes with garlic and a filling consisting of meat, cheese, lettuce, tomato, and more. Despite the sandwich's Puerto Rican roots, the jibarito was actually invented in 1996 in Chicago's Humboldt Park neighborhood, and you'll find some of the best ones.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your knowledge because I believe that you have that, like, it belongs to you. You know, you grew up so, like, you could be Armenian, you could be whatever, but most
in Chicago.
Thank you, Bibi. And here's the thing. Cynic, I may be human, but you're not here to know. No, Bibi, not you, cynic. Yeah, no, listen to me, Bibi.
Of you as stupid, as Marshall as stupid.
No.
I believe that whatever you say, it comes from somewhere a level. No, but also I believe it comes from a level of experience and also a level of honesty. I don't think you ever are dishonest, by the way.
Well, thank you, Bibi. And cynic, you may be smarter than me, but you're not smart enough to understand when somebody's complimenting a mod, maybe you should not say anything. Anyways,
26-27 season is a fantastic season.
Welcome.
Oh my God, the drunk woman gotta be stopped. This onslaught has to be seen.
Oh my God, she's gonna hit my What is she doing? Oh my God, it looks like the driver was apparently putting tires on her speeding through a PhD. The officer's now trying to smash the window. Pull around. The driver speeds away. She comes to a fork in the road and veers right, then jumps the center median and crashes into a health clinic. An officer opens the door and then gets out. The car door smashes him into the truck. The car crashes again into the health center. She takes off, this time with the passenger side door wide open, hits a tree and comes to a stop.
southern
Police quickly catch up to him
everyone knows
and
that.
proceed to remove him from the
Long
vehicle,
term is not
which
going
is
to happen.
placed under
It already
arrest
happened
and
before.
led to a
The
waiting
definition of
patrol car.
insanity is to repeat the same thing expecting a different result. If Israel occupies the southern Levant, this is what's going to happen. Within the next few years, they are going to coordinate the attacks against the permanent positioning of the IDF over there, and you're going to see high casualty events among the IDF, and then they're gonna post that online, and that's gonna be a psychological angle, and that's gonna be enforcing their base, and the Israelis are gonna continue asking, why are we there? Why are we losing troops? And even though we have no valid claim to occupy the land, and the international community isn't gonna recognize this territory as part of Israel. You're just gonna lose troops. You're in this high-tech modern warfare battlefield that we have today, a bunch of drones from Hezbollah will cost millions, yet alone the human life, which is what we're already seeing. You might not be seeing the combat footage, but I keep up with this stuff. I promise you, the game warfare, like it's not going to stop because Hezbollah's an existential threat to Israel. Why? Because they opposes territorial integrity, which would make them an exclusive. They oppose territorial integrity. They literally are within their border. Funded by the Iranians who want the Iranians. So what? Israel's funded by the United States. Is the United States violating the sovereignty or the integrity of the Arab world? What asked you for an explanation of the economics that you asked? I'm just going based on what you said. We're saying, Hezbollah's an existential threat. People can comment too. If you don't have your shit why do you run to conclusions so fast? And what you're saying is literally truth, common truth, like everyone should get this. No, it's not. You are free. You are free. Marshall, you're in goddamn Texas. You're Baptist. What are you talking about? Your views are nowhere normal. They're not normal. You are free. You are on the extreme right side of the aisle. You're an evangelical. You're an evangelical. You are not mainstream. You are not mainstream. Just say I'm not mainstream. Let's understand that you are not mainstream. Instead of talking about shit, this white guy can't accept that he ain't mainstream. You a redneck. You a redneck. And you are the actual subject of the room, which again means you've lost the discussion. No, I'm not. Look at him. Setting himself up as judge, arbiter, and execution. You are talking about me. Sylvester Stallone. You are not. Are you not ideas? We're talking about Marshall Wagon personally. You're nothing here, bro. Like, pull your head out of your ass and actually be polite. It's not that difficult. I'm not going to be polite to someone who continues to be polite. Otherwise, I'm going to continue the shit I'm saying the entire time we're talking. Who's muting? Can we have our back and forth or what? Your motherfucking taught you. It's not that difficult. You don't have to try hard. Just have to redneck. You're a redneck. Your views are not normal. You cannot justify your views. You just said Hezbollah is an existential threat to Israel. Justify that. You said, they violate Israeli territory integrity.
Okay, both of you stop right now.
Is Hezbollah?
First of all, there will be no direct attacks on each other. You guys want to argue facts. Okay, thank you. Argue fucking facts. No, you're the one that's arguing and getting emotional, Cedric.
Because he is presenting things as if they were fact when they're not. And I'm telling him to justify them, and he cannot do. I literally justified them. You wouldn't shut your mouth long enough. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to shut the fuck up. Justify them in a way that we can all realize that integrity is literally attacking the border on which a country exists. If you don't like that, take it up with the international relations. Okay, that doesn't mean an existential threat, you goddamn moron. Exactly what it means. Okay, so go ahead. There you go. You just made a claim. I want you to back that up. I want a source, Marshall, where it says violating another nation's territory integrity means you are an existential threat to them.
I'm not giving you a source.
Yeah, indeed, and you're such a fucking moron. You're such a moron. There you go. Take the L. Put it up your ass.
It's academically not required because it's a
You're
agreed upon
Just
thing.
eat the L.
No.
You just got held. How are you not getting? You just got held.
I just got somebody who got emotional and insulted me.
Okay, and you can't justify it. Violating another thing. Okay, so the United States, Epic Fury, violation of Iranian territory. That does not mean the United States is an existential threat to the Persian people or Iran. That's crazy. You're crazy.
Are you Muslim?
Say it right, woman. Say it right, actual. You know, you're not a white person. Masha, you're from goddamn Iran. You live closer to India than I do.
If you don't believe in that, take it up with the actual religious community. I can't fucking help you.
Marsha, you have actually substantiated with evidence and your statements being backed by some reference in the common parlance. You need to show me under evidence or violating another nation's sovereign territory of being here to sovereign. And you can't find that because you just spoke out of your mouth. Because it's common knowledge. Fallacy of authority. Fallacy of authority. Fallacy of authority. That's called fallacy. That's what science are.
Crazy ass.
You can wear all the glasses you want. You ain't gonna cover that hick accent. I don't hear that accent, and I know you're a redneck.
Yo, Moss, control this shit.
Well,
So I have this titanium bar.
You were talking more, Doctor, so I figured you were going to do it. I mean, let's put it. I mean, Cynic is a Muslim fuckhead. That's all. And
I could figure out.
Well, I'm honored to be a Muslim fuckhead. Mrs. Masha, you're an atheist, brain-dead camel, and Alan is literally he knows better. He knows where the hierarchy is. That's why he laugh like that. He can call me a diplomat all he wants, but he knows who's making the intelligent, rational points.
No, but
So you said you're fucking. Hold on. You said you're fucking Muslim, and this is how you speak to a fucking woman.
Well, oh my God, here we go. They want to pass judgment. Who are you, and why do you believe you deserve it? Oh, because you're a monk. Because you think some electronic green badge of hierarchy makes you somehow dickhead. The hell I'm talking about manners. Marshall, you literally don't know manners because you clearly don't know
your Muslim ass stinks so bad that all not only Persians, including other nations.
I don't know. I gotta say to everybody else, this
I just discussed this by how talkative you are and how disrespectful it's not about your.
Again, another opinion that is irrelevant to the conversation that doesn't help us obtain a fact or verify a fact.
Identity. That word that you're fucking Muslim, and then you went and fucking attacked a woman.
Sunny, this is a serious question. Why are you Muslim men like this? Most of you, all the time. You just can't have a simple conversation.
He's Muslim though. That's a fucking great way to describe that you're fucking Muslim.
I just want to say hi.
Really proud.
I mean, I think there's a stereotype that's just not fitting. I mean, cynic is cynic. I mean, people have heard cynic speak in other rooms. He's very opinionated, and he attacks him, he'll attack him back.
minutes of this fuckhead.
Well,
Leave it alone.
Helen, I don't know if he's still in the room, but cynic is a different character. That's all I'm saying. So he's intelligent. Something in terms of really on the marks.
Intelligentness, he shouldn't be doing.
Yeah, you could surprise me that he was.
Yeah, he should. I agree.
Yeah, but Dean, he saying he's intelligent, he might know some facts or may have read some newspaper accounts, but he's not intelligent.
I mean, I've heard him speak a number of times. Sometimes he's really on the mark, sometimes he's really off the mark. But I would just you know, I would McGill's not.
I understand what you're saying and why you say it, but intelligence and I think you're intelligent enough to understand this, that intelligence encompasses many different things, and he is lacking in a number of things that actually matter. Specifically, the points he made about Lebanon and what would happen real estate there, those, I thought, were safe points. The problem is that everything else he said negated that and turned the entire room against him.
Okay, yeah, I can't speak for that because I didn't hear
That doesn't seem very intelligent to me.
I mean,
I can't listen. If he's a proud Muslim, don't tell me you're a proud Muslim and go attack a woman. It's not what we do. I'm sorry to say, it's disgusting.
Of course.
So if you're fucking having a purple diarrhea come out of him right now, that's his problem. Cynic, come up and fucking.
I need you to stop talking, though. I need you to stop talking. Can you stop talking? I already heard your question a million times. Can you stop talking? No, Marshall, that doesn't mean you're allowed to interrupt. Marshall, I will literally break my foot up your ass. You are not strong. You are not intelligent. I am more educated. I am more powerful. I am stronger.
Educated people don't have to tell
you didn't even go to the military. Don't sit here and act more patriotic than me. You are not more intelligent. You are not more patriotic. You are not stronger. I am better, stronger. Everything. I am elite. I would literally say that in your face, and I really literally nine. How old are you, fucking idiot?
I'm so fucking sick of this. Cynic that you can't control yourself.
He's trying
the first sign of man who is controlling your emotions, and you don't. And you
trying
don't.
to manhandle this, whatever he's trying to do. He's trying to fucking intimidate. Yo, he thinks he's a bad guy. Come, fucking talk to me. Come. You think I'm scared of you, Cynic? You're bigger than me, come. Never had a fucking bottle broken over your head. Come, speak to me.
We can't keep doing this, man. We really can't keep doing this. I mean, the only way, you want to hear from me. You want to try to prove that you can get me by getting me on some wrong point or a misrepresented fact. That's what you want to do. But all you can do is my character, even though you know that requires judgment. Anything requires judgment is subjective. Everything subjective can only be mitigated if we ground it.
Everybody shut the fuck up right now.
Yeah, okay, wait.
Everybody out.
Yeah, wait. Cynic came in and started insulting people, and now he's claiming, all you could do is talk about my character. Typical scumbag. You are an absolute cunt. Now come up if you want.
Hold on. Shut up, Phoebe. Please.
Don't be like this to Alan.
Hold on. Cynic,
It's okay.
I'm bringing you back up. But stop fucking attacking people. Nobody gives a fuck how big you are, how strong you are. It's not a fucking pissing competition. Go straight to your fucking point. Everybody mute the fuck up, mic up, start speaking straight to your point, and then when somebody else speaks, you mic up and you let them speak and don't fucking interrupt them until they're fucking done. Guys, I can't bring him up. Somebody else tried to bring him up. Straight to your fucking point. Everybody mic the fuck up.
Well, let me, before he coming up, I want to ask a question so that he could answer.
Okay, we can't bring him back up. Did somebody turn off hand raising? Guys, turn off hand raising. There we go.
Yeah, bro, so I'm just gonna read what I wrote in the chat, because, again, I don't waste time, man. Even though they are by no means even close to deserving the merit to be a judge over the matters that require the mitigation of men. And we have to continue, and for some reason, we have to continue to hear someone put their foot in their mouth as if we humans are primates or animals or monkeys or maybe even worse, like goldfish, that we forget in seconds. No, man, I'm not going to continue to hear you gaslight me, attempting to make a mockery out of this discussion and to somehow force me to leave the room to seek fertile grounds. I mean, if you're continuously welcoming on me, that means that you want me here for some reason, or you see me as a dragon that you want to conquer. I don't mind fantasy, like I like fantasy too, but fantasy, everything has to come to a climax and a conclusion, Doctor. Every director has to have a climax and a conclusion.
You just went on a fucking monologue. I said, go straight to the fucking point. You just went on a fucking monologue, a fucking child crying.
Yeah, you're just dumb. You just can't understand what I'm saying, you dumb bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, dragging to funk.
Shut the fuck up. You haven't said anything intelligent but whine. You look like a bitch. You got glasses on. You sound nasally as fuck. You can't even showcase why you haven't even engaged in any physical activity. Clearly, you have a distracting. What's the problem with himself? Rappy, you look like a fat pig roasting on a beach. Jump on a bus up to the people like how much murder. Dude, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. All I would have to do is run a search. That's all I would have to do. All I would have to do is make sure your fat body doesn't somehow lay a dead weight on top of you, and then you would literally pass out in 50 seconds. That's all it is. And then I would go and just put something around that big fat neck of yours, because your own neck fat will fucking suffocate you already. Because that's all I would need to do is just apply extra pressure on that triple chin of yours, and you would literally die. You would pass out in 9 seconds. You will meet God in 15 seconds. You will begin to showcase signs of blackening in your blood cells in 25 seconds. That's how bad.
I haven't heard nothing smart except attacks.
The fuck is a Muslim? You sound like he's a Muslim.
I don't give a fuck if he's a Muslim, that he's not a dumb fat Just that he's not a value add, that's it. Again, he's a value add because he yells at people. Listen, again, it's not yelling, it's attacking. It's Muslim by fucking force. You know what they say, either convert or die. This is what he's trying to do, like one of those attacks.
No, he's not doing that. Mikhail's just somebody, if you say something, you make a personal attack, you make a personal attack back. I don't agree with anything.
Dean, he was the one making the personal attacks to begin with. He got frustrated and started inciting.
Listen, I gave him multiple I told him to come on stage. Everybody to the fuck up. Everybody to the fuck up. He's trying to get
What did you say?
Oh, I just said that Muhammad. Do you know him? Dean, do you know Muhammad the Prophet? Oh, so you do know him.
I ended up having bruised eyes, a bruised nose.
Oh, I just said fuck him. That's what I said.
Alright, look, this is ridiculous.
Okay.
If you guys allow this type of I wouldn't say that about Jesus, Moses, Abraham.
I'm not taking any religion. I would say that to any religion that would be stopping human beings from being
It shows your character.
Don't become fucking.
I mean, moderators, if this is the type of person
you're right. I believe.
Value.
You're right. Mortal, don't say to fucking.
Okay, so let me justify this.
Look, we'll meet God in the day of judgment with that.
There's a religion. Dean, now you have to just close your mic. There's a religion.
I mean, you're the one.
No, if I'm speaking at a thing, you're gonna be like your friend now.
No, I won't be my friend. You're not a mod.
Just a second. Dean, you know, I know that you think now.
I told Miss Taylor to look at her husband's victim and remember that face when you go home and see your husband. And immediately I was thrown off. They came over there and said, you got to go. And I was like, well, I'm not doing anything. And they was like, well, you're being disruptive.
The U.S. Secret Service says it began planning 6 months ago for this opening ceremony, which the agency says will be attended by
white people or black people or Jews. Does that give them a right to just say things of that similar?
We are not traumatized by the skin
But
color
there many
of
are.
someone.
So
We are traumatized by their beliefs,
Yeah, okay.
by
So
their religion.
right.
Their
Many
religion.
people are traumatized by the Jewish religion.
No,
And Jews.
just
Does that give them a right, though, Masa, to
let
say?
me explain for you. There is this religion that has deprived me. Just a second.
Listen, Dean's right. We're not gonna attack right now Islam religion. You guys wanna attack points? Attack fucking points.
Okay, I'm gonna say my point now.
No, Masa, man, I'm sorry, Mortal. I actually don't know. Apologies to you. Masa, by that rationale, if they take that approach, can some people are traumatized by Jews, have been killed by Jews, and have families killed by Jews? Can they say similar things? Is that acceptable to you?
Of Jews.
In their holy book, isn't something that they have as a rule, like calling in. Do you know what is infidel?
Not with you.
If we're not giving enough information, then the information you're providing is biased, and you have to be reminded.
I have respect for her. I have no respect for you.
What do you mean I have respect for her?
Hold on, no.
Infidels, you are just neglecting the fact that Islam is calling people who quit their religion as infidel and would be able to kill them. Their blood is free to be spilled only because of changing their mind.
You're trying to filibuster. You're trying to block me from making my point. I'm not going to let that happen. All right? I'm speaking to Masa, and just hold your horses.
It changes how elections are funded, so clean candidates can win without selling.
In the name of religion,
And you have special interests.
Non-Jews.
No, I didn't say if they have killed non-Jews. I asked this. Have they killed someone for not wanting to be a Jew? Have they done it? Because Muslims are, just let me finish. Muslims have been killing us for not wanting to be Muslims. That's it.
Yeah, the Christians have done the same, but
Muslims have been killing Iranian
When in recent history has a Christian executed anybody for that?
Christians
Please,
have
I'll fucking wait.
killed millions upon millions.
That's not what I asked, Dean. I asked where in recent history has a Christian
Marshall.
No, I was really specific. Where recently has this happened?
People putting Jesus on the name of bombs.
Okay, that's not an answer. That's you making up an answer.
In the name of Christianity.
That's not an answer. That's you making up an answer. Answer the question I asked you, not the one you wish I asked.
Is that what you're doing, Marshall? I'm speaking
I want a consistent answer from a person for the question I asked, not a question I didn't ask. You are later convicted on that. In recent history, has this happened?
Marshall.
Then answer the question, Dean.
Marshall, no, I'm talking about that.
I can't answer you. Here's what I'll answer. About getting shot and the assassination attempt wasn't exactly. This is one of the largest scandals in America.
Where in recent history has this
Probably even the same as JFK. By the way,
Questions that
some people that write vodka are really fed up. Dan residents saying
otherwise you're pulling shit out of your ass and you're not being honest. Give me an answer.
It's not 50 days still act like that. And they still try to justify that. This is hilarious.
Somebody's been traumatized by other people of another faith who are killing other people.
No, I'm not traumatized. I expect you to give me an answer that matches the question I asked, not the one you wish I'd asked, because you can't answer the question I actually asked.
I continue speaking with you because
I mind that you answer the question I asked you. Where in recent history has Christians done this?
after I address Masa.
Where in recent history have Christians done this? Where in recent history have Christians done this? Where in recent history have Christians done this? Where in recent history have Christians done this?
Marshall, Dean,
Alan.
Yeah.
As a mind.
No, yes, I'm going to speak now. All right, I'll make it very simple. In 2020, in the war with Azerbaijan, Muslims killed Armenians, and Jews help them. And yet here I am on a stage with both Jews and Muslims and Christians talking to all of you. If I can find it in my heart to listen to all the stupid shit you guys are saying and not be triggered and offended, I think everyone else can too. So let's leave the, I'm deeply offended by what people said, because as far as I'm concerned, you're all a bunch of fuckheads. Okay, so, but yet somehow I have the emotional maturity to continue this conversation. So let's discuss some actual points, because Dean is not going to answer your question. Dean Marshall is not going to stop asking, and Immortal is not going to change his mind either. So I'm going to go on mute. It's up to the other mods. I am done. You guys can do whatever the hell you want.
Dean wants to obfuscate in front of everybody else. That says all.
No, Marshall, that's not the case. I simply ask because people have been traumatized by people of their faith because they've been killed by that.
No, you obfuscated. I answered that question. You gave me a clear. That was the point. You obfuscated.
Now, people have been.
You obfuscators, bro. It's obfuscating. By the way, the fact that I'm Islamophobic is not because of being traumatized. I actually have never been traumatized by this fucking religion. It never hurt me, but the fact that it has, and we continue. You just shut the fuck up when I'm speaking. The fact that it has done this over the history and still doing the same, that is one thing that makes us all Persians hate this fucking religion. And that's exactly what's happening to Iran. And this is exactly why you are opposing the revolution in Iran. Because in Iran, Iranians are against this fucking religion. And you, as Muslims, hate the fact that Iranians, as a Muslim country, as a former Muslim country, are now against this.
There's still by far tens of millions of Muslims. Your parents, or at least your grandparents and great-grandparents, were probably practicing Muslims, praying and so forth. They love Allah and Muhammad.
This is what that has been changing.
That's your family.
I know. You don't have to tell me. This has changed.
Yeah.
This has changed. This is something you cannot see. This is something that you cannot comprehend because you're not an Iranian. You spoke to many Iranian. I am an Iranian. You stupid bitch.
Look, can you stop that for a moment?
Dean, what I will say is, okay, Dean,
Clubhouse Warriors here.
Yeah, Dean, I deal with it all the time. You just gotta, it is what it is. But Dean, what I do think you are missing is a significant amount of Shia Muslims that are jailed inside Iran, as well as left and have had multiple generations of assets in England, France, Switzerland. All over Western Central, and even Eastern Europe. So there's a big population of Shia that don't like these motherfuckers either. A big population.
And I understand. I've talked to many Iranians from both sides of the fence.
Dean.
Iranians within Iran.
You are talking to many Iranians from both sides of the country, and at the same time, you cannot even comprehend a person as an Iranian identifying themselves as an Iranian with about 4 decades of experience, and not only him, but a lot of friends in Iran still, and their family members, telling you the fact that Iranians are past from this stupid religion, and at the same time you're saying that there's a lot of Iranians who still are practicing that. I am not saying that they're not practicing. What I'm telling you is that the difference between the new generation and the previous generation is something that you cannot comprehend only because you've not lived in Iran. Only because you are not in Iran.
I'm an Iranian woman, okay? I'm an Iranian woman. In my whole life, I was forced to get dressed the way Muslims wanted me to do. I never believed in Islam. I never wanted to cover my hair. I never wanted dress that way, but I had to because Muslims forced me. My whole
Massa,
life.
did Dean tell us about his friends that are doing that hijab? Come on, Dean.
Yeah.
Just let her finish. Let her finish.
In my whole life, I was the second gender because some Muslim men were ruling that country, and I was seen as the second gender. I was more capable of many other men, but I was the second gender because of Islam. I faced a lot of difficulties just because of Islam, and I had to leave my family, go to the other continent to have a normal life as a woman. And now you're here telling me why do you have Islamophobia? Fuck that.
There are different ordinances that prevents Obama from having any street name changes to the page by Chicago and taxpayers and $300 million stole to build his power of land property.
Be consistent because they have the right to feel that way about Jews and Judaism.
No, people don't have to be consistent. This is the fact. There were 75,000 mosques in Iran. 50,000 of them have closed. Iran was always, while Persians were Muslim, it was also a secular country. And after the revolution, it became the crap fest it is today. And you may have spoken to a lot of people, Dean, who are pro IRGC, and there were people like
City
Massa,
Council,
and maybe you haven't spoken to them, but I think that if the religion is thriving and that's all anecdotal evidence. I think that if a religion is flourishing in a country, 50,000 out of 75,000 of those places of worship do not close. I think the number's supposed to go up, not down. So I would tend to think that Massa's sentiment is more accurately reflective of the sentiment in Iran than the people you've spoken to.
Well, there's
you can see that on my profile picture, Dean. Look at my profile picture. Just 32% of Iranians are identifying themselves as Shia Muslim. Just 32%. Okay? Other people in Iran don't consider themselves as Muslims. Do you understand that? They don't consider themselves
Muslims. Because they add Sunni there, it says 37%. So nearly 37 point something. There's about 40% or so.
Yeah, 60% are not Muslims.
Right.
The majority are not Muslims.
No respectable Sunni who prays to Mecca will ever support the IRGC or even look at them or their followers.
Look, I never said I support the IRGC. I hear from both sides their reasons, their rationales.
So we funded $30 billion in Chicago, but how much is the local interest payments? Which ones are the primary recipients of the interest payments?
It's complex. A lot of it's also brought in by sanctions. A lot of the frustrations, even if you had.
Who says it's complex? It's very obvious. Just make your point.
Your A team. Look, if there's like 5 people against one here speaking, it's not going to be a.
No, it's not.
It's supposed to be free. I'm going to say that, Robbie. I'm not saying this, but Immortal keeps interrupting me.
Don't cry, Dan. Don't cry. Just say.
I'm not crying. Just don't interrupt. Just chill.
Well,
so yeah, I've seen the survey results, and I know that if you had the best, I said, A-team government. Massa, if you had your top 10 people you run the government, or whatever, your administration, they would still have a lot of the same difficulties if they did not kowtow, they did not bow down to Israel and the U.S. you would still face sanctions. You would still have crippling effects. Your business is producing 2.1 million barrels per day. You would be producing 700,000. Your oil production would be cut by 2/3. People be.
What's it have to do with the fact that Islam is calling Muslims infidels like Persian souls?
The sanctions have crippled Iranian society.
Then you know that before Islamic Revolution, Iran was a pretty normal country. We had a good life there. It was a good place to live in. After the Islamic Revolution.
Under the dictator, though, it was a good life. Under the guy that was oppressing.
Oh my God! You know the one that you're calling a dictator.
Were you even there? Were you even there during that time?
No, you were there.
Were you there?
No, you were there.
She wasn't. But the funny thing is, she has so much to say about Iran, but yet she ran away from Iran.
The propaganda they fed into in the past half century.
Do you know why I ran from that country? Because they were slaughtering our own people. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? They were killing our people.
Made up story.
It's not a made up story, Harvey. It's like Al Jazeera wrote about it. Come on, the fuck out of here.
They slaughtered 40,000 people. They slaughtered 40,000 people.
I'll give you that one, Harvey, for sure.
In 2 days, they slaughtered 40,000 people. And now you're telling me why I ran out of that country?
Can I get that mic for 2 minutes?
Very disputed because of, first of all, Israel's there. They even said Mossad post that we're there right with you. There's so many.
I need 2 minutes and I'm gone. Then I'll leave it for Dean and RB to continue their propaganda.
Drop site to ZTO and so forth, some reliable independent sources of news.
Okay, can I get my 2 minutes now?
You know what? I would like to give Immortal 2 minutes. I haven't heard him speak uninterrupted. Are we capable of that, folks?
Alan,
yeah,
that's fair because I'm not
120 seconds.
You want 2 minutes, Dean? You can get it too. That's fine.
Oh, come on, Dean.
I would like to.
If I get 2 minutes, that's fine.
You already got 10 minutes. I only need 2. So here's the point. I understand that people like Dean, as Muslims, or Cynic, or other people who are wise Muslims, democratic ones. Those are not killing people because of their beliefs. Actually, they might have in the past, but right now they're a little bit more educated, so it's not happening in 21st century for people like Dean. But unfortunately, in Iran, it's still happening. Again, people say that, we have our own contacts. We call people from Iran. I have Iranian friends. I call them, and I hear from both sides.
This corn can sell for up to $1,000, and in China some people even wear it as jewelry. At first glance it looks like it's made from colorful gemstones, but it's actually real corn. This special variety is called glass gem corn. Its incredible colors come from years of selective crossbreeding.
The point is that because of the past half century and the power of Islam being practiced in the whole country, actually the 16th biggest country of the world, the oldest country of the world, the oldest, holding the oldest language, an ancient language, which is still being spoken. And these are all facts, right? The fact that Islam has been invaded to Iran 1400 years ago, and after so many ups and downs, they eventually got into the power, and they ran the country for half a century, like the way that it happened in the past 48 years. Iranians, they have changed. The generation Z has 100% changed. Other generation, Gen X, and even baby boomers are now changing. And this is not something that you would see. You would say that, I still have friends in Iran who are, saying their practice their religious, things, and they do their prayers and stuff. But the fact is that they are a minority. I still have my parents as practicers, but they are a minority. The next generation is not gonna even throw a dime into this religion belief of killing people because of their beliefs, calling people infidel because of changing their opinions, or making women wear scarf because of trying to make the society less toxic with the men and women relationship. This is not happening. People in Iran, because of these iPhones, because of these VPNs that have been very popular in the past few decades, are now accessed to the media, to everything that has to be given through everything but the propaganda that regime was working on for half a century, are now aware of the rights and the
Yes, ma'am. Please don't read me out. Can I sit there and you tell me to stop?
we are only 100 million.
Can you stop? Please.
This is spreading. We're contagious. Think so?
Thank you for sharing this. This is video showing a then 18-year-old Maya Hamilton.
I think it was about 3 minutes or so interrupted. Oh, okay. Well,
During the rest
about the past 40 years, Islam eventually got in power the past 40 years. Oh, it's the dynasty, the Safavid, Zen dynasty, Qajar, and so forth. You have all these dynasties, the Turkomans and so forth. So Iran, for about 1,400 years, have been ruled by Muslims.
We're talking about the Shia ideology.
Guys, it's not going to work. You're interrupting me. Please.
Mortal, hold on a second. Mortal, to be fair, he didn't interrupt you. Let him speak uninterrupted as well.
Let's talk about 800 some years, where they were essentially the superpower of the world. There were, Europeans were sending their kids, their young men, to learn from in Muslim universities in Iran, in what's now Iran, in Cairo, in Baghdad, and so forth. In Morocco, you have Fez, you have Timbuktu. There, Europeans were going all over the Muslim world to learn, and they were highly educated. Many of the foundations of our phones and flying airplanes and so forth were because of Muslims. That's if you don't take it, take it from a woman, white woman, that be it a Christian whose name is Carla Fiorina, the former CEO of Hewlett Packard. She laid out. She said basically a brilliant civilization that spanned 800 years and so forth. And she praised it for most paragraphs. And this is the Islamic civilization from the year so and so and so. Now the thing here said about they're just two sides. No, I know there's not two sides. You said I wouldn't become aware of that, right? I'm not aware of that because I'm not Iranian. No, I've heard many different perspectives. It's very nuanced. I've heard from Ali also has a very nuanced position. Of course, there's not two sides. I wouldn't say that. And Iran, I think, is a very remarkable civilization.
Never even specific. It's always called
Iranians have paved the way. Many of the world's best inventions have become Iranians. When it comes to the best Sunni scholars came from Iran. Like Bukhari, Muslim, and so forth, Imam Ghazali, and a number of Sunni scholars have become Iran. So now, last point, because there's more points about the IRGC propaganda and so forth. Of course, IRGC. I'm not apologizing for them. I know they've done some horrible things, and using religion as some others have done throughout history, amongst other religions as well, using religions to weaponize it for political gain, power, and so forth, manipulating people. It's a stronghold. Christians have used it, Jews have used it, Buddhists have used it, and so forth. So it's been done plenty of times. I think I've used about as much time as he did, so I don't need a bell for that.
Dean, you realize how Iranians became Muslims? Do you know that? Have you seen what ISIS did in Syria and Iraq? That was the exact thing Arabs did in Iran and forced Iranians to convert and become Muslims. That is what happened in Iran. Iranians were Zoroastrian. They weren't Muslims. They forced them. They made them to become Muslim by killing them, by raping them. Okay? That is how Iranians became Muslim. And after that, generation after generation, Iranians tried their best, very difficult. They have done a lot, David. We have done a lot, David. And we will not give up. And we will save it. Okay? So don't think that just it's it's just about this for decades. No, there's been a battle for centuries. It's not just a few decades. No, it's not like that.
You talk just about your previous points. No, your uninterrupted speech is over now. 2 points and a half about the country and still ruling. The fact that the past half century has ended the works.
I promise you, 45 seconds, I'll be done.
Okay.
Here. If you look up ChatGPT or Google, how did Iran become a Muslim country? Iran became a Muslim country through two defining historical phases. The Arab Muslim conquest of the Sasanian Empire in the 7th century, which led to centuries of gradual conversion, and the 16th century Safavid era, which established Islam as a state religion and permanently shaped the nation's cultural and religious identity. The Arab Muslim conquest of the 7th century. In the mid-7th century, the Rashid Caliphate invaded the Sasanian Empire, Persian. By 61 AD, the Sasanian state collapsed, bringing Muslim Arab rule to the region. However, conversion was not immediate. Hold on, I'm almost done. The Iranian population retained their Zoroastrian faith, distinct language, and cultural traditions for centuries, gradually converting to Islam over a long period. By the 11th century, the vast majority of Persians become Muslim, and it goes on. So this is actually
this is actually all right. Okay, that's still like the fact that they invaded Iran is the actual
Forced their
reason
religion.
of the presence of Islam in the country.
And just for your information, for 200 years, okay, Iranians were banned from speaking Persian in Iran. So the fact that Iranians saved their language it shows that how much effort they dedicated.
Resistance. You know, this is the oldest nation of this fucking planet.
It is historical fact that Arabs forced Iranians to speak Arabic for 200 years.
Okay, just one last thing. I mean, the point that he said that it's I said that Islam is only 47 years old in Iran. I was meant to say this Shia ideology and to regulate everything around it, including hijab, including the blood. The price of the blood of the women is like 1/3 to the men, as in the trains. They locate women in the front at the very end of the train because of any collisions. Possibly, you would have less pay into the insurances, and not only that, but there are so many other rules that are against the identity of not only women but also those people that are not define themselves as men or women because Islam didn't have it at that time.
Takes while for these changes to happen. But as you mentioned, the change of the iPhone, letting people see what exists in the West has caused massive and quick changes throughout the world. And now we have the counter change in the US where we're trying to pretend like science doesn't exist anymore. We're trying to take us back to pre-1920.
That was also just a metaphor of telling you of the regime, of the
science doesn't exist.
Exactly. I'm not going to entertain that with you.
No, you made a statement. You backed it up. How many sexes are there?
There's two sexes and multiple different genders.
No, there's only sex and gender are the same thing.
Yeah, for someone that's not educated. Thank you.
No, I'm very educated.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very educated.
Okay.
All right.
Where did you go to school?
I went to
Where did you go to school?
Yeah, where did I? I'm not going to dox myself.
Okay.
But I can tell you this. When I took my graduate record exams, at that time, it was out of 800. I got 800 on one test and 799 on the other, and I didn't even bother to study. So that's how intelligent I am. And I could have graduated a year early, but I didn't bother with that either. That's how intelligent I am. So to claim, and this is a typical, we're done with this, by the way. This is a typical leftist bullshit argument.
Yeah, right.
Oh, if you don't agree with me, you must be uneducated, because only educated people could come to the same conclusions.
Yeah, only educated people.
So
read
we're not going
scientific
to
journals.
entertain
When's the
that.
last time you read the scientific journals on gender?
Yeah, I did.
Which ones,
And
sir?
then tell me, why did they outlaw gender affirming care in the UK?
Yes, ma'am.
Some people are right, Mark.
Because the numbers are proving, first of all, number one, there is no targeting of transgender people. That's a lie. Number two, transgender people are not being murdered. That's another lie. Number three, if you do nothing with transgender teens, it will resolve by the age of 21. Those are the facts.
Okay, but they didn't outlaw it. They outlawed it for a certain age group, and that's fine. I think I know that's not my.
Yeah, in any event. Yeah, but
why did they take gender dysphoria out of the DSM-5?
You and I can argue this another day. Let's let the Muslims fight each other.
Yes, Stan, why did they remove gender dysphoria from the DSM?
They're funded. What a moral said Iran just essentially became a Shia nation 4 years ago. Is this factually correct? Iran, just look this up. Iran officially became a Shia nation over 500 years ago. In 1501, when the Shah Ismail, the founder of the Safavid dynasty, declared 12 Shias as a state religion. Prior to this, Iran was a predominantly Sunni Muslim religion for centuries, and we established that ISIS did not force them to convert, just like, back then Arabs did not do what ISIS did and just force them to convert. The Iranic, again, quote, the Iranian population retained their Zoroastrian faith, this language and cultural traditions for centuries, gradually converting to Islam over a long period. Right? No, this is actually referenced. I'm actually looking at reference ChatGPT. You can look up at Google. There's references, and this historically happened.
Hey, Dean, do you think this all came about? Dean, do you think this all came about because the Sunnis got tired of reading all the dirty hadiths about Prophet Muhammad? And then they were like, yeah, we're just going to throw all these out and get our own hadiths and upstairs.
There's no dirty, well, I can't say, there's no...
Sunan Abi Dawud 47:17 is quoted Sahih. It says, and for the woman who buries alive her newborn daughter, the mother and the baby both go to Jahannam.
But that goes for the father too. They go to hell.
No. It's a mother. It says, and for the woman who buries alive her newborn daughter, the mother and the baby both go to Jahannam.
No.
Sunan Abi Dawud 47:17 is quoting Sahih. Right. It's Al-Albani.
No, the scholars address this, and the babies don't go to the hellfire.
Yeah, I know, because the Quran says that they're innocent. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're just saying that the Sahih Al-Albani hadith is contradictory to the Quran?
There's hadith.
Is that what you're saying?
There's hadith that contradict each other. So
they
what you do, this is because look, you want to learn.
Contradict the Quran. The Quran.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it contradicts the Quran.
So
because then
the hadith contradicts the Quran.
Actually, the hadith
isn't.
Yeah, I just said the hadith contradicts the Quran. The Quran says the baby's innocent. The hadith and Al-Albani says that the baby goes to hellfire.
Okay.
What is a hadith?
There's 15.
It's a writing.
Okay, just listen a moment so you understand. Yes, there's the hadith that contradict the Quran. Hadiths have different grades. They go from
Sahih, Hasan,
just hold on. How many criteria are used or needed to grade a hadith?
I don't know. I just know it's graded Sahih. So is Sahih strong chain of narration or no?
Very Swiss cheese understanding.
Dean, let me ask you a question. Is Sahih strong chain of narration?
Hold on, listen.
I know. I'm just asking you a question.
Just listen to
me. Can you give me clarification on that so we can proceed?
You can teach me about whatever you know better than I do. That's fine. But if you want to learn,
Dean, if it's graded Sahih, does that mean strong chain of narration?
Actually, there's many grades hadith. Even the ones that are fabricated, not to be lies, are preserved. All the way from fabrication to the most authentic gradation. And each one of the class Na'ib, so forth, Sahih
is there's 15 criteria that are established to grade a hadith. Now, sometimes hadith do contradict the Quran, and these happen predominantly be the ones that are lesser grades. The ones that have higher graded hadiths that any hadith that contradicts the Quran is not accepted, at least either in full or in part.
Okay, can you explain why this is graded Sahih? Yeah, I know, but you're missing why it's graded Sahih.
So,
do you want it in the chat?
There's other witnesses. There's Abu Dawud. Abu Dawud is a scholar of hadith. There's other hadith scholars who.
It's in the chat. Can you just click on the name?
Hold on. Do you know the other scholars?
Okay, it's Sunan Abi Dawud 4717. Amir reported the Messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, as saying, the woman who buries alive her newborn girl, in effect through a different chain of narrators.
Yes.
Grade Sahih al-Albani.
Okay, so what the Prophet was wrong. There you go.
So
the Quran scholars. I don't know that the hadiths don't supersede the Quran. That's what the Prophet said. It's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. Yeah.
Because the Quran supersedes it.
Yeah, the Quran.
Wait, how about if it comes from the mouth of Aisha? How about Sunan Abi Dawud?
It can come from the mouth of the Prophet Muhammad himself. It doesn't matter.
You're clearly on a position where you want to listen. Okay, I've studied this, and I've studied the.
How about Bukhari?
But if you want to
Bukhari doesn't matter as much as the
you must be stuck in your ignorant view of first of all hadith in general, and this particular hadith. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's
get back to the
Sahih al-Bukhari 4428. The Prophet in his ailment in which he died, he used to say, "Oh Aisha." This is narrated Aisha. So it says, "Oh Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the food I ate in Kaibar."
Who buries
and at this time
who kills a child? Yes, if they don't repent.
No, the baby goes to hell. It says the baby goes to hell.
No, the baby doesn't go to hell.
No, it says Sunan Abi Dawud 4717.
But again, first of all, there's different here. Ma'uda. There's different interpretations of the word itself, right? And also the context itself. This is the context of Jahiliyyah. The Prophet clarified here that the person who committed this act will go to hell unless they lived to accept Islam or were forgiven.
Okay. Dean,
so,
I have a question. Just for clarification.
The Quran specifically, again, like I said.
Yeah, the Quran contradiction. I get it.
There's some hadith. I said that contradict the Quran. The Quran always supersedes it. The Quran specifically, explicitly.
So just throw it out if it's Sahih.
Should the Obamas
throw it out. A lot of them might have. So how about Bukhari?
What is a hadith?
It's a writing. We all know.
A writing about what?
And a scholarly interpretation is the tafsir.
A scholarly interpretation of what?
A tafsir is the scholarly interpretation. A hadith is a writing.
What is a hadith?
Yes,
a writing about what?
I've already said it's a writing.
Show me tafsir.
A writing about what?
Okay, Dean, I have a simple thought. Dean, hold on.
You're missing the most.
Ali, chill out, bro. Seriously. Like, go beat yourself with a cat of nine tails. I get it. Ali used to do that too. So, Dean, I have a question. If it's Sahih Bukhari and it's narrated Aisha and it's rated Sahih, do we accept that if you're a Muslim?
No, it depends because there's some.
Well, it's just through Bukhari, Sahih Bukhari.
Hold on. Do you want to answer me?
Yes, Sahih Bukhari 4428. Dean, I know you don't want me to read this because this one really hurts.
You have to allow me to answer. Look, I'm asking you a question, and when you speak in 2 seconds, I'm interrupting you. That's not how conversations go.
That's fine. I'm asking for clarification on the study.
Physics,
it ties together with the Quran.
Talking about politics. You have to let the person answer.
I get that.
It's just a hard dialogue. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, do you want to make dawah or no? Do you want to make dawah or no?
People like professors. Have you been in a job where you speak like this?
Dean, do you want to make dawah to me or no?
In a group of people.
Dean,
allow the person, especially
Dean, I get that, Dean. I get we're both super autistic. I get that.
Let me answer.
So do you want to make Dean? I'll ask you a question.
Can I answer your question?
And Sir 69 44 through 46.
3 minutes, and then I'm going to speak.
That's fine. Okay, so Sir 69 44 through 46. Allah says, if I were to find one false word in my prophet, I would seize him by his right hand and I would cut off his aorta. And Sahih al-Bukhari 4428 narrated Aisha, the Prophet and his ailment in which he died.
Just a second, one by one. Dean, just wait.
And also, guys, you hijacked the room. Like,
Yeah, I'm not able to be fairly. I feel like being, not afforded the opportunity. He asked me a question, jumps another.
No, I'm asking the question by reading this.
Planting a grenade and then he jumped another question.
You don't want me to read this. I get it. It's really, really detrimental to Muhammad.
I promise you, I'll address your next question. I promise you. But can you let me answer your first question? The second question you asked.
No, I already
answered your first.
We'll move on to that. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So it says.
I'll answer your second question. I'll promise you I'll answer your third one.
Had the messenger made up something in our name?
Okay, you're just.
It says Surah 69. Surah 69, 44 through 46. Dean, I get it, bro. I know you don't want me to read this one aloud. It's really hurtful to Prophet Muhammad. No, I'm showing how Prophet Muhammad's a fake prophet. Bro, I'm literally going to show you how Prophet Muhammad is a fake prophet. I get that, Dean. How about you just stop being, chill it? No, he's not. Jesus is. Jesus is sinless, blameless. Dean, is Jesus sinless? No, I'm not even talking about the Trinity. I'm saying that Jesus is sinless. Muhammad has sinned.
Muhammad is sinless as well.
Yeah, Muhammad raped a woman. He raped a little child. He raped an iron. Aisha was 9. She didn't have her menstruation until after the Battle of Kitover. She was 15.
So did God impregnate her when she was 12?
Are you saying that Aisha was lying when she said that she didn't have her menstruation until after the Battle of Kitover?
Were they also going to hell?
I guess Dean's just saying that Aisha is a liar.
Bible? Is that true?
Alright, I'm going to just read this. I'll just turn my volume all the way down so I can't hear Dean. Had the Surah 69, 44 through 46. Had the messenger made up something in our name, we would have certainly seized him by his right hand and severed his aorta. That's Surah 69, 44 through 46 in the Quran. And this is the hadith that attaches to it. Sahih al-Bukhari 4428 narrated Aisha, the Prophet in his ailment which he died, used to say, Oh Aisha, I still feel the pain caused by the full-dilated Kaiba. And at this time, I feel as if my aorta is being cut off from that poison. The grading on it is Sahih.
Jesus is more glorified than anyone in the world. His name is mentioned most often.
Yeah, Muhammad died for poison. Muhammad died for poison 5 years after the Battle of Kitover, yeah.
He fell ill. He fell
ill and they carried him around like a gimp.
Many of the prophets.
They carried him around like a gimp.
Killed according to Jesus, he was staked to the cross. I mean, the Christians believe.
Why are you going what about him all the time, Dean?
Guys, listen. Somebody is texting me, and I told you you had 3 minutes. I've given you 5.
Yeah,
all right? I'm going to speak, and then you guys can go back to fight. First of all, I find it silly when people argue over what was written in a book that some people claim was written by God or a prophet of God 1,500 or 2,000 years ago. People are going to believe what they believe. Having said that, I want to address the point about Islam's reputation by conversion by the sword. Certainly that took place, but the more effective practice was that, I don't know how to pronounce it, I call it the jizz tax.
Yeah, jizzy.
Which, first of all, anyone who was poor, who could not afford to pay it, they converted to Islam. Second of all, when you look it up in Google, it said, well, it wasn't conversion by the sword. Islam went throughout the Middle East because of military conquest. Well, we know once one army conquers a region, then who's ever left over has to do what the fuck that army says. And while Islam certainly didn't say, well, you belong to us, you gotta be.
I am a realist.
You gotta become Muslims now.
I gather in my
They certainly did. They did. Yeah, it was. They made it. Certainly, life was much more difficult being taxed like that, and certainly we could be sure there were social pressures that put on anyone who didn't.
So now I am standing here.
It's kind of accurate to say they weren't all forced conversions.
With the CIA.
Like, literal force, convert or die. But then on the other hand, no. But
Today is a new day for
on the
parental
other
rights
hand,
in America.
there's about, I forget the number, there's about 350,000, maybe more, depending on the estimates, literally given the choice, convert to Islam, or we will kill you. And some of them said, okay. And then there are others, they were just teenage girls who they killed their parents and they were forced to marry and became Muslim brides and were raped. So, yeah, that's kind of where I stand on that. Now, the rest of you...
respond to that.
No, Dean,
because
there's
that's
no
not true. That's actually not
response.
true.
It isn't true. Go
Can
fuck
I say
yourself.
why? Or
Literally, Dean, shut the fuck up. Go back to arguing with Fred. Shut the fuck up. It's not going to happen.
Alan, you share half my name. It's not true.
What do you mean I share half your DNA?
My name, I said, Alan Dean.
I thought you said DNA. Go back to arguing with Fred.
I could be part of media, you don't know that.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Then you're, I don't know what to say. You could be, but you're not. In any event, go back to art.
Okay, no need to go back to it. But here, Islam, first of all, the jizya is not a forced conversion. Jizya basically is a tax for non-Muslims that would afford them protection from Muslims. Many, particularly Jews, historically, Jewish historians, rabbis, and so forth, they sought refuge in Muslim countries from Christian onslaught, which is 10% tax, and they did not have to fight in the army themselves, but if they were, so that was a tax, much less than a third or half the salary, depending on how much you make. So that was one. That if we look here, particularly about convert, well, some of the things you said did happen, of course, but if we actually look into the course of history, just how did Islam spread throughout the world? Just quick look, and I can say my own answer, but just look up through Google. Islam spread rapidly across the globe through a combination of early military conquests, expanding trade routes, peaceful missionary activity, and Sufi orders. Rather than relying on a single method, faith grew over 1,400 years through these interconnected factors, taking deep root from the Middle East to North Africa, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia. The expansion of the religion occurred in several major stages and through different prominent mechanisms. Military campaigns. Following the death of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in 632 AD, the Rashidun caliphs expanded outward from the Arabian Peninsula to regions like Levant, Egypt, and Persia. Arab Muslim forces conquered territories by exhausted and weakened empires. These conquests established a vast Islamic empire and an administrative elite class, providing social, economic, and political incentives for the local populations to convert over centuries. Trade and commerce. Far beyond the borders of the early caliphates, Islam spread via merchants and travelers. Muslim traders dominated pivotal commercial networks like the Silk Road in Central Asia, the Trans-Saharan, I'll finish in 30 seconds, the Trans-Saharan caravan routes in Africa, and maritime trading networks in the Indian Ocean. As they established settlements, they intermixed with local populations, naturally introduced Islamic teachings, customs, way of life.
And you realize that you cannot read what you search on ChatGPT as the fact.
Yeah, because ChatGPT is extremely biased. It has a any type of artificial intelligence.
Hey, babies will be killed in this abortion bus pipeline. Is it legal to transport unborn babies at illicit events for abortion?
Just a second. we can
It's kind of sick of
continue
fancy trying to
arguing.
provide an overview.
Just a
What Alan
second.
said was
Dean,
just
oh my
not an
God.
accurate way of painting.
Dean, just a second. And I'm letting you to speak. Just a second. I want to just mention one thing. From what I said, I have books. Okay, they're books. They are historical books that were written by Iranians and non-Iranians about the Arab conquer. Okay, I'm referring to the books, not ChatGPT, not Google. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for understanding. I have books as well. I have books on this topic of Islamic history. I've read articles, I've researched this. There's papers from universities from the west to the east. So they're all referenced. I'm just providing an overview.
Dean, what was the highest percentage of jizya combined with property taxes?
Oh, there's some places they charge higher. They charge like
80%.
40%.
Yeah, but the Mughal India was 80%.
Mughal India.
Land and jizya tax combined, implemented by the Muslim.
How much did Mughal India? All right, let's look at it.
It says Mughal India, the combined burden of jizya tax, land tax, said to exceed 20% in annual farm produce. Some extreme later accounts even mentioned as high as 33 to 80%.
Oh, as high as, yeah. As high as 33. So it seemed like it was below 3, but they mentioned as high as 33 to 80%.
So the jizya was a flat 20%, and then the land tax was between an additional 13 and 60%.
People, again,
it's a tiered system, is why.
Yeah. So there's governments.
So the bigger your property, the more tax.
There's governments, like governments, for example, they went against Christian teaching.
But do you think that would influence a person to convert, so that way they only have to pay zakat, which is a flat rate? Can you show me the Quran where it says what the jizya tax is?
Correct. I'm answering the question.
Dean, show us in the Quran where it says the flat rate jizya tax.
I'm addressing that. So the jizya is 10%. So if a government charges more than that, they could be going against Islamic teachings. It depends on what else is being offered for that tax. For example, we pay in America, we pay a third of our taxes.
Sorry, I have to stop you because you really want to stop.
No, I'm trying to
once we are talking,
what is a black job?
The thing that they were doing was discrimination
against Donald Trump.
Against other people who had a different religion. Now you're trying to even justify that.
Yep. Okay, I mean, that's what forces people to convert. You think they're going to pay up to 80% of everything they fucking earn off their farm? Of course they're going to convert, just pay zakat.
On the high end, it was 33%.
The bigger farmers, I guarantee, are going to convert.
You misrepresent even.
It's 33 to 80%.
Yeah, and the high end, as high as. Just look. So
the flat rate at the time for jizya was 20%. And they had a land tax.
38%. So it's not even actually probably below 30%. Based just reading English, it's probably 30% because you said high as, estimates as high as. So when historians look at something, they shouldn't look as high as. They look what is most likely what was charged. Here in this case, it was on the high end 33 to 80%. So
no, the high end is the 80%. The high end is the 80%. The low end, which says the high end, and it shows two different numbers. We know which is the higher number, which is 80%. 33% would be the minimum, which is the 13% land tax. 20% jizya. And then if you're a bigger farmer and you have a larger piece of property, it's up to 60% land tax.
Consensus or the majority of scholars believe.
It's
not just trying to get nothing for it. No, they actually get military protection from their enemies because minorities, particularly Jews, who have a good track record in Muslim countries, throughout history, they protect us. They have rule under rabbinical law. They have their synagogues and so forth. Because Christians were
protection from Muslims.
Millions over history. Even
Muslims like to kill Jews.
Our great grandfathers
like to recommended pigs and eggs.
6 million Jews in the past. So they actually
charge you a tax.
Your time is up, Tim. Your time is up.
Yeah, this is an American. You're a dimmy in this room.
conversation.
No, you're an autistic Jimmy in this fucking room. This isn't a
What
Arizona.
you're doing,
Here on stage.
Dean, what you're doing is not conversation, it's a monologue.
Yep.
No, Masa.
Okay, it is not a conversation. You're reading forward from your
This Alan has a green bean.
and reading it.
Because you know Alan would put you in the goo. That's why, Dean. Because you know Alan would put you in the fucking goo, Dean. That's the only reason you have quiet. Because Dean, Alan would move your bitch ass down to the audience. If you
Immortal, what Alan did, he stepped into, or Masa did. She said,
notice how you only argue with people that don't have authority over you. Because you're the dentist.
And Dean, you get 2 minutes to speak. So what Immortal did, he spoke 2 minutes uninterrupted. And then I also spoke 2 minutes interrupted. But you can't do that.
Alan made it very clear that if you interrupted, he was going to both of us down.
So I think that having a conversation here, and actually I've spent way too much time in at this point.
I'm going to get back to Harrison.
No, I have to.
You got to go stuck in Bears, Indian, Pakistani dick off.
No clue what I'm doing for people.
You know,
And God has this thing called law.
Dean, can we talk about how Prophet Muhammad sucked his grandson out of Hassan's penis?
Alan, Masa.
Dean, can we talk about how Prophet Muhammad sucked his grandson out of Hassan's penis? Dean, can we talk about how Prophet Muhammad sucked his grandson? Or what he... Oh, I ran away. I really wanted to talk about when Prophet Muhammad went down to the river with a bunch of little boys to do wudu and prayers. And when he came back up, it says that Aisha had to clean the cum stains off his clothes.
Jesus Christ, really?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it says that Prophet Muhammad went down to the river with a bunch of boys to do wudu, his washing, to cleanse himself and then do prayers. And then it says that when he came back up, Aisha was frustrated because she had to clean the semen stains off his clothes. Why is he going down the river with a bunch of little boys coming back with semen stains?
And that's in the Quran.
That's in the Hadith. These are the writings of like people like Aisha. This is why all the Shias reject all the Sunni shit, because they open it up and they read about like the book of Suckling. Oh, I'm gonna show you about. They read like the book of Suckling that says that if a man and a woman aren't related or they're not married, that the man and woman should be put to death if they're alone together. So Aisha goes and she's on a caravan and she goes behind a rock to go pee. And when she comes back out, the caravan's gone. And this young strapping like 18, 19-year-old dude rides up on a horse and he picks her up and he brings her back to her hometown. When she gets there, everybody starts screaming, crucify, kill them, we have to stun them to death. Well, Muhammad shows up the next day and he's like, what's going on? And they're like, oh, we're going to have a trial. We're going to put these 2 to death because they were alone together. And he's not her husband. And then Muhammad magically wakes up the next morning and says, Allah says that if a woman breastfeeds a man 9 times, he becomes like her child. And then they're allowed to be together. And then they aggregate it to 6 times. And the book of Suckling was actually destroyed after Prophet Muhammad died. And it says that a baby goat went into Aisha's bed and went underneath the bed and ate the book of Suckling. You want to know what really happened? Muhammad died. He was actually begging for a pen and paper, even though he was illiterate. And he wanted to write shit down. They told him no. And then after Muhammad dies, where he died from poison, it says that what I guarantee happened is they picked up this book and they're like, bro, what the fuck is this? And they're like, book of Suckling, you breastfeed a man 6 times, and then he becomes like her child, and then they're allowed to be together because family is allowed to be together. And then I guarantee they just threw the shit in the fucking fire. They're like, bro, we gotta fucking destroy this shit. So there's also another example of another guy named Zayn who was his adopted son, and he had this beautiful wife named Zainab. And he comes there and he says, oh, Prophet, I'm not happy with my wife. Her and I are fighting, and I'm just not happy with her. I want to divorce her. Well, he instructs him, go ahead and divorce her. And then Muhammad turns around and immediately marries her. And then he realizes that Zayn cannot be around Zainab. I mean, this is my interpretation on it. So he then abrogates and removes adoption. Because he was his adopted son, which would make him like his son, his blood son, through adoption. Then Zayn, who's his adopted son, would be the stepson of Zainab, which is his ex-wife, means he could still be around her. Now, what's going to happen when the husband leaves his wife and then he's still around? You know they're still going to have feelings and they're still going to fuck. So Muhammad says the only way I can get out of this is to abrogate all adoption. So in Turkey, a couple years ago, they had the big earthquake where all those people died and shit. All those kids are not allowed to be adopted.
They're not allowed to take your last name. They're not allowed to call you father. They're not allowed to accept any of your inheritance. They're just pretty much like fucking people who live in your house. So imagine, Lucian, you're a kid. You're 10 years old. Your mom and dad die in an earthquake in Turkey. Then a family comes along and they say, hey, we're going to take you into our house. We're going to raise you as our child. And you say, you're 10 years old and you're like longing for your mom and dad. And you want to call this person, you want to call me your father. I would tell you and instruct you, hey, Lucian, you're not allowed to call me your father because I'm not actually adopting you, and you can't have my last name, nor can you have any of my fucking inheritance. And it all happened because Muhammad stole his fucking adopted son's wife away. He's a total piece of shit. He just literally made shit up as he was fucking going along. He would just wake up the next day and be like, oh shit, I need to like change this decision.
On the top of that, actually, he forgets his own verses that actually he heard in the cave, and he cannot remember. Now, note that actually he, the word of God being given to him by Archangel Gabriel, was not a fly on the wall to tell you exactly what happened in that cave. The man was bruised. And also he claimed at times he spoken to Satan. So satanic verses, and I can go into more detail with this. So the point is this, yes, he's just, let me just wrap this Islamic. Quran, the book, does not have a single thing of value in it that has not been thought about, written, behaved, and practiced by others way before Muhammad. But it is full of menacing ideas, fatwas, Sharia laws, honor killings, and killing the apostates and the rest of it. And the litany of the horribly, horribly bad ideas is in there. So and then on the top of that, shamelessly steals the stories in the Old Testament and New Testament, and changes some of the ending, beginning, or the middle of the stories, and to fit the narratives of the tribes and the culture around Muhammad,
Thank you, Ali.
Okay.
I appreciate you for saying that. Now finish.
That's fine. I accept shit. That's fine. If that's what you meant.
No. I appreciate you for separating. Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay. I like to hear what you have to say, but you have to finish it.
No, I was saying.
That's fine. So what I'm saying, in order to bring credibility to this nonsensical, barbaric, horribly badly written book, Muhammad and his friends around him, they kind of shamelessly copy the stories from the Old Testament to bring credibility to the book itself. Without that, there's nothing in it of value. That's kind of one point that I wanted to make. And second, I wanted to talk, looks like being left. The point that I think I'm trying to make, and perhaps others are trying to make, that when you mix a potion, that is, the ingredients are religion and the government, the results are horrifically bad. This is particularly true in the case of Islam. If you look at the six democratic Islamic Republic of X and Y and Z in the world, which the government is, Islamic Republic of Iran, for example, the plight of the citizens in the country, Iran, Afghanistan, Yemen, and the rest of it, is horrifically bad. And particularly the women and the children, they get the brunt of this, barbaric religion. The problem is, I think somebody mentioned, for example, Quran, actually the beginning of it starts with a verse from the Quran, the Constitution of Iran. And then immediately pretty much incorporates most of the Sharia laws into the Constitution of Iran. So it is not a good thing, and there's really nothing degrades the destroys a country and a culture when religion, in this case Islam, and government mix. And you can see the result. Just see what's going on in Afghanistan, in Iran, in Yemen. I don't have to tell anyone here what's happening to the people under the Islamic Republic different countries. The last point that I wanted to make is I forgot. So I just so Chinese, go ahead.
Listen,
Lucian. Last thing I was going to mention to you, Lucian. There's a hadith about this where Muhammad's men went into a neighboring village, and there's two separate hadiths. One says that the men went in there, they defeated the neighboring city, and then they captured the women who were married, and their husbands were still alive. And then one of the hadiths says that they wanted to have sex with the women, but they knew that they were thinking that that would be considered adultery and rape because the husbands are still alive, and they're forcing themselves upon the women. And then the other hadith says that they did already have sex with the women, and they thought that, oh my God, we just committed adultery and rape. So then Muhammad goes and wakes up the next morning, and he gives 424 in the Quran. And this verse says, and for the woman, hold on, I'm trying to remember, dang it. I'm sorry. Do not commit adultery except for those whom your right hand possesses, and all others are permissible as long as you pay the dowry. So what it's saying simply is that he wakes up the next morning and creates this verse in the Quran that says, yes, you can have sex with these women, even if their husbands are still alive, even if they're still married to these men, as long as you capture them in battle with your right hand. You can have sex with them. And any other women outside of that, you have to pay a dowry and marry. But you can just literally capture sex slaves and have sex with them as much as you want.
you also heard Dean talk about the charter of. Hello?
Yeah, Alan.
Hello?
Because I want to go. So I just wanted to.
Oh, just go. You can Irish goodbye here.
I'm here. Don't worry about it. John, chill.
Well, I'm just saying that Dean.
Oh my God, John, chill the tism.
Hello?
Are you gonna stay over and then are you gonna bounce around? I can stay, especially if you need me. Yeah, because I want to march you up the door. That's okay.
I was gonna say that the former speaker. We were
John,
talking.
you're acting like really muffled though.
Hello?
Is there a topic or a cue?
Yeah, we were roasting Dean, that sociopathic Islamist piece of shit. Is that? Can you hear me?
We're talking about the white convert Dean.
I don't know if he's white or not, but he's into.
He is. He's a white convert. I've had a conversation with him.
What happened to my turn, guys? Hi, Elmo.
H, you can go first, guys. Let H go first. She's a girl. Go ahead, H.
Hey, too. I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. No, I just wanted to say, I 100% agree with what Ali was saying. Like, a lot of, you could see, in the UK, with the whole, Pakistani situation, the fucking race, these people need to be shipped the fuck back, straight up, and it's people also have to separate culture from religion at the same time, 100%. When it comes to, certain, crimes against humans, throw away the fucking key. Raping women, that's crazy. I'm sorry, Pepe, you were talking about it the other day, and I'm like, yo, that's fucking insane. Yeah, Normal, did you guys hear about this in the UK, what's happening?
Yeah, rape.
About the UK, Pakistani ring with the rapists and stuff?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and they are obviously coming in from other country and all the Europeans said, go home.
Look, your husband's the same height as you.
And I apologize.
You are an asshole. If you are kicking me,
you're a guy, so you're short.
So you are named as jealous of me.
But can I say something? Okay, I apologize for not responding to you.
Say something to me. Say it in the back.
Okay, but you came from me. I just wanted to tell you, I didn't.
Lady boy, so what the fuck are you?
Oh God, oh my God. Anyways, how's everybody doing tonight? How are you, Alan? How are you, Abnormal?
Clearly, some
of us are saner than others. You can't control for that.
American understand more than gay ass stuff like.
So I want to make a last comment here. Norm, is that okay? I was making a couple of comments, and this is the last one I wanted to make, and I forgot to make it.
Oh, hi,
The
Lucy.
dean actually was saying that, and Muslims do this all the time. They say, look, don't blame it on Islam. Just blame it on people who are using Islam as a political tool or mechanism to lead people. And so, in a sense, they are saying, the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hezbollahs and Houthis and ISIS. These are bad actors. These are people, they're not good Muslims, they're bad Muslims. And then the point is, I always ask them, as a matter of fact, if you talk to, for example, a Hezbollah leader, if you talk to an ISIS leader, if you talk to a Houthi Yemeni, they will tell you actually that, tell the Muslims that their interpretation of Islam is not correct. So we're always left with the silly answer that the bad actors, they had a wrong interpretation of Islam, and so they can answer this. This is the first kind of point that they go to in terms of defending the question that I just made. And actually, Dean made the same comment. Anyway, it just never works, because every one of these groups that I've mentioned, they think they have the correct interpretation of Islam, and they blame others for either being too soft, well, typically all the time being too soft, and not being a good, strong Muslim as they should be. That's my search comment.
Yeah, but Ali, if you look on the basis of the Quran, the Hadith, and Tafsirs, the ISIS terrorists and the Hamas fighters are actually fulfilling what the Quran and the Hadith and Tafsirs instruct them to do.
No, they make their own religion. Brother,
No,
I am Islam. They make their own religion. There's like 99 sections of Islam. They're like fucking psychopaths. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, like, how you tell me I'm Muslim? The truth to Sunni
Muslims are ISIS fighters.
There's 99 sectors of Islam. And there's like psychopaths. It's the same way. It's like me saying, no, can I be honest with you? Hey, wait.
And the one are right, which is ISIS. ISIS are actually fulfilling.
And a bitch ain't one.
Yeah.
Thank you, El Normal. In a bitch ain't one. Facts. No, there's like a lot of like psychopaths that think like they have to separate culture from religion, right? Like I came like from where I come from, they fucking circumcise women, and I'm like, oh shit, and they try to tie that shit to religion, and it was like a cultural, it's a cultural thing. And I'm looking at these motherfuckers like they try to tie that shit to religion. I'm like, yo, you guys are fucking retarded. 100%. Like, these people are barbaric.
You know who Waris Geary is?
Yes, of course.
Wait, H, can you show me what ISIS does that goes against the Quran? How do you start that?
100%. Like, they're extremists. They're like
psychopaths. Can you show me like an example of what ISIS does that goes against the Yeah.
Oh, wow. Like, first of all,
from
what I know, what I was taught, the Islam that I know, is respect thy religion. We believe in the Old Testament.
That's not true.
Yes, we do.
You believe Jesus was God? Wait, you believe Jesus was God?
No, I believe Jesus was prophet.
Do you believe that the Old Testament prophets and everything like that?
Yeah, we believe the same story. Alright, you know what? I'm not a strong believer, but like to me, it's all different stories, but they're all Abrahamic like religions, right? But for me, like in Islam, like this is factual. I'm sorry, but like Islam believes in the Old Testament. I can swear on the Bible. Bet you didn't know that, buddy. See, there's a lot.
Wait, you can swear on the New Testament?
I can swear on the New Testament. And see, the New Testament is equivalent to these extremists making their own fucking religion. Sorry, buddy.
Wait, he said that.
Man, shut the fuck up, you fucking overweight piece of shit.
God, like, you know what's crazy? You want me to swear to the New Testament. It's equivalent to me swearing to these fucking retards that are like making their own religion. That's all I'm saying. To me, I'll swear by the Old Testament.
VPR, that's me with Warriors Theory.
Thank you, El Normo. No.
I'm El Normo, you're a fucking goof. Remember?
How's that?
But El Normo's not a goof. He's actually very educated. He's a very...
Projection alert detection system has been activated.
Do you agree in the Quran that it's acceptable to have sex with women that you capture during war?
And he's the Chevalier of the Legion of Honor.
Thank you, El Normo. But like, listen.
Do you agree with the Quranic? Do you agree with the Quranic verse where it says that you can have sex with women?
Like I said, there's 99 sectors. You know, in Islam, they tell you there's 99. It's not the Quran. Please pull it up. Please pull it up.
Do not
You
commit
know what?
adultery except for those of your right hand
So did the
possesses.
Roman Catholic Empire.
What?
Let's be honest.
It's in the Quran, 424.
Like yeah, let's move on. We're not going anywhere with this. Yeah, I'm Somali. Yeah, you're so mad. Retarded people, right? Born and raised in Canada. Sorry, buddy. Smarter than you, fucking goofy ass
Yeah,
bitch.
but I know your Quran better than you.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. You didn't pull up one verse, you fucking goose.
424 in the Quran.
Recite it.
Not adultery except for those of your right hand possesses.
Yeah, and recite it from the Old Testament, you fucking goofy.
She's not putting her fucking Quran.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ali.
Something is on here. Anyway, I wanted to bring us to a much recent kind of interpretation of Quran. This is by Ayatollah Khomeini. Actually, he is the leader of the revolution and the Buddhist. So I wanted to kind of, he wrote two books.
Norman, you're not my game.
He wrote two books, and actually interpretation of the Islamic Sharia law. So I'm going to read. I can put actually the
Norman, you're hot mic and we can hear you TV.
Norman.
Yeah.
Intentionally, not listening.
It is.
Also, I'm not full Somali, you fucking Arabic bitch. I'm half Arabic too, you fucking goof.
Who's Arabic?
So you have Arabic in your fucking bio.
Yeah, it's a burger right now.
Yeah, shut up, you goof.
Also forbidden are married women except for captives in your possession. This is Allah's commandment to you.
Oh, so
Lawful to
forbidden.
you all
I mix up a lot of shit, you idiot.
Also
I'm not just
forbidden
supposed to.
are
I'm actually just half Somali, you fucking goof.
in your
I
possession.
mixed it white. You're white then. Like I'm a quarter white, but you're white, you fucking goof.
Your God literally says that you can capture women.
Yeah, and like my mom was Christian, and you know what? You're a fucking goof. You're a goofy ass bitch.
You're retarded Somali.
Yeah, I'm half Somali, but you know what? I'm so proud to be Somali.
One drop rule.
More proud to be Somali than I dropped. My mom's white.
Yeah, one drop's all that matters.
Yeah, you're a fucking goof.
It makes you functional retarded.
You're functioning retarded. Sorry, Ali. Sorry, Ali.
Let me just do this. But I was, as I mentioned before, I'm not questioning. Ayatollah Khomeini wrote two books.
He doesn't get laid. He gets no bitches.
Rafi, mute Norman.
Norm comes to your maybe he just left his room. But anyway, so
Did you ask me something? Was that, yeah, you're hot mic and you got your TV playing. We can hear you. You can mute.
We're all watching soccer. I love it. Who's your team, El Normo?
Hold on a second.
Norman's only leaving the mic open because he doesn't want to hear H talk.
Oh, Colombia won.
So Norm, can I wanted to just.
Yeah, it's so funny.
All right, thank you, Norm. So anyway, which Dean was, pounding on his chest and talking about various hadiths. So the man wrote a book, and I will put the link in the chat. So I'm going to read some excerpts from his book. Here we go. This shows you the level of stupidity and barbaric, and actually I can't even find words to describe this. Here we go. A man can have animals such as sheep, cows, camels, and so on. However, he should kill the animal after he has his orgasm. He should not sell the meat to people in his own village, but selling the meat to a neighboring village is reason. If a man commits the act of sodomy with a cow or a camel, their urine and their excrement become impure, and even their milk no longer should be consumed. The animal must be killed as quickly as possible and burned. And this is the last one I'm going to read. And there's just 2 books, this kind of a nonsense. And anyway, next one. If a man sodomizes the son, brother, or father of his wife after their marriage, the marriage remains valid. This is the kind of garbage that the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the head of the revolution, the man that some people, the Shia Muslims, some of them need to look up to, or at least they did. This is the kind of nonsense or hadith that we are talking about. So what I'm just trying to tell you, there is not a single thing of value in any of these, the book Quran itself, or the hadiths written here. And I'm going to land with this. And would you believe a man that he cannot read, he cannot write, literally a lunatic, and he goes to a cave periodically for 23 years, and then he comes out and he says that he had a conversation with Archangel Gabriel, which gave him the verses from the original book, which is actually in heaven. And then there was not a fly on the wall to tell anyone actually that he was telling the truth or not. As I mentioned before, he cannot even remember his own verses. Also, he claims that he has had discussions with Satan at the same time, which completely, entirely takes the credibility away from him in terms of having actually a discussion with one of the 3 archangels, Archangel Gabriel. This is the kind of nonsense we're talking about. I'm going to land with this. Islam, which is not actually a religion, it's really a cult, which has shamelessly stolen from the Old Testament and New Testament to give the book some level of credibility. And even that project has failed miserably because it has produced the menacing ideas and the behavior that we see right now in the world, which is shameful. And that's all I want to say.
Norman, can you bring BB up, please? Thank you. I'm complete. Norman.
Man, shut up, bro. You
shut the fuck up. I have
fucking goofy ass niggas. They can't fuck with you guys. Honestly.
You want to respond to H?
Stupid ass nigga.
Also,
we're not big on the N-word in here.
I don't give a fuck what you're big on. You're a goof.
Alright, so in Quran chapter 4, verse 24, also forbidden are married.
Oh, take it easy there, Rich.
That's what it says in the Quran. I'm literally reading the Quran.
Be profane.
Okay, it says also forbidden are married women except for female captives in your possession. What do you think that means?
I just said don't be profane.
I'm only using.
I'm not gonna argue with the ignorant motherfucker.
Are you doing
You know what? How about we have a competition? Let's see who's hotter. You post your picture, I'll post mine.
Wait, are you doing what aboutism now?
Oh god, I'm not even gonna argue with the ignorant motherfucker. Sorry.
We already know what you look like. You're probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty hot. I don't. There's people that can confirm on the app. What do you look like? Let's see. What's your ancestry? You know what? It sounds like you're just like a mad motherfucker that pays for OnlyFans. Hold on, pause. You sound like the motherfucker that plays video games in their basement, that pays for OnlyFans, jerks off in their basement, and watches the streamers. Sorry, you sound miserable. You know what? I wish you all the best. Seek therapy. Brother, I wish you all the best.
Alright, let's compare photos. Because we know you got a big forehead and a fucking...
Oh, let's go. Ooh, baby boy, I don't have a big forehead.
Yeah, you're Somali. Go ahead and post
Oh,
your photo.
let's go,
I already
let's
posted
go.
mine.
You post
PTR.
your picture, I'll post mine.
I already did. PTR. Okay.
Alright, let's go. I'm gonna post my real picture.
already,
Is that your
I
real
already put
picture?
my photo. Yeah, that's me.
Alright, so swear to your mom.
Swear on my mother's wife, yeah.
No, you swear on your mother's life? That's you?
I swear on my grandmother's grave. I swear on my mom's life. I swear on my kid's life. I swear on my wife's life. I swear on my...
Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna post mine. Let's see who looks better.
Why is it everybody thinks... Is my picture attractive enough that everybody thinks that it's not me? They're like, that's not you.
It's not attractive at all, but it's
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
I don't know.
You look like a school shooter.
Uh-huh.
You do look like a school shooter. A little bit. But you're like cute. I'm not a hater. I'm not a hater.
Put your...
You're like a cute school shooter.
Put up your I am the captain photo.
Alright, say less. I'm gonna post my picture.
Did you say less?
She did.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, that's fine.
You know the real MVP is El Normal. Like that's my friend. Like I like El Normal because he has like a good sense of humor. You need to learn from him. DJ Music. I'll follow you back.
Norman's a Jew though.
I love Jews. My daughter's best friend's a Jew.
Gross.
Like my best friend's a Jew. I love my Jewish community. I grew up in Kosher City.
Gross. Oh, Jews. Yuck.
Oh wow. What do you mean yuck? Like that's fucked up. See,
Jews
you're
are
gonna live
terrible.
a very. You know what? You're gonna live a very like.
The Jews love to argue.
See, he's gonna live a very boring life.
Yes,
you know when you're
Jews love to
racist, you're
argue.
gonna live a very. Jews are the nicest people ever.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. They're so kind. Yo, you're gonna live a very boring life.
Thank you. We are very kind people. I agree.
Oh, so you're Jewish too?
Yeah.
Okay, so why didn't you be with that, you fucking idiot?
That was the whole point.
Wow, you have a lot to learn, buddy.
I'm still waiting for a picture.
Ali, you see what I look like. But now that he added me, I'm gonna back channel him.
Well, I'm waiting to see your picture, actually.
You seen my picture, Ali.
No, I couldn't.
No, but you seen my picture before. But I'm not gonna put it on the full fucking stage. Like, I'm gonna exit the chat and then you guys can see it and then I'll come back in. Cool?
Okay.
Everybody always says that. I said, that's not you.
Hello?
Hello, Norman left. Rafi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm not.
Fuck!
I lost my...
I was gonna have...
Thank you.
Oh, damn it. I was gonna... Since Norman left, I thought Rafi was...
Hey, what forehead? What fucking forehead, you fucking goofy ass bitch.
Yeah, look at the forehead. Look at the big ass forehead.
There is no forehead. Sorry, buddy.
A giant forehead.
I swear to God, I have a forehead, you dumbass.
You can play a fucking movie on that thing.
Sorry. You sound like a hater. But anyways, I'm going for a smoke. Are you guys gonna keep me company?
Yes, I'd like to discuss the...
Rafi will, because Rafi's smoking right now.
Whether it is your picture or not, I like the curve.
I would like to discuss...
Don't worry.
Hello? Hello?
He's such a hater. See,
Hello?
I have to admit it.
Go have your smoke, sweetheart. Go unmute. Go unmute. Go have your smoke. No, I'm here to discuss the 10 most commonly cited controversial aspects of Sharia based on global debates, human rights reports, and scholarly discussion. Number 1, hudud, corporal punishments, amputations for theft, flogging for adultery or fornication, and stoning to death for adultery. Traditional interpretations prescribe these for certain crimes against God. High proof thresholds, you have to have multiple eyewitnesses, make them rare, but they are seen as cruel and unusual by modern standards. Number 2, death penalty for apostasy. Leaving Islam. If you leave Islam, you will be killed. Classical jurisprudence in major schools often prescribes death for adult male apostates, with variations for females or repentance. This directly conflicts with freedom of religion. Enforcement varies. Some countries apply it, others do not. Number 3, blasphemy laws. Insulting Islam, Muhammad, or the Quran can carry severe penalties, including death. This restricts freedom of speech and expression. Number 4, gender inequality in family and testimony law. Women often receive half the inheritance of male siblings. A woman's testimony may be worth half a man's.
Show me Uzbekistan versus Colombia.
Critics see symmetric subordination. Supporters cite contemporary roles in financial protections.
I told you should have done the Dao De Jong. You know Saddam.
The Dao De Dong. Number 5, guardian's approval for travel or work or marriage or certain medical decisions, limiting autonomy, education, and employment. Basically, women are slaves. Number 6, harsh.
Oh no, that's propaganda. I was in the Middle East. I went to Saudi Arabia. I was partying. I can show you a video.
Okay.
From Somalia, he's reading.
Please hold your comments till we're finished. Go smoke your cigarette. Number 6, harsh treatment of LGBTQ plus individuals. Same-sex acts are criminalized with severe punishments, including death if you suck a dick or put a dick in your booty hole.
I've seen a guy
Under traditional interpretations, viewing them as sinful. Number 7, child marriage and restrictions on women's divorce. Permissibility of marriage to prepubescent girls based on Aisha's marriage in Hadith. And barriers for women initiating divorce contribute to concerns over consent, child rights, and gender-based violence. Number 8, discrimination against non-Muslims. Historical dhimmi status involves special taxes, jizya, restrictions on building places of worship, and unequal legal. Smoke your cigarette, honey. Go on mute. Modern applications vary, but critics point to second-class citizenship. Number 9, jihad as armed struggle. While jihad broadly means striving, including personal improvement, rules for offensive, defensive, holy war, and classical fiqh are controversial in the context of modern international law and terrorism justifications. This is the last one, number 10. Overall supremacy and incompatibility with secular law and democracy. Some interpretations hold Sharia as divine and superior to man-made laws, including leading to debates over integration in pluralistic societies, theocratic governance, and conflicts with constitutions or human rights treaties. Important context. Many Muslims and reformers advocate contextual, modernistic interpretations aligned with human rights, emphasizing justice and mercy over literalism. Harsh penalties are often not enforced due to evidentiary bars of secular reform. Public opinion among Muslims.
Where are you reading this from?
I'm reading it from Uranus. Please finish smoking your cigarette and go on mute.
I finished smoking, but where are you reading this from? All jokes aside.
I just told you I'm currently on the planet Uranus.
And I'm on Pluto.
Some girls really like the anus jokes, John.
Yeah, tell him normal. Like, the anus jokes doesn't scare me. Are you gay? Do you like to put it up the ass? Or, like, what?
Are you asking John or me?
I'm asking Book. He said Uranus, so I want to know what's your fascination about the anus?
Oh, there's no fascination. We're into astronomy.
Oh, is it being serious?
It's a planet.
Oh, I see it as Uranus, like, you know, your actual anus.
So you're obsessed with anus.
Hey, man, I'm obsessed with whatever.
I hear you.
Well, you know what?
Some women can derive great pleasure from that.
El Normo, you know what they say? If she smokes,
You know what,
she
they have
pokes.
nerves over there, and I can see why men are into it, and they fight with their sexuality, like Book. Just say you want to fuck a bitch in the ass. Just say that.
Well, if she smokes, she pokes.
I'll smoke weed, buddy.
I know. It only takes a cigarette to poke.
Right. Whatever you say, Book.
Well, all communication is projection, so without further ado, if she smokes, she pokes.
Hypnosis.
Don't forget, all communication is spam. We're living in the worst communication spam epidemic we've ever seen. Every single day, the Democrat industrial complex puts out 100,000 tons of lies and propaganda and spam. It's so unbelievable. I'm 100% convinced that politicians are just video creators. They don't actually do anything. They lead nothing. All they do is create spam videos all day, every day, and they release it on a calendar, on a schedule, all day, every day. It's nothing but spam, and it's destroying us. Well, it takes one to know one. It takes one to know one.
That's one thing I'll agree. The politicians are like fucking retarded. Like whoever listens to them are like super retarded. And there's like people that are super passionate. They're like, yeah, Republican this, Republican that. They're all in bed together. Sorry to break it down to you guys.
Trump's the greatest president of all time.
Trump is iconic. The man wants to be on the $200 American bill. I rate that.
Actually, his signature is going to be on all U.S. currency.
Iconic.
Did you see we have a new Federal Reserve chairman? Chairman Powell is no longer with us.
BB, why are you staying on mute?
Yeah, BB, why are you staying on mute?
BB's being a coward.
Super cowardly.
It's because she's the IRGC.
Talk your shit.
No, it's not cowardly. I'm fucking sleeping. I just hit my vape pen. I got a migraine. Leave me alone.
You guys are stupid.
What's the point? There's so much.
You have to say vowel. You have to say vowel. Can I hear a vowel?
Yeah, but how's it gonna make a difference whether I'm writing or if I'm talking?
I thought this wasn't. Never mind.
BB, how do you feel about Somalia?
I do not give a fuck about Somalia. Honey, can you get me another glass of gin? So, my question is, if we think that separation of state and church is a good idea, why don't we think that separation of state and economy is a good idea? Because, for example, in Chicago, we're $60 billion in debt, but the mayor is passing out $1 billion tax subsidies. Hello?
What state are you in?
I'm in Chicago. It's next to Uranus. It's next to Uranus.
How did you feel about the Knicks winning?
The rack? Oh, I don't follow the basketball. People are very excited, so I'm happy for them. But the point is, if we think Sharia is a shitty system, why do we think the combination of state and economy is a better solution? It's all just a fucking scam. The federal government is creating these multi-billion.
I agree. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I remember I had a lot of Jewish people in my life, and
Sharia.
No, I mean, I don't even know about you. No,
Bibi, don't let him put you on the spot. Bibi, don't let him put you on the spot.
I have not met more graceful, more honest, and more generous tribal people, by the way.
How do you feel about the RTC?
And I have actually met like people who came from like, you know, with tattoos, and so whenever you doubt whatever
Not
about the song,
tattoos.
whatever,
Not the
that's not the
tattoos.
case.
BB, how do you feel about the IRGC, BB?
Where were the tattoos, baby?
IRGC is like their Mossad. It's like, so IRGC.
I want to know, where are the tattoos?
I'm
Yeah,
interested.
where are
They're so brave, BB.
No, with the tattoos on the biceps and the abs, like what's sexy part of the body?
I cannot say. You know what?
BB's a little tough right now.
From a strategic point of view, because I am very sort of like what's it called, nationalistic. It's like, why the fuck wouldn't you want to have people? You know, they're fucking very capable, but the problem is they were brainwashed. So whenever
Don, do you agree that BB is almost as pretty as Eva?
where they
I think she is.
persons,
I don't know what happened to my
it
compliment.
is not about the
Well, we gotta
Jews. It's
spread that
about
out.
imagine all that talent, all that brilliance.
It's like,
It could have actually been utilized to protect and support.
BB, I think you're almost as pretty as
I just want to say you're welcome to everybody that I got BB started.
No, Bibi sounds like she's pretty cool.
Pretty
But
true.
you know, I
she's almost as pretty as Eva, isn't she?
Oh, where is Issa? You guys, I haven't talked to Issa in like forever.
It just means
Everybody
that
is talking about
everybody
Issa.
are not like degenerates. I don't think. I mean, I think the IRGC are degenerate. By the way, they've been like somehow conditioned. They could have been like. They could have also been like super brilliant. You know, the Jews also, they're not conditioned to think like everybody's against them. They could also just, you know, benefit but also so with the Jews, they choose a host, and then they like benefit, like full on, but they benefit because they think for whatever reason they're gonna get something back, and you know, it's not paying attention or whatever. But for me as a Persian, I'm like, you can fucking do that on your fucking own. And now you fucking have your own fucking country. I believe in you. I don't believe that there is anything bad. Anyway, am I not? But I say the same thing, like nations. I'm like,
Okay, wait, let her finish. Ali, be nice.
Oh, come on. She'll be finished tomorrow.
Okay, Aloma. Your picture is stuck. What is it? What is she Kenyan?
What'd you ask me?
no, but
What is she Kenyan?
She's Somali.
it's kind of like your dichotomy. But
She's a famous Somali model, Chevalier of the
I can do
He's
whatever
on
I
home.
But whenever you do, which mostly,
Yeah, look at her forehead.
if we do go through,
Oh God, like she is.
like how much you fucking benefited. It's
We pick whatever people from the village from.
somehow lies within.
Ali, nice try.
You did it.
I don't have a forehead. Her forehead is probably bigger than mine.
Well, you were
Her wife's bigger than
smart
yours?
like everybody else.
No, I was telling Ali his forehead's probably bigger than mine.
No, it's
Oh, I thought
actually
you were talking about
I
something
just
else.
wish that liberation. And I think you could be as smart as you deserve ever to be within that liberation. And whoever is going to give that to
Drunk
you,
and incoherent.
obviously.
You could go for a 5-mile run and come back and eat
But
something.
hopefully, like.
No, you guys let her finish. Let her finish.
She won't be finished
You
until
know,
she
you can't. But then if everybody
Mashiach will come before she's
has
finished.
to have that self-awareness about themselves, then you also will be demanded that.
Norman, do you think that her, you know what smells like alcohol?
It's almost like that
You don't want me to be vulgar, so I'm not.
He said, does her pussy smell like alcohol?
Yeah, it does. I guarantee this. She sweats it out.
Music, be nice.
It smells like vodka. Yeah.
No, you're the one who said it. I heard you.
You fucking don't drag me into this shit. And okay, be nice.
It smells like rubbing alcohol.
He went to Coney Island.
He's on the island somewhere, right?
Coney Island. Yeah, we're right.
You guys, can we move on from this? Can we have a fun conversation, guys?
Yeah, they was probably touching each other arse, you know?
Oh, yeah.
No, let's move on. Like, this
But we
is
were thinking of
boring.
yours, though.
Yeah, Emma, well, how do you feel about musical work?
I hope we don't.
Can we, you guys? You guys, can we move on from this? Can we like have like an actual fun conversation?
I'm happy.
But that is a fucking major responsibility. And
Pussies is smelling like
and it's got nothing to
Yep.
do.
It does.
Oh my
It's like
god!
rubbing alcohol.
You guys wanna blame me for saying it? You guys are fucking
Lauren,
assholes.
imagine putting your face down there. It smells like rubbing alcohol.
Dude, you get very graphic.
And therefore,
How else are you gonna smell it, Norman? How else are you gonna smell it?
Oh my god! Can we have a fun conversation? Like in all honesty.
We're having fun.
I don't know. This is not fun. I feel like you guys are like making BB feel like.
You want to have fun? All right.
Can you tell us about when the IRGC beat the bottom of your feet?
Oh my god.
It was at a party or something.
We like it when we talk about Issa. That's your secret crush. Let's talk about Issa.
Okay,
So,
anyway,
which team do you think you should let in soccer?
celebrate, guys, celebrate.
Which team do you think you should like in soccer? Switzerland?
Either Spain, Switzerland, or where the fuck she from?
Guatemala.
Guatemala, yeah.
Yeah, if you say
Panama, Colombia.
Guatemala, yeah.
Yeah, Israel is the most what the fuck country ever.
It's like, yeah, what the fuck? It's so amazing. I agree.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, man? I can't believe this place is so
I
amazing.
mean, it's not that I don't like it because it's more that I don't like it because I don't like it for myself.
Israel is the second greatest country on earth beside the U.S.
You guys, can we have a different conversation? Because this conversation is churning people. Okay, fine. I'll come back later when you guys are having a fun conversation.
conversation. Okay?
It depends on the day, really. Sometimes I feel like Israel's better than the U.S. And come on,
Music,
America
normal,
Yeah, but these
Ali, BB.
country.
We all might be cool.
Who's the coolest?
Yeah, Ali, you see the
We all like have a normal conversation.
We're the cool house, clubhouse.
Yeah, but like between Ali and I mean, we'll like disagree around majors actually.
Yeah, both people.
Ali, I love the fact that Iranians are big.
Oh, God. See?
Ali,
Okay,
you're
I'm
such a
gonna come back.
pacifist. You're such a pacifist cuck, Ali.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, boy.
Such a pacifist
Rich,
cuck.
where do you think we should hit the net?
Still talking.
Everywhere.
Well, let's start someplace.
Thermonuclear weapons.
But it doesn't mean that I don't
Your
love
shit is all
Ali, but like he is like this is
Okay, you guys, what happened to peace?
as far as like
What happened to music? What happened to peace? Oh, no, what happened? Ali,
Oh
what happened
no,
to
I
peace?
want to carpet bomb Gaza with thermonuclear weapons anyway.
Oh my God.
In every
That's
other Muslim
awful.
country in the
but then
world.
maybe I can convince him that
Hello?
I don't get upset. I don't
Hello?
get mad.
Hello?
I don't get upset. I don't
Hello?
get mad, right?
Hello?
Ali,
Hello?
here's the thing.
Hello?
I don't get mad. Bro, you guys.
Hello? Hello?
Stuff like that.
Hello?
It's
Hello?
just the Muslims.
Hold on, BB.
Hello?
Music.
Hello?
I wish I had
Hello?
Genesis gauntlet
Hello?
and I would snap my fingers.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
For me, I
Hello?
don't get upset. I
Hello?
don't get angry.
Hello?
For me, how it seems
Hello?
are people.
H, I have a question. What if I didn't harm any of the Muslims?
you just
If I had, but hold on.
Hello?
What if I had
No, but
Thanos?
music, let me finish.
Maybe, hold on. What if I had Thanos' gauntlet and I could snap my fingers and Muhammad never
You want to collect all the infinity rings? Okay.
No, I just, that's fine. I snap my fingers and Prophet Muhammad never existed. Imagine how great the world would be.
You know what's crazy?
All
Everything
the Christians would still be in Iraq and Syria and Lebanon and Egypt.
Music. Can I tell you something?
No.
You know,
No.
like,
Go on mute.
for me,
Go on mute.
I
Go smoke
actually,
another
like,
cigarette.
feel
Hello?
bad for you.
You do? Hello?
And
What?
why is
Why would you
because
feel bad for me? That I hate
because I
Muhammad?
want you to be seasoned. I want you to understand the world. I want you to travel.
No.
I want you to
The
no,
Quran is
music.
tafsir
It's
upside down.
not even that. Music. I want you to meet people. I
Because
want you
Allah
to
is
understand. No. Music, you're not understanding. I want you to meet people. I want you to travel. I want
I've
you
been
to
to
understand.
11 countries and lived in 4.
You see, then maybe you didn't have a good experience.
Hello?
Maybe you
No, I
didn't
had
go
an
around
amazing
the
experience.
locals.
I lived in Hong Kong, Singapore, and the Philippines for 3.5 years.
Hello?
See, but you didn't go to the Muslim countries.
No,
I went to
I
Colombia, I went to
stayed
Japan, I
away
went to
from
Singapore.
Malaysia and Indonesia because I hate Muslims.
Hello?
See, but that's the thing. Like, you're like
I hate
isolated
Islam.
also. Music, you know what I call it? I don't get mad because I call it like just ignorance.
Hello?
You know?
How is it ignorance? I know the entire religion inside
You
out.
just said you avoided all the Muslim countries. No, because you did not expose yourself
I
enough
hate Islam.
around, but that's the thing. Like, you didn't expose yourself
I'm
around.
not saying I hate the people who are Muslims. I'm saying I hate Islam.
Hello?
No, but that's the thing. You haven't exposed yourself around.
Hello?
I have plenty of Muslim friends.
Music, but if you did, out of respect for them, you didn't
Hello?
like, out of respect for your friends, you would be like,
You
yo,
think I'm like closed-minded and shit?
music, you are close-minded.
No, I'm not closed-minded.
Hello?
Because you know what? If you had friends, you guys, all jokes aside, if you have friends, right, out of respect for them, you would have been like, alright, you know what?
No, because
Like,
here's the reality.
there's a couple of retards, there's a couple of
Here's the reality. When the Mahdi comes to the earth, every Muslim, including your entire family, is going to want to kill us all.
Oh my god, see, like propaganda. Can I tell you a story? Okay, I'll tell you a story.
The
Music,
Quran
I'll tell you a story.
says that when
Hello?
the sacred months have ended,
Okay,
it
music.
says lay wait and besiege and kill all the ones who
Music,
disbelieve
and
in Allah.
honestly, can I
It
say
says
something?
kill all the polytheists. The
Hello?
polytheists.
Hello?
The Jews.
Hello? Hello? Oh my God, Rich, here we go again. Get a fucking life. Get a fucking life. Get a fucking life. Get a fucking life. Do something with your life. This is not fun. This is a waste of time. Oh my God. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right, the words below are arced in a circle.
What's it like being retarded and you can't stop talking? You just won't shut up.